mean, what I mean, my skin, my color, all those things, right? It transcends the physical.
That's what I say. This conversation is just so earthly, right? It's just it like you just pointed. It's not transcendent at all, you know.
Yeah. Notice what Donnie says here. She says culture is a set of agreed upon ideas. Amen. And so the ideas, there's a foundation that governs those ideas, right? And so that's correct. As a believer, there's a set of ideas. In fact, we're told in Scripture that we are to bring down every lofty thought, every lofty idea against the knowledge of God. Well, guess what? There's a culture that raises itself up against the true God, the true and living God, and those who have been redeemed out of that culture, right? That redemption, when it talks about the language in Colossians chapter 1 of we've been rescued from the power of darkness and translated the kingdom of his beloved son, that means something. That doesn't mean I just confess Christ.
Are you rescued from blackness, whiteness, being Hispanic, Middle Eastern culture? Are you rescued from that once you're born again? Good morning. Now, I heard some Vince Bantu say some stuff. I cannot lie. I was offended. I was hurt to hear that coming from a pastor, the leading Christian apologist. I'm not going to get into it, but what does it mean? Why don't they accept the awakening? And I want to hear from the Israelites that are regulars here, that are born again and regulars here. I meant to go on 7:30. I thought maybe Elder Green could jump on, but he may not want to touch this here. Of course, I've been constantly asking in the back chat for him to speak specifically to this awakening. The other guy said, well, he addressed it before. It's good that the Israelite pastor speaks on that. I'm not going to ask Pastor Mike to speak on it. We already know. He got multiple videos. I want to hear specifically from my friend Elder Green. Now, he called me, amping me the other day, and he's right. I told y'all he picked me up on, I don't know, a couple of months back. You know, I'm in and out of town, and he came through and he picked me up, and he said, you said, you know, God was just like, listen, just let him talk. And in the midst of letting them talk, we found out some things on both sides. Some people were wrong. Some people were wrong on both sides. All of the elders and the Christians that came on here talking, everything they said has not been correct. Can y'all think of anything? Some people claim goalposts were moved. Others are acting like, no, nobody said that in the beginning. I don't accept none of that. And I know that Christians can lie too. I know that for sure. Can y'all think of anything that was said that might have been wrong on the Christian side? Oh, don't worry, I'm going to dog. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to get on my regular. We're going to dog them camps out. We're going to dog them false teachers out. Folk in the back chat talking about this thing for some slow folk. What make the brother jump in here? And he said, what make the brother jump in here and said he think we got stuff in common? Brown said, what make him think that we on this channel got some stuff in common with him? But I'm gonna amp the thing anyway. He said all them other folks, Puerto Rican, Mexicans, them folk ain't Israel. I said, oh, now you're talking. That chart is garbage. Only the black man. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna see if y'all gonna keep it a buck. Because y'all can't keep it a buck. But one thing about me, I'm ignorant. I'm slow. And I'm going to say ignorant stuff. But the difference between me and some of y'all don't know y'all slow. I know I'm slow. I be looking at some of the information and I be like, this, you come to the conclusion of that based on what you just read right here? I know I'm slow. He said Pastor Jay was totally off the other day. I know one thing that did come up that Pastor Jay, maybe it was my, forgive me if I'm wrong, Elder Joe, they made it sound like the law is this way and that's it. and you keep all of it. Now, More Eduardo came on and he said it was malleable. And he gave the examples of it in the Bible. And I remember when we were arguing it, Elder Green said, well, the Ark of the Covenant wasn't even there when Jesus was there. So were they keeping the law the same way as in Solomon's temple? And I'm freestyling what he's saying. And we see that it did change. Y'all said, did they keep it in captivity and all of this stuff? And some of my Christian people acting like they crazy. And some other stuff came out, so they were wrong. But can they ever say they were wrong? Will they ever say most people had this position in the beginning, and now it's that? It's changed a little bit based on the information Dante or whoever put out, at least the feels in them. They saying something that folk wasn't saying in the beginning. So one thing I don't like is when y'all come around here trying to act like I'm slow. One thing I like is when y'all don't want to get out here and confess that we're going to dog them out. Their doctrine is bad. Oh, I got the other brother, Lana and Sakari, and them up. We're going to see some videos. But we have to admit some things. Why don't the Christian church accept the awakening? It's not of God. That's what they'll tell you. Let me let this play. We'll talk about this blackness. I don't know if this is the best video to play right now. Can you go too far with blackness? Matter of fact, let me stop this for a second. My coffee done got cold. Let me stop this for a second. Let me show y'all this right now. And this is part of this. There's a spirit at work. Now, how can so many people deeply believe in this last day message? Oh, don't let these folk lie to you. My friends run around here. They lie. They lies. They mean well. They say, well, don't look at, it ain't really no big thing. No. It's hard to find an Israelite video. It's hard to find an Israelite Bible study with under 500 people. Now, I'll tell y'all one thing that I got mad with, but I got to admit, one thing, I'll come back and admit, Jay, the producer's right. It's hard to talk to black folk about the Bible without bringing it in color. Jay, the producer, said that a couple of weeks ago on here. Let me let this play. Listen to some of this right here. And y'all tell me what's what. Fair use.
Christians, if you don't know, Black Americans are the real children of Israel, the real Jews. I don't care what you've been taught, what you believe, you're not getting saved. It's period. It's simple as that. The whole book is about the children of Israel, right? So what do the devil do, right? Try to say that, oh, we're all Israel, where the church has been replaced and yada, yada. That's a satanic ideology and doctrine trying to not get you to be concerned with black people, right? The NIGGAs, because this world doesn't care about black people, right? So they can't fathom the fact that black people are actually, right, God's true, real chosen people of the Bible, right? So if you don't believe that, if you're stuck in, it doesn't matter. If you're stuck in color, it doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you, brother, man, I'm here to tell you, sister girl, you are not making it. You're not making it into anything that's associated with the Most High. You're not making it into. That's the new kingdom, whether heaven.
You're not going to make it into the kingdom if you don't confess that black people are true Israelites. Where in God's green earth is that in the Bible? And I think I heard Bruce allude to something like that. I got to keep an eye on these my Israelite friends. Where in the book is that? That's what I'm asking y'all right now. Where is it in the book that you got to come? And then he said Black Americans. Now let me show you the other guy, because y'all obsessed with blackness. It hurts me. No, I can't say it's hurt. You could say what you want. Y'all claim Garfield's not saved. Garfield is walking in darkness, but Garfield has come and preached more truth than many of my Israelite associates preach. He said it ain't about skin color. Rick Cardwell and them saying that. I said, Garfield might as well just come on back and walk in his calling. Hey, God. We got to keep it a buck. I remember Kobe said, because we were sharing some stuff and saying some stuff. I don't know, it was after or before Leo presentation. That's one of the best ones we've had on here. Shout out to him. I was watching some of his channel last night. Now I'm gonna see if we put our content. He just sound like he got some fancy equipment. I'm gonna see if he put content out. Or he gonna be once every 3 months. Said, I'm obsessed with this. It's different with me. So COVID brought out some stuff, stuff was being said, no, and then like everybody stopped the law, everybody stopped the law, everybody stopped the law. The confusion comes in, like Paul said, I must keep the feast, or Paul and them was keeping the feast. Y'all presented like when the book of Acts closed, it was a transition. Nobody was doing it. Why he brings up Polycarp and some other things that would be said, COVID did that. That's how come we got to have both sides. We got to talk about this thing. So now if John, and then Jay, the producer, started talking his craziness about weak in the faith. If John the apostle taught to do some stuff and some people did it, maybe it wasn't devil worship. Was that Jay? Somebody came on and somebody said, if you keeping the feast, you in sin. God don't want you keeping no feast. Oh boy, y'all already know I went left with that, but because they got a Halloween, because they keeping Halloween. So y'all already know I went crazy with that. Another thing, Dunamis, Muck Runner doing what he doing. He found out in Purim that there were Jews that wear masks, and that was added to Purim, and Purim wasn't even from the Lord in Leviticus. Uh-oh. Now I feel some type of way. I'm like, Dad, Covey and Elder Green didn't bring up that. Even if they don't do it, whilst we're talking about masks, I think that'd have been a good time. I said, all right, they trying to hide some stuff. This is why we got to talk. Elder Green might say he didn't think it was relevant, but this is why we got to talk so stuff can come out. But the whole claim is the church is in darkness and the church love the white man so much. Eurocentric Christianity. We read it in Dante's book, and there's not one time in Jesus' name my friend Bruce didn't come on here gaming us with Eurocentric Christianity, giving us that garbage, making this whole thing about black and white. This whole thing. Let me let this play.
Whatever, you're not making it. I promise you that. I put that on my soul.
He put that on his soul. If you don't confess black Americans, this is a demon speaking right now. Let me retract that statement. This is one of many doctrines of devil. Give me a scripture that in order to make it in the Bible, so you got to believe on the Son. But know these, Father, help me not to use bad words today. Help me not to use bad words today, but these false teachers, inspired by demons, will add to the text. Now, all of a sudden, black people in America, you got to confess black people in America in order to make it into the kingdom. Find that verse right now.
You're not making it if you don't acknowledge the real people. See, the Most High knew that this world would hate his people, right? What did he say, right? If they hated me, they gonna hate you, right? He already knew that, right? So why you think he says you got to cleave to his people? So this world, this satanic world, is stuck in trying its best not to get you to pay attention to the real people, because this world knows that if you don't pay attention to the real people, you're not making it. So
you got to cleave to Israel in order to be saved. Let's find all of this in the book, y'all. Yeah, they know so much. They're the masters. Let's find some of this in the book that you got to find an Israelite and cleave to them in order to receive salvation.
It's another psychological tactic by the devil, right? To trick you into hell. There's a myriad of ways how he's tricking people into hell. And now, right, that all this information is coming out about black people, whether the Putin video was real or not, or we know, we don't need some YT guy telling us who we are. We really don't. We really don't, right? The Most High is telling us this, right? So as all this information is coming out, the world is suppressing it, right? None of it's making mainstream news or what have you, because it's controlled by the fake-ish people, the fake synagogue of Satan people, the Revelation 2:9 people, right? So it's like, y'all need to understand, you guys really need to understand it. There's no getting into anything that God, right, has to do with without cleaving to his people. I'm sorry. Like I said, the Most High knew the world would hate his people. So you know what he did? He made it to where you're not getting it. I don't care about your heart. I don't care about none of that. I don't care what you thought. God knows my heart. No, you're not making it. I guarantee you that you will be a part of that fray, right? Get away from me. I never knew you. That's the club you're in right now.
Because
right?
you don't acknowledge Black Americans. Is it this bad because you don't acknowledge Black Americans? Now, he said Black people. The Most High knew that the world would hate Black people. Now, that's a problem because some Africans, a lot of people would say that European nations ran through the continent of Africa and ran amok. The whole continent of Africa is not Israelites. You shall be few in number wherever you go. Now somebody gonna run and say, well, they grew, they multiplied like baby kids. They multiplied because, the story with Pharaoh and another Pharaoh rose up that didn't know Joseph, and the children of Israel started growing, and they'll use that all out of context. All out of context. Remember, context don't mean nothing in the name of this melanin count, in the name of this Black power, in the name of the original man, and they ain't even original. I'll get on them later on, but trust me, I'm not confused. Acts said through one blood, but Israelites weren't on the planet with Enoch. They not original. Fair use.
Ignoring his people, right? You don't have to believe. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. There's always warning.
And somebody had a relationship with deity before the first Israelite showed up on the planet. Let's not be confused.
Before the storm, you're going to see for yourself. You're going to see for yourself. And it's evident, it's clear, it's logical. Just look at how much this world demonizes and hates Black Americans. It's simple. That is clear. We have nothing. So why is the world constantly paying attention to us?
Why is this message so powerful? Because he really think he's saying something. And there's some people that believe he's saying something. Now, if I show you a Bible study with 1,700 people in it, 1,700, that's not one congregation, but everybody would be IURC or GOCC across the country and in West Indies or whatever on YouTube. So if you see a Bible study with 700, it's the whole denomination that's joined into the Bible study. Like you would watch a church, if you watch a church on TV, let's say Bishop Wooten, and his Bible study will have 100 people or whatever. That's just his local congregation. That's not all of Kojic on chiming in to his Bible study. So let's not be confused with that. I want to just make sure we're truthful as best as possible, bringing out the information. So if you see IURC having a Bible study and it's 1,500 people, that's IURC in North Carolina and New York City, that all over the whole country, including the West Indies and all of that stuff, all on YouTube at the same time, because the bishop is teaching. The church don't really do that so much. We got individual bishops, and people would listen to their individual bishops, not what some would call, like Bishop Shear would be in some traditions, the archbishop. Let me let this play.
It's logical. A 7-year-old could be like, why are these people hated so much? Why don't the world like Black people? A 7-year-old could piece that together. You think that's just for no reason? Y'all better get it together. I understand.
Does the world hate Black people? Let me ask y'all that first, because I know y'all. I'm slow. I tell y'all I'm slow all the time. Does the world hate Black people? I try to out. Leave that alone. Lymphius. Let me turn this phone off.
Y'all hate the Black man. They even tricking our own women into hating us, right? The Black man will be the judge, jury, and executioner in the kingdom, right? And he will even have control over his own women. If she's not in alignment, whether she can get into the kingdom or not, right? Because this world gave Black women all this power that's not of the Bible, that's not of the Most High.
So the Black man is going to just the Black man is even controlling if the Black woman gets in. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. No matter of fact, y'all gonna leave me alone with y'all garbage and y'all nonsense. Y'all gonna leave me alone with y'all garbage and y'all nonsense. Listen to Godson right here. It's not just Black Americans that are hated, but we get the most heat because we spearhead the most movements. But our brothers and sisters on every continent is hated. Everybody, God's son, is everybody Black on the continent of Africa, Israel. Because when I let them younger folk, when I let Muck run in them and Leo and them get up on here and y'all don't hear from me, they be terrorizing y'all. They be saying this stuff ain't make no sense. A lot of people think some of these Israelites not deep thinkers. They simple. So you ask them, well, what about the future? What is the plan? They'll be in the back. They'll be like, yo, these people just want to complain. They don't even got a plan. Oh, in the future, we just going to rule white folk. We done talked about a plan over and over, and all they know white folk is wicked. And we chosen. And in the sweet by and by, we going to rule. What should we do now moving forward? Y'all are the priests, y'all are the prophets. Wisdom should always be on the mouth of the priest. So they ask that, and people get mad. They say, based on this, you believe the awakened. People thinking that a lot of Israelites are not deep thinkers. Now, they're not going to broad brush everybody. But a lot of people that come and jump on the panel and start making statements, people feel some type of way. And then when y'all get asked some people get asked certain questions, they want to be mad. Folk want to know why, oh, you just don't want to accept this truth. You just don't want to accept this truth. Thinking people are silly, but there's some deep thinkers. They don't want to accept it for a myriad of reasons. Let me let this play. As more information come out, even though people's positions have changed, does that make the awakening godly? Let me call Ella Green live. I'm getting ready. I'm a troublemaker. I don't care what nobody say.
And that's not to say women don't have power. Of course they do, right? But the devil twisted it. We don't leave men. Our own women are against us, right? That's a satanic doctrine because a house divided shall fall. They did that, right? So black women, if she's not in alignment with the truth and on board with her own men, she's not even getting in the kingdom. Women don't have to say so in what's what. No, it don't work like that. And what kingdom, world, society has that ever worked in? It don't, right? So y'all better get it together. As always, I come in love. Israel, breathe. Slowly release. All praise to the Most High. Happy going into Sabbath tonight.
And white folk, some white folk falling for this. Also, now's the truth because white folk fall for it. No, the heart is deceitful. And what the simple going to get on here and say, the simple going to get on here, and the simple going to say, wait. Matter of fact, wait. Let me show y'all. Go ahead, more. Give me 1 second. Let me clean this stuff up and grab my coffee. Go ahead. I can hear you.
They're gonna say like Christians have no reason to accept the faking. And shout out to Blacktastic because it is the faking it. This is why I keep asking Bruce, like, how does the Bible say Gentiles, air quotes, should know the nation of Israel or whatnot, the righteous remnant thereof? And it's never this concept of true Israel is black and the curses and whatnot. Nowhere in the text does it say that. So there's no Israelite in the game that's clinging to this doctrine that should expect any Christian out there to respect what you're talking about as a real awakening, because when they're reading the Bible, I mean that's not what it says in any way, shape, or form. You can't show them that, fam.
But you got to be careful because more than half, Fervent Charity shaking his head. I want to talk to Fervent Charity today. Because you were siding with Bruce. I never expected that from you. But when my Israelite friends, you got to be careful in what you're saying more, because more than half of the Israelites that I've met, and we ran through a few of them, some gone, some still here on this channel, and they believe one of the main reasons above DNA. Most Israelites that I met, DNA is nothing. The curses is what identify Israel. And that could be a problem. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Because that's all they have to cling to. I've been around this thing for a minute and whatnot, right? I've been around long enough. I've been around long enough to know when a boo is part of Shield Squad and whatnot. People don't even people don't even know, right? Like so back then when urban apologetics was first getting formed or whatnot, and they were dealing with the Israelite conversation and whatnot. They were dealing with an issue I was talking about the other day when I was telling Bruce it's not the church's job to teach history, to teach you history, whatnot. And so a lot of the arguments that
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you good. You good.
Jay said the same thing. It wasn't church's job to teach history. Hold on, I'm coming back. Let me I can hear you. Just keep going.
Yeah, and so there was a power vacuum that was created because like the urban apologist in the church wasn't really used to having to deal with like historical arguments like that or whatnot. So in that power vacuum, you saw people starting to gain ground, like the camps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then they figured out YouTube and whatnot. They use social media. It became a whole thing and whatnot, right? But the issue is the pseudoism that they use to create a power vacuum and whatnot, right? Like, so that I'll readily admit, like, having seen this whole thing from the beginning and whatnot, like there was a lot of bad counter arguments being made at the very beginning, like there were no Israelites that came off the slave ship, or that there's no Jews in West Africa and whatnot, right? That they would say there can be black Jews, but they would reject Jewry in West Africa. They point to the Ethiopian Jews. Now you got people pointing to the Ethiopian Jews and the Lemba like vocab and whatnot. But and now you got people like all the way to, from Lisa Fields to Dr. Bantu recognizing, okay, there was some that came off the slave ship. And the moment you say some, you snatch away the pseudoism from these cats. Like, so you can beat them up on doctrine all day. The doctrine is not what created the power vacuum. It was the pseudoisms in the historical arguments, etc., whatnot, that created the power vacuum and whatnot, right? So when you hit them with doctrine and whatnot, they always fall back on the historical pseudoisms and whatnot, right? You take that stuff away, the faking it falls flat on his face, man. They're over here praying. They're over here looking like fools, praying for the judgment of nations and whatnot, and nothing's happening. They're over here talking about prophecies. They got to keep switching the dates on and whatnot because the way they interpret the Bible is that they use the same pseudoisms that way that they use with the historical stuff and whatnot, right? And so when you take away the historical pseudoisms from it and whatnot, it becomes obvious to the onlooker how those same pseudoisms are being applied to the scripture and whatnot. You don't even have to really beat them up on the text like that too much, because they can't answer plain basic questions and whatnot. Like, look at, like I'm saying, like I keep asking Bruce, okay, how does Bruce is telling me I'm avoiding the thing? I'm like, nah, bro, I agree with you. There's a righteous remedy. It gets gathered, etc., etc., etc. What does the Bible say about it though? And when you actually get into the text and you want to get into the whole thing with them like that on that level, they'll never be able to answer the questions. But if you start there and you beat them up there, they always get to fall back on the historical pseudoisms. And this is where I agree with Bring 100%. There's a lot of arguments that people are making that aren't being addressed properly by urban apologists and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you right now, there's some of your top apologists that are asking me to help them with them arguments right now. You know what I'm saying? So I can tell you that firsthand.
I believe that. Because they're not, this is just not, a lot of people weren't prepared for this. They weren't trained in this right here and in dealing with this and some of the nonsense that come with it, some of the game, that block work that come with it. And a lot of them, they're not prepared. Seminary ain't gonna teach you some of this here. Now, other people say, well, because you get the truth of how to deal with the Bible and understand the law and everything else, that's it, you can. Hold on a second. Let me come on, Al. What's good?
Peace, how you doing, sir?
Okay, can't complain.
Am I clear?
Yeah, you good, you good.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ask just a few questions, humbly.
Go ahead. You there? You can hear me, right?
Okay. No, well, I wanted
listen
to
this.
ask.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Covey said, listen to this, everybody. Listen, y'all. Covey said, there was a time, good to see you cross-examine. Well, there was a time I didn't know I had Jewish ancestry. Now I do embrace it and incorporate the culture to my life. Have I been awakened? If so, I agree there is awakening taking place. Go ahead. Go ahead. You don't have to answer. I just wanted to read that for the people in the comment section. Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Okay. No, I wanted to ask the gentleman because now again, I'm a person that's open to correction. And the gentleman said, because at the end of the day, like I said, I understand the people that are, stumped down researchers in regards to DNA, in regards to antiquity, in regards to primary sources, backing what they say the truths of the Bible. But I just want to ask this first. Okay, in regards to the Bible, that's a faith-based book, right? So you can't really find, I guess you say, sources outside the Bible that prove an Exodus or prove certain events that the Christians and certain people believe to be true. So
no, they're gonna argue that right there. They'll argue that right there. But go ahead.
Well, I'm saying if you go with somebody like a in that world, you know, the Garfields, the Unks, all these different type of people, they the people that don't believe in the Bible, they'll say, well, there's no record of, there's no stumped down actual factual evidence that we can go and prove of Moshe being in Egypt or the Exodus. You know, especially with the people that documented a lot of their history, a lot of their foreign occupations of land, etc. So my question, and again, I'm open for correction. From what I know to be taught about the Israelite thing is that at the end of the day, this was a faith-based thing based on the curses. Now, if a person say,
Oh, you're
well,
saying it
that's
doesn't have
not,
to necessarily be historical.
well, no, I'm
saying?
saying that, okay, no, I'm saying that the Christians, you're moving on faith, you know, so you're moving on faith, right? So it's people that don't believe in the Bible, period. They will say, well, the Bible isn't a historical book. We can't find X, Y, and Z. We can't find a Saul. We can't find a David. We can't find a Solomon. We can't find these people a hardcore evidence that these people existed or walked the earth, right? That's the argument that they will use. And the people that are Christians that believe in the Messiah and this type of thing is based on your faith, correct?
No, that's an argument that people make. Most of the kings of Africa, we can't find them. Most people are run to Egypt because they had a great record and how they embalmed people. But most kingdoms, most tribes in Africa, you can't find the tribal leader from 1,000 years ago. Most people don't know where their great-great-great-grandmother is right now. We don't know where most of the planet people that died. It wasn't until a couple of 100 years ago that people even had a last name. So they would
exactly.
they would say certain things. Those people didn't have a last name. So that's game that we hear from the world. Oh, we can't find the people in the Bible. We can't find a whole bunch of people on the whole planet. We just started keeping historical records very, very early, except the only thing, except they were certain kings, and not every king all over Ethiopia, not all the kings in Europe and tribal leaders. So that's game that people use. We can't find most.
Okay, and I accept that 100% as being the case, right?
Yeah.
So my thing, okay, when again, I'm being open to correction. When a person says that the curses, you know, because again, this is what I have been led to believe, and I could, and like I said, I have had to make correction after correction after correction, and go through different people and filter different things. So I look at the Israelite movement like an unorganized truth, right? And we taught that an unorganized truth, meaning that a well-organized lie, something that has been put together and structured over centuries, is going to be something that's new, or somebody bring out a new understanding of something. So, meaning that a person over here, they might have the truth, but then they might be pushing some things that are incorrect. So it's like a piece of a puzzle. So when I say that, if a person says, I've never seen a person sit down, right, and go through these curses and say, absolutely, his curse, that's not talking about a certain people. You know what I'm saying? I have never seen nobody sit down and actually do that. And my thing is, like, if a person can sit down and say, well, listen, you're claiming these curses or this cultural condition, these characteristics of your identity is not you, then I would be open, like would show me, you know what I'm saying? Show me that this isn't the case. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at all the people, William Crowdy, Brother Ben Ami, all the people that came before you had the social media and before you had all these doctrines, you only really had a few people that was teaching this. And it was based on faith, but it was based on looking at the characteristics of a group of people. So I'm saying if that's not the people that were scattered, you know, by the slave trade, then I would be open to see who is it then? You know, who are these people that are going to raise their hand and identify with being a scattered people in different lands and everything that they said that these people identity and culture would look like. That's all I'm.
You're under the impression that Crowdy and them and Saunders and them preached the curses show who we are.
I'm saying no. Why I brought up
black people that were Jews earlier. how did they identify as being Jews? By faith, or they looked at the curses and they woke up based on reading the Bible and looking at the curses and the Exodus story and all of that?
Well, no, the reason why I brought up William Carty and Brother Ben, not me, I was just saying, I brought them up saying that it was at their time, it wasn't all the doctrines that came with social media, meaning that it was a small community of people. I believe William Carty reading the Bible, understanding the Bible, and looking at the people, enslaved people, this different type of thing. That's how he came to understand. I believe Ben Ami was driving the bus, and he had a vision. He had a vision of something that came to him. But what I just brought them up saying that it wasn't this plethora of people bringing all these different doctrines like you have on social media. Meaning that it was only a handful of people teaching a few things that was pretty much you could follow. I'm saying that's why I'm bringing it up. I'm saying you didn't have one West, you didn't have all these different offshoots and all these different people to bring a different name or a different language or a different doctrine or a different this, that, and the third. So that's why I'm bringing that up. But I'm just saying that if that's not us, then like, you know what I'm saying, if a person can look at the curses and say, well, that's not you, then that's not talking about us, that's not talking about our condition, then I would be open to, for somebody to show me that. Because I'm confused, but I'm saying that I'm not talking about the confusion that comes from all these different doctrines, because to me it's a little bit of within that word, it's a little bit of truth. Everybody says so. It might be a little bit of truth, but it could be a whole bunch of 90% nonsense. So if you're looking at GOCC or IUC, okay, it's certain stuff that they saying that matches up, but there's a lot of stuff that's like, okay, I got to keep it moving to somebody else. If I'm making myself clear, I'm kind of rambling, but I don't know if I'm making myself clear what I'm trying to ask you.
Okay. All right. Type of one if y'all understand what he's saying. Fervent Charity says, type of one if y'all think the curses are something that you must look at, and the curses is going to reveal who God's people is. Fervent Charity, come to the microphone whenever you get a chance. Come to the microphone, because he said he seen the scholar the other day speak on the curses. I played the video. Dante said that there was white folk that believed on the curses, and people would spread out based on the curses. Having your conversation honest among the Gentiles. That what he says, that whereas they speak against you as evildoers, that are made by your good works, which they shall behold, glorify God in the day of visitation. Let me show y'all something. This good works right here, Fervent Charity. Somebody said we broad brushing Israelites. I just spent 3 years trying to separate Israelites from the camps, and turn around, I'm reading Dante's book. He using the same scripture. He using the same scriptures the camps use, but I press forward. I don't say the whole church. I don't want people to say the whole church like the Israelites do, but talk to me about this. Because when you leave some stuff out, if you leave anything out, now Al said it could be 90% garbage and 10% truth. I wonder how much truth you think the church got. Is it still 90-10? Because if you got 90% garbage, and then I start checking out the 10% truth that you got, every source that you got talk about dark Jews and light Jews too. Should that be a problem? Fair use. Listen to this.
Another reason why we call this man the devil that the Bible speaks of. 61-year-old woman just trying to do her job, make a little money, and this devil pulls out a gun and unalives her just for trying to do her job. And that is the reason why we call these people the devil. Shalom.
That's the reason we call these people the devil. White folk are devils based on that clip right there. Let me show you what really happened. See, if you leave out some of it, it's a lie. You make it to be a lie. Or you got a certain agenda. That's why you talk about that part right there. But maybe something else was happening. Let me see. Let's look at it. Let's look at what actually happened. Does this make a difference or don't make a difference? This white man is just a devil, and this is why we call all white folk devils.
Here behind me is where a scam call turned deadly, and I'm going to step out of the way here so you can get a look here. The man who lives here is accused of shooting and killing an Uber driver. He now faces a murder charge and potential other charges. According to reports, authorities say William Brock had been receiving multiple threatening scam calls the morning of March 25th. The calls were concerning an incarcerated relative, and Brock was told to meet at the courthouse to pay a ransom of $12,000 in bail money, or they would kill him and his relative. Around the same time of the call, Lolitha Hall received directions from the same person or an accomplice, instructing her to go to Brock's home to pick up a package for delivery. Dashcam video from Hall's car shows her arrive to Brock's home to pick up that package. According to reports from the Clark County Sheriff's Office, Brock allegedly had a gun. This video appears to confirm that.
Now, somebody called him, telling him his relative that's locked up gonna die, and he gonna die. This lady pull up. He thinks she part of the scam. He don't want to die. He pull a hammer out. He just grabbed the phone. He trying to keep her there, but she's scared. She want to slide because she don't know what's going on. Both of them don't know what's going on. That demon, oh, let me pull back. That brother that's teaching a doctrine of devils, because he want to preach the white man is wicked, so he show you a clip that he shot the woman. There's a broader context to the story, but they can't give you that. That's how come no Israelite would ever talk about the anti-slavery movements, the Underground Railroad, and white folk not going for none of this, moving with us and helping us. A demon, or should I say doctrines of devil, can never teach you that. You'll never find a camp. You'll never find a major Israelite with an Israelite channel out here that'll tell you white folk was helping in the Underground Railroad. There was plenty. They can't give you the whole story. And a lot of y'all are fueled because y'all ain't got the whole story. Fair use.
Can I respond to that?
Phone and wouldn't let her leave. And when she tried to go, authorities say Brock then shot Hall. They started fighting, and he shot her 2 more times. Authorities received a call from Brock saying he had shot someone on his property because they were trying to rob him. When units arrived, they found Hall with multiple gunshot wounds, and Brock was bleeding from his head. Hall was flown to Kettering Hospital in Dayton, where she died. Reports say while officials were on scene, Brock's landline phone kept ringing, and when one officer picked it up, the man on the other line said he was an officer. And the real officer explained what happened and asked the caller to meet. And he agreed, but never showed up. We reached out to Uber, and they responded with this statement saying, in part, quote, "There is no other way to describe this incident than a horrific tragedy. Our hearts continue to be with Lolitha's loved ones as they grieve her sudden loss. We have been in contact with law enforcement and remain committed to supporting their investigation." End quote. Uber also went on to say the account of the individual who ordered the Uber trip has been banned. The sheriff's office is also reminding residents to be extra cautious and that no law enforcement agency or court will call you and demand for bail money over the phone. That goes for any other court functions as well. Reporting in Springfield, Grace Hewitt, 2 News.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. Now, I understand what you're saying in regards to that doctrine, in regards to the devil doctrine, and all, putting all people of a certain ethnicity on a broad brush. But see, my thing again, when I look at the Israelite movement, okay, we could take Ben Ami for instance. I look at the Israelite movement as delivering you from the whole thing, meaning that, okay, when Israel, say when you look at the Bible, Israel was in Egypt under Pharaoh, you had different situations that transpired between the different groups, right? So once Moses took them out of that land and into a land of their own, and they started dealing with free people politics and free people culture, all the thing of dealing with racism and all that was over. So when we talk about from the Underground Railroad to the plantation to civil rights to all of that is part of the same captivity, so to speak. All of that is part of the same journey of captivity. All that whole thing. So the calling somebody a devil, the DEI, what's it called, the equal rights, that whole world, everything that you speak about when you talk about race relations, that's just part of the whole captivity. So once you are delivered from that, it's not even a thing of that, because you've been released from that relationship period. So now you're going and you're dealing with free people politics, free people culture, free people identity. free people world politics. You know, you're dealing with the issues of a man in his land. No longer dealing with all of that which you dealt with and you know, having to beg and complain and using the race car, because that's over. That was that world. Now I'm bringing you into another world with something else. So that's how people would look at that. You know what I mean? Like that's how I would look at that. I would say I can't say what other people look at, but I was.
If y'all understand what he, type of one if y'all understand what he's saying. Do you think the majority of the awakening is based off of using a race card, Al?
Well, no, I'm saying that okay, when you have people that are teaching that another group of people are devils, or that you have people that are teaching about that, and you said out your mouth, you said, well, there were people that were white that was on the Underground Railroad. I'm saying that it's not a thing of me casting this person as being good or evil. That's just all part of the same experience. That's just that's part of the whole American experience. So once I send a savior or a redeemer to you, I'm bringing you out of that relationship and into a relationship of a free man and woman. Just dealing with free man process. So I don't have to go to the man in Japan or any other free man that has a free people culture. They're not dealing with none of that. I'm dealing with the politics of my land. I'm dealing with my culture, my identity, and I'm dealing with free world politics. Not dealing with you being a devil or equality or DEI, none of that. I'm not dealing with none of that no more. Because that was part of what we left from that old reality. I don't know if I understand. It's hard for me to put it in a teaching way, but it's just like when we get caught up in, you know, calling somebody a devil, or hey man, it was black slave owners, or it was black white people. You know, that's just all part of the same relationship. It's no different. All of that is part of the same relationship. But if you had a free people culture,
all right, Orthodox more, you understand what he's saying? People call it folk devils there was some people teaching doctrines of demons before chattel slavery in the book of Timothy. Somebody was teaching doctrines of demons, and they promised in the last days going to be a falling away based on false teachings. Jesus said, nations, ethnos, nations shall rise against nations. More, you understand what he's saying? I'm
kind of catching it. Like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying like when the camps or anybody using like the appeals to emotion or whatnot, or the arguments where they're using racism and whatnot as the basis to it, that they're propagating the same thing that they're trying to talk against, and they're not actually realizing the freedom within the gospel, etc. Am I hearing you right or no?
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
No gospel right here. He ain't talking about no gospel.
No. I'm saying that's why
I heard him say something about when you're sent a savior. Like, so that's when I assumed he was talking.
Oh, okay. No, they say
not
savior. Go ahead, let me see what he said.
Well, that's why I tried to bring up Ben Ami. I tried to bring up his community in Demona as an example. They're not over there dealing with the issues that mainstream Black American culture is dealing with. Okay, we're in Demona, or we're here in Liberia, Ghana, wherever we're at, trying to, you know, do certain things economically. We're not stuck in, you know, what mainstream, you know, reparations and, you know, the eternal race card and all the things that comes with this relationship in America. I'm over in this land. I'm over here building. I'm over here dealing with my family. Say again.
You're out in Demona and whatnot.
Well, no. I'm just using I'm using that community as an example. Like I'm just saying that Demona, they're not dealing with the issue. We're not over here dealing with the drunkenness or getting high. We're not dealing with we're not dealing with the issues and the politics and the mindset of mainstream Black America. Like all of that is your American relationship. So we're out of that, and now we're dealing with being free men and women, dealing with free people politics, raising our children. You know, we're not in. That's what I'm saying. Like when I talk about being took out of that whole relationship, like when you talk about Israel being took out of captivity with Pharaoh. Now they probably was dealing with the same stuff, being under hard bondage. Okay, I'm being treated unfairly. Well, it's some good Egyptians. This is cool. It's rich Israelites that have made it in this society, and all these different type of stuff that went on under them people. But once Moses brought them out of that, relationship with Pharaoh and his people, they went and started doing their own thing up under their own government and God and culture. And it wasn't, it wasn't about that no more. It was about a free people politics, not the bondage thing, but free people politics, free people culture, and free people characteristics. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like I'm not the best at painting the picture in your mind, but I'm just trying to say that all of that would be over. So the people that's still talking about the white, painting people with a brush of being a devil, and we gonna rule you in a hereafter. That's not what the Bible is saying, because that's over. You know what I'm saying? Once I gather up my remnant. So that's all I was trying to say.
Okay, got you. Fair use. Listen to this.
And I get to live in the same squalor and mire that I was in before I came to Christ. That means I'm actually rescued from that, right? And here's the thing. This is not me pointing a finger at anyone who looks like me, because you could go across the board, whether you have a lot of melanin or less melanin. There is crazy culture, a set of ideas, right? A beliefs that people adopt that are anti-biblical and anti-God, right? So this is not a black or white thing, right? This is an issue of mindset. There is a mindset that's anti-God. There is a mindset that's God honoring, God glorifying, right? So I think you get that. But you see what he did there? Because he's not starting, I believe, with a biblical worldview, you end up saying things that are not right and exact. I still don't know his name. It had
it's Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's his name.
Fitzgerald. Okay, Fitzgerald, man, come on, get in the Bible.
True biblical Christianity looks at somebody in a different culture and says, hey, even though you're of this culture, even though you believe in different things or whatever, you can still be welcomed in the kingdom of God.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, believe different things? It needs to be. I'm trying to be gracious. I want to be gracious. But that's a troubling statement, though. What do you mean, believe different things?
And it's like you could be, if you're repentant.
Yeah.
This is kind of almost this anti-repentance theology, but I kind of want to joke with him and be like, even the slave owner, like, see what he would say, because whoa, they were gonna lose their mind if I asked that question. But just to show you how inconsistent he is, he makes it almost seem like, we don't have to have agreement on. It almost sounds like on really core stuff, and you could still be in the kingdom of God. Like you said, it's so generic. It's left to the interpreter to define what he actually means.
So look at April's statement here. I think this is really profound here. And here's the thing: people that don't understand the biblical worldview, and I mean not understand in the sense that, oh, I heard something about the Bible, I heard something about the church, or I've gone to church, or I was raised in a Christian home. I'm talking about people that don't understand who Christ is and what he has done. Hate this statement that April has up here. Notice what she says. He delivered me from the blackness and clothed me in his righteousness. Amen.
Amen. Tim at? Because these them Christians right here, Dr. Martin Luther King, civil rights movement, all of that took the church off of where the church need to be. The church don't need to be fighting for no civil rights. The church need to be in the kingdom, and the kingdom is totally different. They ain't dealing with the affairs of this world, and they're somewhere else. He's the other version of that Sister April right there. She said God delivered her from blackness. Let me call dispensational Tim right now. Let me call JT Mac right now. Y'all running around here talking about y'all Christians and y'all believe in this black stuff. Y'all want to fight white nationalism. Y'all want to talk about history. And there's a folk that's delivered, and that's not in their mouth. They look down on you worldly, carnal, black civil rights fighting Negroes. Oh, well, they wouldn't use that word, but believers. Your mind is, you're not thinking of lofty things of the kingdom. This thing is spiritual. It's not carnal and worldly and skin-colored flags and black cookouts, and it's not melanin doctrine, because everything y'all talk about when you start talking about the black church is melanin doctrine. Lyrically outspoken. What's good with you, fam?
And we're done, K-Dub. We the live is over. We finished. There's nothing that we don't have to do anything else. We're done. We're finished. All right.
Well, I find that very interesting because, as someone previously said, there are what 45,000 denominations.
Ah, she's trying to be clever. Clever. You see what she just did there.
Of Christianity, some that might be more welcoming and some that are totally damning.
Right.
And we're talking about the same.
Well, because if you include a bunch of heretical fake churches, false churches, yeah, you can have like a United Church of Christ with rainbow flags and things out there and say, that's one of the denominations. No, you can do that. Yes, you can do that if you paint with a broad brush and say, these are all churches, and they're not.
Right.
Book. We're talking about the same text that has been interpreted, some for that has been used in the positive, and some.
Hold on a minute. This is one of the problems we have right here. God is a black man, that's written. Some people say that's Malachi Z. York doctrine. Because you know, every cult, every group, the God looks like the individual people. So I'm not even mad. Malachi Z. York back in the 80s, early 90s, he was running around, God, Melchizedek, everybody black, everybody just Nathaniel and them doing the same thing. Does the Bible, I know, and they'll often say, well, Christians don't know the Bible, Revelation 1:14 and 15, because a knowledgeable Christian will tell you the Bible don't tell you what Jesus looked like. Oh, God, they're going to run to Daniel, a black man on the throne, and they'll start showing you pictures of stones and all of this stuff. They don't like when you say that's the glorified Christ. Is a real sword coming out of his mouth. That's symbolic. That's symbolic. That's a dream. It's symbolisms and dreams. But can't tell you folk that because y'all want to drag it down to something natural. So God is a black man. Let me stop this right here. Blackity, black, black, black. Now, when Garfield and other people come and they ask y'all, well, what is black? How do you understand this thing? Let me see if this is the right one first before I hit share. I'm gonna play a few of these, but y'all tell me. All right, look at this. All right, here you go. Y'all tell me, and this is where we run into the problem. Oh, Meg said earlier that, hold on, let me see if this thing will play. All right, it will. Meg said earlier that he thought we already went through those curses and you can't deal with those curses. Look at this right here. And y'all tell me. Matter of fact, Al, yeah, hold on a minute. Let me.
So you ain't black. This nigga say he ain't black, bro.
Are you taking picture?
You black, man. You can't be nothing else. You black, ain't it? You black as hell.
Look how that man look. That man's a black man. That man's an Israelite, Al. This man right here is an Israelite. As a matter of fact, I'm not just asking Al. I'm asking everybody. Is this man an Israelite? Is this man a black man?
Well, okay, can I respond? I'll make it real quick with this.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Yes.
We'll see again, that's what I'm saying. When you talk about black, or what we in the Israelite, where I've been shown to be like a byword or proverb. Now that Indian man, he's dealing with his culture being based upon a language and his cultural identity. So his identity isn't based on skin color; it's based upon his national identity or his origin, which would be somewhere probably in India somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So again, he's not black like how we would be called, because again, our culture was based upon skin color politics and class. So that man, he has a free people identifier, which is the land, the language, the culture, customs, traditions, and norms. So that was my whole point. I'm not making a blackity black argument. I'm just saying that all the blackity black stuff is based on your relationship with America. So I'm saying who. So when we talk about the curses, who is all these people that's going to stand up and say the first person? That man, he gonna say, "Well, I have my identity. I can point to a land. I have my culture, my norms, and these different type of things. I'm not defined by a black, red, orange, I'm defining myself by a free person politics. Because I remember when you asked the question, I think it was maybe 2 shows ago, where you said, what was the difference between, I don't know if you said John Hyrcanus or you talk about the Hasmoneans. You said, what was the difference between when Israel was up under the Greeks? I believe you might say the Ptolemaic era, and what's the difference between Black America?
And Roman, yes.
Right, and I wanted to call in because I'm like, well, it was a huge difference because again, when you talk about the Negro, the Negro has certain characteristics that are very clear that
Jump
stand
on,
out.
Leo,
And
if you're in the house. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You said, all right.
well,
I
yeah,
want to know about the curses.
that's what I was saying about that Indian man. Yeah, that's all. Like that, he's like, I'm not black. I'm an Indian. I have an identity, a real identity, and a real cultural identifier as the person that the culture was born like based on free people characteristics.
So we're the only
So
people born that's called a byword, nigger and black and all of that, and that's more Bible prophecy being fulfilled, right?
Well, I mean, but see, that's why I said I'm open to correction. If a person can show me, I'm like you have 7,000 plus ethnicities on the earth and 195 recognized nations by the UN. So if 95% of these people on the planet can say, well, let me, I'm not going by no byword. I'm not going by no black, red, Negro, colored, African American. I'm going by a recognized identifier that I can point to a land, a language, a culture, a norm. I'm not confused. I'm not having endless debates on who I might be. I can show you my people. I can show you the culture. I can show you the customs, the folkways, and I can point to you, and I can define myself by a free person ethnicity. So if I'm looking at the Bible, and I could be wrong, and the person has showed me that Israel would not have these things, that you would be discontinued from your heritage. So I'm like, well, if that's not talking about, so then who is it talking about? Look at look at the world. You go to Vietnam, the man, the Khmer man, you go to China, the Hmong man, the Han man, all these different men, they're not confused. And like I said, I'm right in my land. I'm right with everything that defines me. So that's why I said when you brought up the thing about the Hasmoneans and John Hyrcanus, I'm like, well, these were people that was in the land, that you had some of the people that were, okay, when you look at people and they like, well, okay, I'm living in my true Judean culture. So the people that was living among the Greeks, the Hellenized Judeans, the nationalized, when look at them, well, y'all living differently than the culture of our fathers. So that was the people that was in the language, was in all the elements, had all the elements, and it was a free people in the culture. They was under a colonization of their time. So that's different than the Negro. That's completely different than the Negro. So that's why I said people like us is standing on that. But I'm saying if you can show me somebody else that's dealing with that, then I'll be like, okay, well, I stand corrected. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it's thousands of people on the earth that we can study and look at, and then on top of that, it's only been a handful of people that's been taken into captivity and scattered by ships. So that's why I said.
So Limba that Ben knew they was Israel or believed it was Israel and had an oral tradition. The Ethiopian Jew that Ben knew they was Jew and had a tradition. That's what I'm saying. This is a crazy. Go ahead, Moore. Let me hear what you got to say.
I want to touch on this and what Matt was talking about, because this is why I was saying you got to take away the pseudo history first, because like so the curses are used as a gateway to jump into the pseudo history, because the pseudo history is the foundation of the whole thing, right? Because at the end of the day, like look at the fantastic claim that's being made, right? Like so the claim is that we're cut off. We're like somehow African Americans are cut off from culture, history, etc. that has to do with being Israel, right? But like, fam, we can literally we live in a day and time, fam, to where we can literally find out what parts of West Africa we come from. We're living in a day and time, but like this is what killed me, right? When I started studying the Gullah Geechee, the thing that killed me the most is I was like, fam, we got all this culture that we don't even know is here in America. But we live in a time where we can go back and get it. We live in a time where we can find out exactly what we connect to in Africa. We can go back to Africa to talk to these people. We can go back to Africa and reclaim that culture if we want their culture with them, right? We're not. We're not. This is why you got to take out the pseudo history, right? Because you can talk about the curses all day or whatnot, right? In the Bible, and you can break down the biblical concept to where like that's not the identifiers. That can't be the identifiers. We can sit here have all day and talk about like how there's no African American that's going to switch places with a Dalit in India right now. It ain't happening, fam. It ain't happening. You don't want to be them, fam. But if you get stuck in that comparison or whatnot, right, they're going to run back to some pseudo history or whatnot, something else, something. So you got to take away the pseudo history or whatnot. And then you, because again, it ain't going to be just doctrine you get it on, right? Because when it's just doctrine, you're gonna see what Fervent Charity was talking about, or when he's talking about like First Peter, whatnot. When it's their good works that you'll know them by, or you'll find out like what Covey's talking about is right and exact. Because Covey is 100% part the awakening, fam. He's exactly what the Bible's talking about. The Bible's talking about this concept of like what Paul describes. Like there's going to be people that come back to this thing. Like the gospel is something they tripped up on, but they're going to come back to this thing. Right, and when they come back to this thing, how do you know them? They're again, as a group of people, they're supposed to be holding up the Messiah as an ensign to the nations. There's a whole coming to Jesus moment where there's this whole national weeping for the one whom they've pierced, etc. concept, right? There's this whole concept of being a light to the nations and describing what Israel has to do in order to be that light. Like Fervent Charity's talking about the good works that you're supposed to do. They describes it step by step by step. So that part's easy to chop up in the Bible. It's easy to chop up in the Bible. But the hard part is taking away the pseudo history because, like Brand said, people weren't trained for it. But now you got people like again that in this day and time that are coming out with the information. Shout out to people like Vince Bantu all day. He can go in the conscious community and chop people up. Because he's doing two things. He's chopping up the pseudo argument, but he's replacing it with the real historical arguments. And he's again, people are saying, "Oh, we're cut off from our culture." No, why is he giving you the culture step by step in Africa? He's walking you from East Africa to West Africa, etc., whatnot, North Africa, Southeast Africa, all them kind of things and whatnot. He can break down all the history in terms of like the Christian cultures, etc., whatnot, right? He's even starting to delve into other cultures to understand how it. Like he gets into Islamic sources to understand what they're saying about the Christian concept, right? So,
he's gonna come from different angles. Brian Jones, are you talking to Moore? He thinks that everybody black got it good.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But at the same point in time, there's nobody black in this country that's going to trade places with $1 in India, fam. Would you?
The poorest. Do y'all understand it, or that's a lie right there? Even if you could be in the projects, not have no money, on welfare, whatever, there's other people that will trade unemployed. There's other people that a good bit of the known world that'll trade places with you just to be here.
Can I respond when y'all get done?
Go ahead.
Okay, now this is the thing about that, and I think that maybe what I'm saying is I'm not saying that we don't have a culture. Okay, and I'm not saying that it's woe is me, because at the end of the day, if you want to call us an oppressed people, we got it better than any, the untouchables of anybody. If you want to call us that, but what I'm saying, but this to me, when I look at the scripture, what you said is, and I'm open for correction. That was a moral and a spiritual thing, right? It was just like when Israel was in Egypt. Would you rather take Egypt, I guess you would say the America of this time, or a desert wasteland of the Levant with warring nations and something that does not even could be compared to Egypt? Remember when they left and they still wanted the fresh fruits and the fish? They still wanted the world of Egypt. They still wanted the infrastructure of Egypt in that world, right? So of that time, in that place, that was the top of the line. That was the top of the line. That was the first world nation. But Moses still seen fit to take them away from that and take you into the wilderness, until a place where you eat maize. To somewhere where you're in you're just a holy roly mess in this desert wasteland. So I don't think it's a thing of complaining about, because we know what time it is when it comes to America. living in anywhere else. I know.
Something happened to your microphone. Come on, Covey.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? I had a quick question, and it was really for more. But maybe y'all can chime in too. And this is actually a question that someone asked in the chat, and I thought it was actually pretty good.
So you think, I'm sorry, and then before you leave, I don't know if you're in the office or not. You believe the awakening is of God in the Bible, the holy God that created the heavens and the earth. You believe this awakening is of God?
I don't know, because it depends on what you do with it, right? Are you awakening just to your nationality to promote your nationality, or is there something else behind it? I mean, it really depends on what your definition of awakening is. But it kind of goes along with the question that I was going to ask, right? So someone asked, how can it be that what happened with me could be considered part of the awakening, but what happens with some black people is called an awakening? What's the difference between those?
The more, that's specifically for more.
Yeah, so 100%. Like, so
So
that's
can you say again? I call.
So, and shout out to people like Blacktastic one more time for coining the term faking and whatnot, because the fakening is about skin doctrine, right? The awakening is like, so Kobe came to like a cultural awakening. He found out he was Jewish. He found out he had a history connected with that stuff. He found out he had a culture connected with that stuff, right? Everything about his culture is underneath Christ. It's not separate from, it's not above. It doesn't define Christ. It's defined the other way, whatnot, right? Do I have that right, Kobe, or no?
Yes, that's exactly how I would see it too. People don't often listen to me, so I just ask the question so someone else can say it, so it's kind of maybe more understandable to them.
Right. So when you're repping it the way Kobe's talking about, like, so again, this is the same way Paul's talking about this thing. The culture that the Jews have in the Bible that are coming to Christ or whatnot, it's not above the Messiah. They're holding the Messiah up as an ensign. That's literally part of the culture of the thing, right? It's not a skin doctrine thing. It's the skin doctrine aspect is nowhere in the text, and that's why it's in a faking fan. It's a fake doctrine. I hope that was sufficient.
Oh, do you agree with that?
I do 100%. And the thing I think that's often left out about this is for those that claim that they came to an awakening of their culture or of being Israel, it's like, what does that really mean? You know what I mean? Like, are you just awakened to you being somebody, or do you live out what you've been awakened to? You know, so let's say this was being awakened to Christ and Christ alone. Once you realize that Christ is your savior and you want to live for him, things change about you. You take on what's called the Christ culture, right? And you start living in a Christocentric type of way. You display the fruits of the Spirit, and you're charitable and all those things. I just see it as if you're awakening. If your awakening is in this Israelite movement, or however you want to say it, things would change for you. You know, there would be some form of that culture that would make itself.
If they were already saved, then that's what I'm saying. I want to talk to some people in here that already believe, that's not going to keep no feast and all of that stuff. They were already believers. Mm-hmm. What do you expect to change? They need to start keeping the feast. They need to start putting on fringes. What do you know in that sense?
Well, to me, it's more about intention, right? It's about a matter of the heart. If you say that, if you're already saved, you're already a believer, and you come to this awakening that you're Israel, I would just assume that you would want to carry that out in some form or fashion, however you think that would be, right? Just like the rabbi said, the law is malleable. When I started taking my first classes for my Jewish studies degree,
they didn't want to hear that, Kofi. You remember that? They didn't want to hear that. They made it sound like the law wasn't malleable. It is. No, it's always been this one way from the gate.
Yeah, never. It's constantly changed. Matter of fact, God made provisions for different aspects and different ways to adhere to the law during different epochs or times, or for those dispensationalists.
Do you remember that people came in here and made it sound like that was not so?
100%, 100%. But Christians
now, do you feel they should say, y'all got a point right there? Because I feel they'll never do it. Y'all got a point right there. I can agree.
Yes.
Now that I look at it. Why don't that happen? I'm sorry.
Because they can't. I think that they want to shut down any form of any form of Judaism, whether it be Israelism or any kind of law keeping, and they want to shoot all that down for the sake of Christ, which is understandable. But where's the grace that Christ affords us? You know, part of the reason that he died was to afford us a sense of grace, and it wasn't a sense of grace to keep us, in a sense, to keep us completely separated from doing any good works for God. It was just a grace to do it in the best possible way to show your neighbor that you love them, you know? So I find that to be interesting. It's just a lot of people don't like to admit really when they're wrong on certain subjects, and it's a shame. You know, it's a shame. I think we can really evolve as a community if more people were willing to admit. Like, I remember as you remember. I know people don't want to admit it, but I remember as you remember. When I first came on Berean TV, there were no Jewish slaves on them ships. I remember that. Then some people say it's moving the goalpost. I just say it's updating your position based on the latest information. Goalposts should always be moved based on the latest information. Now I am of the position that maybe there were Jewish people on them ships, whether they were the top, bottom, whatever. That stipulation wasn't even made in the beginning. A lot of things have changed. I just think it's cool to acknowledge where we were right, where we were wrong, and how we can continue to grow. Like the whole thing, I know you got beef with that whole Purim thing. Before that whole thing jumped off, I had even compared Purim to a Jewish Halloween before then. I never wore the mask. Before then, yeah. I never wore the mask.
Okay.
But the thing is, you keep asking, why didn't Kobe say anything at that point? It's because the people that were dogging Halloween were also dogging everything about my Jewish customs and cultures. So I'm not going to back them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Had it been someone like Elder Green or you know, another Israelite that
make plenty sense. What's good?
Yeah, I would have backed them.
Good sense. Yes.
So yeah, it's just, but I'm trying to make a distinction, but I'm also trying to keep it fair and consistent across the board, you know? So, and it's like Moore said, when we're talking about this awakening, and I think the reason Elder Green doesn't want to acknowledge if the awakening is from God or not is because there's a lot of nuance to it. Because there's someone like me that discovered certain aspects of their family history and chose to embrace it. Some would call that an awakening. Meanwhile, there's others who found out that the black people fit the curses, and now they want to say that the black man are the only righteous and the rest are going to be enslaved in the kingdom. That's an awakening. So there's a nuance there. So you can't really condemn or promote the entirety of the movement based on the variations therein. You know what I mean? There's just a lot to consider.
Read, this is for you. Read my brother. Oh, hold on, Elder. Hold on. No, go ahead, Elder. Go ahead, Kobe. I'm sorry.
It says, Kobe, are you willing to admit the so-called blacks of America are Israel and no one fits the curses but the Negro? No. Even those that are super extreme and hardcore the campers, the leader of said camp said that, you know, you can fit any amount of curses at any amount of time in history and it would still apply to you. So-called black people. Yeah, you remember that. So it's again, there's a lot of nuance there. There's a lot of things that have to be considered. Am I willing to admit the so-called blacks of America? Yes, sir.
Well, and see again, I'm 100% open to correction. And the thing about, and I understand that the extremists in the Israelite movement, they do give it a black eye and a bad name. And I understand what people are saying, because I don't feel any type of slavery is going to go on in the, you know, in the kingdom. I'm not of that persuasion. I guess I'll be more with Ben Ami, you know, in the guys. But my thing is, okay, when you say, and that's what I said, if somebody is to debunk the characteristics of a person's, like, you know, a lifestyle or a group of people's lifestyle, I looked and I said, well, who are all these people that are scared? You know what I'm saying? Who is raising their hand to say this? And these people that are scattered, are there, if you look at that Leviticus, right? We bounce it over to Leviticus, and you look at the characteristics of how their community will be. When they talk about the idols, when they talk about the highways and the byways and the corners, when they talk about all these things, right? Now I'm from Detroit. And I look at Leviticus, and again, I could be wrong. I go up and I see the strangers. And that kind of fits with what the Bible says about the strangers. if I look a little bit and I look at all these things, I'm like, well, who else is this? The people that are claiming to be the house, the people that have the name, these people have for the most part always been a powerful people. They've always been people that have been what they call not swarthy. What's the word? When you say you're good at business, not frugal. What's the word? It's skipping right now. But people that have been good at business, people that have been good. So, you said what word?
No, savvy.
True.
Savvy. What are you talking about? True. Okay. Okay.
True. You know, these people have always been able to exercise muscle, exercise power, and they have always had a solid knowledge of self, of economics, of politics, etc. So it's like I'm not taking away from nobody's experience, but I'm saying if somebody is to debunk that, like I said, I'm going right back to the church. But my thing is like when I look at it, even when they talk about when it talks about how the children will go and hide themselves under the shadow of Pharaoh, but then that will turn around and be their shame. And I'm just like, man, it's just so much in this that just looks like the Negro. It's just so hard for me to like turn away from. Like, I don't feel everything.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Pastor Mike said there's only one awakening, and that's awakening who Christ is. Leo said, based on what you just said, always been a powerful people. That's how the Moore was saying you got to tear the pseudo down. Jews ain't been always powerful and ruling the world. I don't even say they rule the world now. They ain't ruling all in Dubai. You got some billionaire Jews and all of that stuff. But this is based on lies. Oh, the Jews always ruled the planet. They've been ruling the planet. Most of the years, I don't buy into Jews rule the world. I don't buy into the protocols. Leo don't buy into the history. Them folk was getting terrorized in Europe. Terrorized and robbed and murdered. Y'all making them to be powerful for the last 3,000 years. Jews been powerful and controlling wars on that's lies. That's lies. That's plain lies. But we bought into so many lies that we start preaching. It can't be all these historical lies. It can't be all these lies and the awakening and this thing be of God. Come on, Dunamis. Come to the microphone. Don't run no muck.
Not even no muck, but because I saw someone say, see, for them it's all or nothing, right? For them it's all or nothing. Brian, I see the panel. Who's been saying no one but the Negro fits the curses? And the curse is the clear-cut way to see who Israel is. Prophecy.
Hey, Dunamis.
Me, sir.
Hold on.
I mean, can you? I mean, I'm open to correction, sir. I need the help.
Hold on, bro. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. If you're saying no one else but the Negro, right, and the curses, to me, there's an undertone that only those who've gone through the transatlantic slave trade, right, or those connected to the transatlantic slave trade are Israel. I could be wrong, but that's what we've been hearing for years. So folks are saying, no, we never said all. We never said all. All we said was the curses. But who fits the curses?
Kobe,
folks willing to admit that
people pick cotton, Kobe?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did your people pick cotton?
Yeah, matter of fact, the city where my wife works as a teacher, it's called Robstown. And they're called the Robstown Cotton Pickers. And if you heard, they were on the news maybe about a year ago that people are finding it racist, but it's all Mexicans. Like her grandma picked cottons in the fields where she's now a doctor. You know what I mean? So it shows that it's not a generational type of curse type of thing. You are what you make of yourself. So yeah, my people did 100%.
You are what you make of yourself. So go ahead, Dumas. I want to hear that.
Yeah, so Kobe, with that, because correct me if I'm wrong, Kobe, you've been around, more you've been around. Have folks been making this claim that it's been some of the Negro that fits the curse in Israel, or no else but the Negro fits the curses? And this created other groups, not all Israelites, but in mass. A lot of these Darbyites, a lot of campers.
So the campers are going to say they're going to say like Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans and whatnot.
True, that's yeah.
But you got your Darbyites, and then you got your Negro only people who came off the. There's a Negro only movement that came off the camps like Fopi in the chat and whatnot, right? Like they came away from the camps from One West and they went away from the Latino Native American and went just Negro only, right? So there's 100% claims like that. There's a group out there that definitely talks about the Negro only council. We're talking about all, right? And then it's slid to, okay, maybe some of people that came off the slave ships weren't and whatnot, and then it gets super muddy from there.
But thank you for clearing that history up, because it was the curses, and that's why some folks, including Latinos and Hispanics, also deal with the 12 tribe chart and all that kind of stuff, right? But in no way were folks saying the Ashkenazi or other Jewish communities were real, except for those who went through the atrocities mostly in the West, right? From Latinos and Hispanics and the Negroes. And then now, folks who were saying some, that was a claim that we didn't hear. If it was done by them, it's supposed to do DNA, folks who are said to converts, or folks who come from Jewish communities. But it's very rare to hear in Israel, in my opinion. I could be wrong. More you've been around, Kobe, you've seen some things. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. The whole thing about other folks other than Negro, and then that there's some, not all, that wasn't espoused in Israel. And folks are going around telling black folks that you Israel. Bring you Israel. Elder Mike, you Israel.
Everybody walking down the street. Oh, you nigga, hey, bro, you is like right off rip. Hey, you Judah, fam. Hey, blah, 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 blah. And then they might find out you Haitian. Oh, okay, you might be a Levite. All them, yeah, like that's what was going on there. Even if you were dealing with the whole concept of the natives and Latinos and whatnot, you were saying you were definitely saying that all the Negroes you were running into were Israel. That's how it was starting off. Period.
Hey, can I make a real quick point? I know the conversation has evolved since from the point I'm about to make, but I still think that
I didn't hear what he said. But to go off what Jimmy said, I agree.
I wanted this brother to come to the microphone. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't want to start chopping it up. Come to the microphone. I want to hear what you got to say.
You talking to me, Marion?
No, not you, Sean. Not you, Sean. Or he left. I thought that was ass. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I want to make a quick point real quick. So I know the conversation has evolved a little bit because I came up kind of late. But Moore had brought up that, nobody, most people wouldn't want to, or anybody wouldn't want to change places with dollar Indians. And right after that, Beran said, there are people that would trade places with you, even if you're on welfare, you live in the projects, you broke, you're unemployed. There's people in the world that would want to trade places with you. This is true. I feel like a dollar Indian or somebody who comes from extreme poverty would have no problem coming and living in the projects and having to start from that particular position in the country, because they know they're going to take they don't think like we think. They know they know they're going to take the hand that you were dealt and they're going to turn it into something within one generation. See, they think differently, and we don't think like that. So we'll stay in the projects generation after generation.
So we don't think like that because the curses are on us?
No, because there's people that made it out the projects. There's people, you know what I'm saying? I grew up in East New York, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's none. It's surrounded by projects. All right. It's just all basically that's out there. All right. So, and a lot of us made it out of there. One generation in, next generation, all the kids, graduate from high school, move out the projects, live in private development, or end up buying houses.
Where you live, pink houses?
Mindset. I lived in by Linden houses over on Fairfield Towers.
Okay.
Right. So you come out, you come out of this area. I mean, you're living in a certain in a certain mind frame where you feel that anybody that comes here gets help. Well, migrants, everybody get help, certain things. But those same things are there for you. Like, they know they're going to take free education. They'll get here and you get a free education. Okay, they know that children that they brought, free education, you can't get that nowhere. You know what I mean? Until you get to the university level. You get to college level. Then you got to start paying. But I can guarantee you within one generation, those people will get here and they'll turn it around. They'll make something with that hand. They'll take your hand and they'll make something with it.
So,
make something
Kobe,
out of it.
so Kobe, is that the awakening, or is that not the awakening? If the curse is on you, and you got to start keeping law, statutes, and commandments. A lot of people made it out the projects. They still was going to church on Sunday. They still was eating pork. So how the commandments gonna raise them up if you got to go back to keeping the laws? Kobe, are you cursed or not?
No,
Or
definitely
you
not
find
cursed.
that
Definitely not.
universal, or you cursed or not?
No, and again, I don't think those curses were in a sense of a prophecy. I just, in the way they were written, I think they were the stipulations of a contract, a covenant. You know, it was an if then. And I know some people want to say prophecy, but there's still another thing. You know, that doesn't make sense to me, in the fact that if we're looking at it, every time someone looks at these curses, we're looking at it from a historical perspective, right? In the history, my people went through this. Realistically, no one is going through any of the curses described in Deuteronomy 28. And even in that, we say all the time, one of the foundational principles for reading the Bible is it was written for us, but it's not written to us. It's extremely hard, and it's actually a disservice when you read the Bible in such a way that you got to place yourself in it, right? And it seems like that's kind of the reason a lot of people are in the position they're in now. There used to be a time when the slave narrative paralleled the Exodus narrative, and they found hope in that. Most Excellent always tells us stories of these slave narratives and how they persevered by looking at stories like the Exodus, and that helps them through. Over time, they saw themselves so much in the Bible, they started to believe themselves to be these people, and now it seems like certain people group have sort of an identity crisis going on because they no longer know who they are. And I think that comes from really reading yourself and everything around you into the Bible. We got to understand, right? We got to understand that American Protestantism or evangelicalism, or even our whole way we do theology or read the Bible, is the smallest population of Christians or Bible believers or Bible readers in the world. We are in the minority over here. The way we do Bible, the way we read the Bible, and the way we experience the Bible is the minority position of the entire world. We're extremely Amerocentric, and the way we do things is supposed to be the standard, when that's not what it is. If anything, we're continuing on what the colonizers did when they came from Europe, right? They colonized everybody they came into contact with. And now it seems like we are carrying on that tradition by telling the rest of the world, this is how you should do it. This is how you should read the Bible. You got to put yourself in there. Like, we're trying to colonize them to how we think we should be doing biblical exegesis. And it's a disservice to the rest of the world and the rest of the Christians out there.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah, the flip side of your question, you know what I'm saying, Brent. So what Sean's talking about and what Ezra's talking about, like the mindset aspect, that's part of a real biblical awakening, right? That's coming to Christ in any way, shape, or form or whatnot, is going to have this concept of renewing the mind in there for him. And so that the concept of getting out the hood in the generation is 100% part of an awakening, a real awakening concept, because being able to apply this thing for real, it's a whole resurrection of the dead concept, fam. Like on a whole mindset level and whatnot. It's being a living sacrifice on a daily basis or whatnot, right? This renewing of the mind thing is something that you can implement from any, you can be the Dalit and implement this mindset and come up. You can be the so-called Negro, implement this mindset and come up. You can be anybody, implement this mindset and come up. That's the whole point of this thing. That's why it's universal. It's a mindset thing. It ain't a skin tone thing, none of that thing.
Well, can I say one thing?
Are you sick?
Go ahead. Somebody want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say, and again, the whole, getting out of the hood, right? Because I wanted to ask the gentleman. He said that the curses is not that nobody's under him, or that they're not future prophecy. I would want him to bid on that if he could. But okay, when you say the getting out of the hood, or the getting out of something, when a person says something like that to me, with a person that kind of would agree more with the Israelite thing, to me, that's still all captivity talk, right? And that's just the way I would hear that, because again, what I've been led to understand is that it's not no getting about the hood and all that type of stuff. This is going into being a man on the land with a free people identity. It's not about no social thing or still being up under somebody. Like I don't feel that the Hasmoneans or any of the kings or anybody that you talk about in scripture dealt with that. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the whole purpose why they was mad at the side and what they thought was right at that time. Because it wasn't about being up under the Greeks or the Romans or being up under somebody else's culture. This is about free people rulership under our own dominion and up under our own demand, under our own mind. And when you talk about the dialects, I don't think that, like, I mean, that's still somebody that's coming over here as Alawat or Azad or Harate, you know, and under their identity. That's not Negro Richard or Negro Johnson or Nat or Mr. Jenkins Johnson and Powell. It's I just don't think I just, like I said, man, I understand where y'all coming from, but it's
Let me
like
ask you a question,
I
bro.
don't
Do I have
look
an
at
identity?
getting up out of you.
Am I Negro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I Negro?
Yes, sir.
Do I have an identity?
Yes, sir.
So what are you saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that, okay, if you look at the Bible, remember when I believe that was in Nehemiah when they, I guess some of Israel, they had, you know, Babylonian names up under them, or they put certain customs from their captivity was mixed in. You know, the language was mixed in. They brought back some of the customs of God back to the land and stuff like that. When we talk about Mr. Powell Jones and you know, Brown and watching these different type of people, we're talking about having you know, being under still under a chattel, being under the same situation of your foreparents. So if somebody has told me this and I have kind of abandoned Mr. Morris, I'm saying that I'm not talking about no social economic getting up out of no ghetto. I'm talking about going into a whole new thing, a whole new reality.
Okay.
So you coming to me?
I got you. I
see what I'm
got you. Hold on, real quick. I got you. Like, so I'm saying the same concept, right? So in this concept of renewing the mind or whatnot, right? Like me in this country, do I not have the right and the ability to change my name if I want to? I'm asking you, like, can I change my name?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if I wake up to the fact, like, oh, this is a slaveholder's name, I come from other people than this, and I decide to change my name. Like, do I got the ability to do that? So what's the issue? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, and see, and that's why I said I'm not. That's why I said I come up. You know, I was up under. You know, we went to the same schools, and I came up under the same culture. So somebody who like me who has rejected it and fallen away from that, I'm saying that the people that look at the Israelite thing, we're looking at it as a whole 360. You know, as a whole redemption. So back into a standard of righteousness. And both things, standard of righteousness and free people politics. So that relationship that we've continuously had, the relationship of getting out of some type of situation when you're still the same old Negro in the suburbs, you're still the same nigga with the same mentality in the suburbs. We're talking about a whole new thing, like a whole new reality with Christ under righteousness, but away from being under Pharaoh and his people. So that's all my thing. So when they say
you got me stuck. My man that's on the screen. He said once again his mindset. So how'd I get out the hood? Like how'd I get from the hood to the suburbs if I didn't change my mindset?
You ain't got to stop. You ain't got to stop eating pork. Plenty people made it out the hood. It ain't got nothing to do with the law, statutes, commandments. It's all a mindset and an excuse.
So, no, but that's the. I mean, but to me, I don't.
This is not the way.
I don't look at Oprah.
It's not the math ain't math.
Okay. No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't look at Oprah as a different negress than Keisha on the corner. Like I look at it's the same condition, it's the same culture, top to bottom. It's the same view of the world. So when I say again, I'm open to correction.
Oprah don't think like you. Oprah ain't thinking about you in this awakening.
No. I'm not saying, sir. I'm not saying that she thinks like me. I'm saying that I'm not making my thing strictly an economic thing. I said from what I've been taught, and I said I could be wrong. From what I've been taught, it was about bringing a person about the whole, bringing that righteous remnant of people, or righteous remnant, the people that's gonna humble themselves to God in Christ, bringing them out of all that whole relationship under captivity, the whole thing. So I'm not dealing with trying to improve my social economic under another homogeny of people. That's over. I'm bringing you into a whole new reality, a whole new world, a whole new understanding. The people saw King David, Saul, none of them people was dealing with what went on in Egypt. That was over. That reality up under Egypt was over completely. We're in this land dealing with free people issues now.
Bro, you got me so stuck.
Social economic.
You got me so stuck.
I mean,
because your example was the people in Dimona. The people in Dimona aren't even citizens, fam. They're residents.
No, so I only brought up Dimona. I said that Dimona, they're not dealing with the issues that mainstream Negroes are dealing with in America.
Right,
That's
not
why
even
I brought
citizens
that.
in the country that they're in, so they're still under another country like you're talking about. They're not the free people
I
that you're even
understand,
talking
but that's not
So
publicizing the
what
Bible. That was a man doing his own thing.
when the camps came out, what Israelite group was talking about starting their own nation and whatnot? Because I don't remember that, fam.
From like I said before, this was supposed to be up under Christ. Once the fishers and the Redeemer came, this was supposed to be up under Christ. I used Dimona as an example that they went somewhere else and gave up the Negritudes and
Right. I'm hearing what
all
you're
the stuff
saying
we
is your
dealing with in
doctrine.
America.
I'm not trying to cut you. I'm hearing what you're saying is your doctrine. My question is, when was this the historical argument of the people making the Israelite argument? Because like in history and chronology, I don't remember what you're talking about. Like where the camp, who remembers the camps talking about starting their own nation, getting their own like physical
Never. We sound like a mixture of Farrakhan and so. If that's the place, y'all supposed to have your own bank, your own land. You want a nation within a nation. Y'all supposed to have all that. Ain't no Israelite got no banks. They can talk about the church all they want, but Nathaniel them getting money. They ain't finna open up no banks. They want to blend them with the other.
I'm saying that if the righteous really supposed to be gathered up by God, it wasn't supposed to be no building nothing in no America. I'm not or building nothing. It's again the people gathered up by the righteous remnant of people. Just going hundreds of the God is gathered up, and once you gather up, the troublemakers are separated, and then those people, the righteous people, is going to be restored through God in Jesus Christ. I'm not saying I just used them as an example to say that they're not dealing with the Negroes and mainstream American issues. That's why I brought that example up.
What you saying and what the church is, a separate people. I agree. You said it, and what Matthew 16 he said, upon this rock I'm gonna build my church.
No, I agree with the church, with parts of the church in their thing. My only contention was with who is identifying who isn't. So if a person say to me, listen, at the end of the day, that's not talking about you, then I accept that I was wrong. I'm searching, but I'm saying that if somebody can show that listen, this ain't you, and that this don't have anything to do with you, then I've never seen a person sit down and just completely just show it not to be the truth. I've never seen that. It's like, well, like I said, everything can be moved left or right. I'm not saying everything is 100%.
No, because I agree. Like I'm somebody who makes the historical argument, like that there is a case to make for West African Jewry coming off the slave ships or whatever. Right? I say some, not all. I do my best to point out to that historical culture and material culture that we can touch, taste, feel, listen to, all that type of stuff, right? However, like that's a whole lot different than what you're talking about, right? And so I'm saying
what he's talking about is not Bible. What he's talking about is not. Read, this is Pastor Mike right here, Galatians. And if you are Christ, then you are Abraham also.
I was just going to go there because I was going to say, because even if you are the people or whatnot, any way, shape, like even if you are like a descendant of any Jewish group or whatnot, like the scrolls are going to tell you, right? none of that matters unless you're circumcised in the heart, fam. The flesh part, like unless the flesh part matters not in this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't.
I
Like,
agree 100% though.
No, you
I
don't. You
never
can't
argue.
agree 100%
But
because
I
you
never
still
will argue
you
with
want
you
to be
today.
the people, and you're pressing for the people, and you're pressing for the awakening. Like God got this thing going on, and God got all this bad doctrine, this rape doctrine, and all this nonsense we're seeing. Most of the awakening, these folk ain't living right. They doing what they want to do. Cussing, carrying on, cussing ain't a joke. Man, you ain't got to get mad. You ain't got to follow white man. The awakening is madness. We got to call this for what it is. Now, is there some good things
That's
for
the
it? The
extremes.
other thing is
Those
doing
are the
is the
extreme people.
awakening, like the prosperity gospel. It's a curse in the church, and it's false, but it's connected with the church. It's only one or two things. What he's saying ain't making no sense to me. That's me personally. The awakening is not right and exact by any stretch of the imagination. That's where I'm at now. Kobe come and Kobe said, well, he became awakened. He was already in Christ, but he started wearing fringes. He drove 1,000 miles to go in the mikvah and get down with Ella Green and start learning about the culture to add to the culture. I don't see that as devil worship. I don't see anything wrong with that right there. Go ahead, Dunamis. Now, what D-folk preaching out here, what D-folk preaching, this ain't right and exact. This don't line up with the book. I don't care what fervent charity them quote. This ain't lining up with the book. Oh, you white people, you Christians better acknowledge who the people are, because y'all gonna find we going to hell because we don't acknowledge Black Americans. Boy, you crazy. Y'all twisting that whole book up. Go ahead, Dunamis.
No, it's just for Al Norris. Would you say that the culture they kept on the Iberian Peninsula is that Israelite culture, and would you accept it?
You said Ebenezer?
The culture they kept on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal.
No, I agree with you. Okay.
We say that's Israelite culture, and would you accept it?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not familiar with the. You talking about the Sephardic people, correct?
Sephardic people, because the narrative goes, the majority of folks are not saying from another group. They're saying that the Jews that left Iberia during the expulsions, Sao Tome, West Africa. Would you say the culture they kept in Spain and Portugal is that Israelite culture, and would you accept it?
Yeah, I'm open. I'm open to anybody that can straighten this thing out and bring me to righteousness. Okay. I'm open. Like I said, if you can. That's why I don't really want to. I don't get into like, okay, I'm just asking. I don't want to get off in the saying, oh, well, they not, or these people are not, or that's not, or arguing about language. Right. Okay.
So would you accept rabbis?
Oh, yes.
You accept oral tradition, Jewish oral tradition?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So Purim, you would keep Purim?
I'm not familiar with Purim. The reason why I do look at rabbis is just because, like I said, with the Israelite thing, it's so many differing. Like it's always somebody that want to bring somebody new or keep me in a relationship that I was taught that we was going to get away from. But I do look at rabbi as far as I do look at that though. Yes.
So with it, the culture that's from, I mean, the rabbis or tradition, or including the Talmud, things going down, you would accept that as part of Israelite culture?
No, I don't know about the Talmud now. I'm not sure about the Talmud.
That's why I asked about all tradition is Talmud.
Okay. I might pull it back off the Talmud. I don't know about that. Now. I'm not going to sign up for
right Jews, but from what I see, Morgan, you correct me. There are more rabbinic Jews than there were Karaite Jews in Spain and Portugal.
Right.
So, and the instruction that rabbis are going to get, a lot that's going to draw from the oral tradition, from the Talmud and things of that sort.
Dunamis, why are you trying to set him up? What part of the Talmud? Because the Talmud consists of the Mishnah, the Gemara, and also rabbinic interpretations. Why are you trying to set him up, man?
I'm trying, because the whole standpoint is, folks, it's weird because folks are saying the captor strictures of our religion and our culture, but we go back to Spain and Portugal, we see what they do in Spain and Portugal, Jews en masse worldwide are doing. Maybe except for the Karaite Jews, but no one's saying the descent from Karaite Jews, right?
Yeah, they're small factions.
Communities.
So it's weird that like we want to take out culture. On one hand, and say we can get a culture, but when you expand the culture in Spain and Portugal, oh no, no. But by what measure? Then when folks all of a sudden the captors beat it out of us and put on a new culture, where they get that from? Because we see the Jews in Jamaica that left Spain during the expulsion kept it going. So what culture was really beaten out of them?
I really think that whenever they talk about culture, they're simply talking about dietary laws and possibly language. Most often than not, most Israelites have no understanding of Israelite culture in general. They're just trying to go based off of what they've been told. Unfortunately, most teachers in Israel don't know anything beyond dietary laws and some of the feast days, you know?
So you think this awakening is of God, Kofi? You personally?
I think what's being promoted on the internet creates Christians that don't want to see anything Jewish. I think this internet awakening is doing a disservice to what the legitimate claims within Israelism. Like Orthodox Moore says all the time, he is one of the advocates that there were some Jews that came over on the slave ships. He's got some real good arguments for it. However, no one's going to take it seriously because all we hear is these internet Israelites are saying, no, it was everybody. And when you hear stuff like that, it causes doubt on the entire movement. They do a disservice.
Not just the thing about it was everybody, the hatred, the pseudo. Pseudo in Israel. You don't see hatred in Israel.
But there's hatred within.
People don't even know. All they know, white folk wicked. We Israel, they don't even seek to know no more because don't call them Jesus. Jay wasn't around. What else do they do? What else do they say? They're just regular Black Americans. Outside of that.
Yeah, but Berean, I mean, we got to be.
You see them walking down the street, then you can't tell they Jewish.
Yeah, you can. But again, we have to be fair. We can't say that Christianity didn't go through its time in history where they were acting the exact same way. Like you brought up the book a number of times. Our hands are stained with blood. Christianity had some skeletons. You know what I mean? Not many people know. Okay,
no,
yeah,
I don't mind the skeletons, but I'm talking about like as time went on, Christianity, anybody that says they believe in certain doctrines on the nature of Christ, Christianity already established them. They're outside the cult. Everything go in Israel. Jesus an angel, Jesus the one with the Father, Jesus beneath the Father. Every doctrine go in Israel as long as you're Israel. There's very little banging against each other on Israel.
And that's also too.
Anything goes as long as it's black folk, because you beneath us, Kofi.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm like a third class.
For one moment, and don't every Israelite here believe that.
Yeah,
you ain't original.
I know, and I found it funny earlier. Someone mentioned in the comments like it's easy for Kofi because he doesn't have to prove his Judaism. I'm like the only one that has actually legitimately proved it, and no one even cares because I'm not the right color.
Come on,
it's hard for me, but that's just on the internet. In real life, you know what I mean? People see me with my kippah, they see me with my fringes. Like I said, I work in a seminary, a Baptist type seminary, and everybody is okay with me being Jewish there. You know what I mean? They all know I'm getting a master's in Jewish studies, and this is what I want to do. They're gonna allow me to be a professor over at that seminary to teach on the lines of like Craig Evans, where I can show the Jewish interpretation.
Problem, and they have no problem in the real
absolutely
world.
No problem. It's
but that's a place of higher knowledge, higher institution. That's not just nonsense these people talking about on this internet.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Good.
COVID.
Yes, sir.
You come on now. We gotta take this claim. Abraham had a son, and his son had a son. Well, two sons. Abraham had multiple sons, but there was a promised seed. And that promised seed, Isaac, had a son. That was a promise, Jacob. And that son, Jacob, had 12 sons. You are what your father is, Kobe. We gotta stop this, right? Because I've been hearing it for a long time. More, you can speak to this with the DNA that clearly, black folks in America are just homogenous. E1, B1A, E1. I don't know. I'm not a DNA expert. So we just all fit one haplogroups. We all went through the curses. And so we just bloodline instead of Israel, just plain like that. Why can't you accept that, Kobe?
There's a lot of things to consider. If it let's say the E1B1A is the DNA of Jacob. It would also be the DNA of Esau. So how do you know which one you would be? You know, and to say that you come from one of the 12 tribes, one of the tribes is not even going to be in heaven, right? Dan isn't even mentioned in Revelation. So there's a lot of things to really look at. Now, like Met said, to the simple, all things are simple. If we're going to simplify this, then sure, you know, bloodline, blah, blah, blah. You are what your father are. But if you take even just a moment to really consider the implications, most people say, right? And they use this as a reason to show that it's hard for them, but they say that they can't trace their history beyond slavery. So how do we know that if you are who your father is, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 generations back, that father was a descendant of the slaves who is hypothetically a descendant of the 12 tribes? There is absolutely no way to know. There's no way to know. Even me, with all of my proof, I got to take the Elder Green stance. At the end of the day, it's Israel by faith. And since we're doing Israel by faith, but I also accept converts. So, I mean, it's a little bit different. But if it's Israel by faith, everybody should be looking at it the way Pastor Mike put that verse. We're all Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise.
Well,
if you
that
accept Christ.
disqualify the whole awakening right there, what you just said. That
Yeah,
disqualify the whole
yes, it
awakening.
does. Yes, it does. But at the same time, scientifically or historically, people are still trying to be validated on a claim. And so we sort of entertain that. But whenever they start pushing a particular agenda to exclude people, not exclude people in a manner of like sects and factions, but exclude people from salvation, then you got to let them know, hey, man, this is just sort of a thought experiment. The way Abu does with a lot of things, this is a thought experiment that we're continuing to entertain this conversation. However, when you're starting to exclude people from the kingdom based on these hypothetical thought experiments, no, you're not even acting really as if you believe in Christ in that sense, because you're putting this identity or this hypothetical thought experiment over what it means to be in Christ. Therefore, there's no way you can even be a true seed of Abraham.
Go ahead, Dudamus.
The Bible's main focus is the millennial reign, Kobe. So yes, they'll be in the kingdom, but there's gonna be a little servanthood, a little payback, you know, a little slavery.
And God is judging nations. God is dealing with nations. That's a whole wrong reading of the Bible. Or God dealing with individual people.
You know what's really interesting about that?
The Israelite lived in that. Boy, I'm good. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. I'm gonna just stop bothering y'all. I'm too slow to deal with y'all smart folk. Go ahead.
What's even interesting about that, and this is during the time of Jesus when they had a little more knowledge on the world, right? They even said that Jews came from nations around the world. And then they mentioned the 72 nations, the same 72 that Jesus sent out, you know, to go preach and evangelize. Even at that time, they had a localized world in mind when presenting a lot of the stories in the biblical narrative. You know what I mean? So they didn't have any, and I'm not saying, oh, God didn't know about America. Yes, he did, but he didn't put it in the Bible. That's not the Bible story. It's not an American history book.
Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to read the 400 years. You can't tell these folk that. The Bible is the heart. The Bible is the main part of all of this stuff.
And it has nothing to do with any of us here in America.
You got a Christian mindset. You can't see it. That's a Eurocentric mindset.
Matter of fact, to have a Eurocentric mindset would be better than what we have in America, because at least those in Europe were maybe in the mind of some of these in the biblical narrative, being that they were talking about Spain, something. They did not have America in their mindset. So we're beyond a European mindset. We're in America's Americentric mindset, which is so far removed. We're like a whole other animal completely.
Go ahead, y'all. Example of all the earth. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. You are what your father is. And we know Abraham was a Negro. We know the Egyptians were
Do we know that for sure? Do we know that for sure?
Bring Bible. Come on now. It's
so
called
Dunamis, you are what your father is, right? And this is what kills it all day, right? Yeah, 100%. And so if any one of us on this stage take our as men take our DNA with it, right? We can like so. Kofi's arm 269, I believe. You're some kind of R1B, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm EM33, right? We come off two completely different branches of this thing, right? But you know what? If we follow our mutation accumulation, i.e., like we take a 23andMe, we're both going to have this map of DNA that goes back to this same A haplogroup, right? Meaning we both go back to what's even considered and called scientific Adam, right? or genetic Adam, all that type of stuff, right? So even on this concept, you are what your father is, right? We're all Adam's children in this thing, fam. That's why this whole thing with Abraham is like all the families of the earth will be blessed and whatnot.
They
That's
don't
why
want none of that. They skip right over that and read the portions that they want. They don't want none of that right there. They want to be special.
No, but more. You darker than Kobe, so that means you're more original and you're more special.
And I'm darker than all y'all. That means I'm original. Can't you see it's nonsense?
And
Nobody believes it's nonsense.
Hey, but
And
go.
I know what I'm talking nonsense. People taking it serious. They believe
They
in
don't want
nonsense.
scientific guidance. They want.
Hey,
They don't want scientific guidance. They want shit.
That's facts. Hey,
hold on, let's listen to that. Let's look at that. Let's look at some evidence. Let's look at something at least. Let's just look.
From the kingdom of Judah. This is important. From the kingdom of Judah. Why is that important? Because once again, there were 115 towns of the kingdom of Judah in the Dahomey land. Where are those 115 towns of the kingdom of Judah? Where are they now? Give me a 1 if you know where they're at now. Give me a 2.
Christianity made black people disappear. Maybe it's part of hiding the truth.
If you have no idea and you think they just disappeared from history like all the other convenient people. 1, if you know where they are, if you believe you know where they are. 2, if you don't believe you know where they are. I think I said that right. So I've pointed out many times, people conveniently disappear from history when it's not convenient to talk about them. What happened to the Khazars? They just disappeared from history. I don't know. What happened to the Scythians? They just disappeared from history. What happened to all these Jewish people in West Africa? I don't know. Just disappeared from history. What happened to these South Americans over here? They just disappeared from history. What's going to happen when at the end of the world, Christians just going to disappear from history? Everybody's just going to disappear. It's the most raptures and disappearances ever in the history of humanity when you deal with people who don't want to talk about real history. So now let's keep going. We looked at a new and accurate map of Negro land. We see right here, this is the kingdom of Judah, Mishnah Galele. King of the Dahomey said this is the 115 towns of the tribe of Judah. Hannah Adams, the history of the Jews, said that these people who were deported to Spain and Portugal, or from Spain and Portugal to West Africa, said that they were from the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. That is the southern kingdom, aka the kingdom of Judah, or aka the slave coast. All of this goes together. Yes. Give me a 1 if you're following. 2 if you're completely lost and don't understand.
In that Hannah Adams book, you remember we saw in that footnote, it said that they
did. You're not home. You're not home, right?
I'll jump on the laptop in a little bit. Probably when my daughter goes down. But we saw in the footnote where it said that they did claim to be from Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, but it said it was an unproven claim that they just say it. They just say it. They have absolutely no proof.
Making it sound like it's fact from the same book, the footnote in that same book.
You know what's even more interesting about that, though? It doesn't even really matter if it's fact or not. Let's say it is true, right? Let's say it is true. The people that it was talking about were them lighter people. Remember, we went through
You better shut your mouth right now, because
that's what I'm saying.
Misused.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not dissing his sources. I just think sometimes we're attributing it to the wrong people group. I'm not saying all of them were white. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the one specifically, the one that dude Orobio, right? Someone Orobio. Him and his family were white, so much so that whenever I brought this out, someone had to send me a source and say, well, the reason he was white but considered a Jew was because he was a convert. And then I read through that source, and it says that people accused him of being a convert, but the author of the original book that was being reviewed 30 years later, he still stood by his original point and said, no, he was original. He was never treated like a convert. Him and his people weren't treated like converts. Their family were Sephardic Jews. So nothing about this. The sources are correct. They're just the wrong people group. Just for this particular one.
That's talking about. Said it got to be people that's going to come behind and research it. And now that we look into it, the light-skinned folk always did. It's not the doctrine that they're preaching. It's not the doctrine. How many times we caught sources being used the wrong way, even if they were the sources? Because a lot of times they weren't even the sources. But we can't bring it up because we're haters and we're caught up in Eurocentric Christianity. So you can't even really examine the thing. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Kobe light-skinned, he can't make that point. Go ahead, man.
Grace and peace. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on to just make one point. I think this is why I've always been an advocate for defining what people mean when they say Israelite. So, from my understanding, most Israelites hold to a patrilineal definition of what makes someone an Israelite. When we have definitions, then we can kind of see if people are
Wait,
going
hold
to
on. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Hey, yourself, you get out of here with that garbage. We don't follow that book. We follow Israelite prophets and the true Israelite king. His name is Jesus. Get out of here with that garbage. You got one more time with your garbage. Adam was Muslim. He submitted. Jesus was Muslim. He said, bro, you better stop your nonsense and your garbage. Take that back to the first slave masters we had. Matter of fact, let me get rid of you. You love the slave master too. You come to preach that garbage to us. I don't want that garbage. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so this is why I'm an advocate of having a definition, because when we have a definition, we can ask people to be consistent in the definitions that they give us, right? And if people hold to a patrilineal definition of Israelite, then things like the 12 tribes chart falls apart. Things like every black person in America being an Israelite, it falls apart. And it also helps us to see if they're going to, how they would look at other people that may not have the same phenotype as them. But it seems like when it comes to a lot of these definitions, there's always an appeal to conspiracy where we don't trust DNA. And saying that you don't trust DNA is almost like saying I don't trust the sky is blue. It doesn't matter once we start making these genetic claims about you are what your father is. That's a genetic claim. It requires us to look into DNA. Also, if we have a definition, I would see if you're going to be willing to exclude the Black Americans that don't fit that definition, right? So even if you say E1B1A, well, then you have people who are Black with E1B1B. You have people who are Black with R, right? You have people who are Black with G, with multiple different haplotypes. So it also disqualifies the notion that you can go by the curses, because that would mean that there's this group of people known as Black Americans that have multiple different haplotypes on their Y side that all fit the curses. So, but when we don't have these definitions and we just appeal to a conspiracy or where I just believe, and I mean, it kind of creates confusion because we can't hold people to that level of consistency. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to have a definition. And personally for me, listening to people like Yap Moore about DNA has kind of changed my perspective a little bit. And I think even Abu believes E1B1B would be the Y haplogroup of Abraham. So there's some good arguments that people could have, but it's like we want to paint with these broad brushes, exclude certain people based on their color, when a lot of these people may have the same Y haplogroup. You know, there's Europeans with E1B1A, people who might be 99% European, but have a Y DNA of E1B1A. You know what I'm saying? So DNA also removes racism. It kind of cuts across that whole notion, because you start to realize that people have, even though they're diverse phenotypically. So I just wanted to bring that out, and I'm gonna get back to my route and keep listening.
All right, thank you. Look at fervent charity.
How can you trust DNA when there's no physical DNA of an ancient Jew? The best we can do is based on what we have, right? I guarantee, had they found that DNA that was recently discovered in the Levant from around the time of Abraham, the one that they found that said it was J1 or J2 or something like that, the one that the modern Jews have, had it been E1B, everybody would be trusting DNA right now, right? But the thing is, it didn't agree with their particular notion. But the thing is, we may not have the DNA of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but we're looking back based on who is
the whole Levant area and all of that.
Yes. So that's why they know. And then plus, everybody always seems to disregard the Samaritans. Those people have been there. They're like our what's the word? It's like our constant within this equation. It's a constant that we can always look back to. And they have, what was it, more like 2 or 3 main haplogroups that we look to. They got that J, they got the L, and I think they have some R or something like in there, or JLE, something like that, right?
Yeah, the Levites that make up 18% of the population, and they're 100% E1B1B, EM78, I believe, and then the rest of the population of the men are J1.
Yeah, so we may not have the DNA of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but man, we look at it this way: we don't have the body of Jesus, but we all believe he was real. You know what I mean? You don't need the physical proof to how Bruce says to deduce yourself. You know, we have very good evidence to believe what it is we believe.
Kobe, what are you doing? Why would you bring Samaritans? You know what the Bible says. Israelites only mix with Israelites. So it's the Samaritans mixing with other people. That's clearly, no, that didn't happen. To the third generation, they will mix back with Israel. So
why did you say the gospel to begin in Jerusalem and then go to, and these let Reverend Garfield on, and why would the gospel say it would go to the Samaritans, Jerusalem, then to Samaria? Why Jesus stayed and spent time with the woman at the well, and she went and got all the men in the town that came back and they believed on the Lord? Oh, but Jordan don't want them to be. Jordan in the bloodline too. I got to call for what it is. Just because you like people, you got to call it out. Jordan has argued the convert thing for 8 months straight with Dunamis. Then when some other stuff come out, he tried to act like, I ain't trying to say the converts. Jordan was arguing the converts ain't on the same level.
I actually have to thank Jordan for that, because if it was not for him and his whole theory of the Edomite conversion, I wouldn't have gotten into the amount of Jewish history that I got into. Now I understand all that stuff and everything that happened during the Second Temple period. And it's not what we think.
Converts. How did they feel about converts?
Yeah, again, it always depends on the sect of Judaism. There was many different sects of Judaism. Some of them didn't really appreciate converts, but there was other sects of Judaism that held converts above a natural born, because you can be born into something, that's nothing. But to choose it of your own free will, that's something entirely. So it really depends on the faction of Judaism. However, there was always some form of proselytization or conversion, even within the Old Testament. I mean, let's look at it. Abraham converted to the faith he had. Jacob was converted to Israel. This whole faith movement is based on converts.
So why? The only thing that got me is what possessed these people to fight so much for bloodline. Second Exodus, and them ain't gonna talk about that. They are. There's a people in America that's obsessed with bloodline and being pure Israel, and they want to be those people. Garfield, what do you want?
I see you have the map up. This is my favorite map. And
well, you're gonna hear about this favorite map right here. Hold on, let Kobe answer that question. Is there anything special in the Bible about bloodline? We're past the mic. Let me call you.
There is something extremely special about blood, but it's the blood of Jesus, and that's it. The entire Bible, contrary to popular internet assumption, is the Bible's not about Israel. It's about Jesus. Jesus didn't go back.
I didn't say you hated converts. You said there was something bloodline. You even argued last week that Romans was not talking about the converts. Paul talking about something special bloodline, and he didn't have the converts in mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kobe.
Yeah, it was never really about a bloodline thing, because again, the most common scholarly interpretation over the origins of the Israelites were that they were a faction of the Canaanites who, instead of wanting to worship a multiplicity of gods, they severed themselves off and decided to worship one God, Yahweh. You know what I mean? And that's where Abraham did his thing, and then came the Israelites. How could it be about a bloodline when the originator was of not a special bloodline? You know? And then even when Jacob, there was no original Israelite bloodline. Jacob was converted to Israel, unless his DNA changed at that particular point. But I mean, I don't really see that happening.
He said, now, this is where they get mad. The whole religion is a convert religion, basically saying somebody had to be original from 3,000, 5,000 years ago.
Judaism is centered around converting people to a way of life. It has been that day from day one, before you even had a Bible. And I think
it should be if you got original DNA, if you claim you're original Israelite, y'all are very few in number. Every black in America, boy, y'all gonna leave me alone with this.
No, I think what happened is
y'all ain't gonna make it nothing but nonsense.
You're dealing with identity politics, bro. That's all it is. They want to be in America. You want to be Rastafari.
No, you shut your filthy microphone.
Want to be?
You trying to say, because you still don't even believe it was Jews in West Africa.
I never said that. Nope, I never said that. Everybody keeps
that made it over here. I'm sorry, that made it over here. What about Israel Hill? I got to show God.
Israel Hill. I could pull up my slides if you want Israel Hill right now and break it down, because Israel Hill is the first interracial community in America. It was actually an experiment by Thomas Jefferson's relative.
And that's what they called it. It was I hate Garfield.
Hey, you got people over there called Hercules White. How white can a black man be with a name Hercules White? He's some Israelite. Where he got that name Hercules White from? Come on, man. Go stop me up, man. Come on.
I'm getting ready to call you the N-word.
We heard they're not white; they're albino blacks.
Hey, by the way, too, they started a church. So if there was an Israelite, why are they starting a church?
Synagogue in that church. Thank you.
They started a Baptist church with the white people. Come on, let's get it. Let's get it.
Hold on, Garfield. Pull up them. I hate him, and then I agree out to get Garfield off here. Fair use, y'all gonna hold on. Y'all gonna listen to y'all don't want this truth.
How all of this stuff fits together.
Hey, by the way, Barry, I gotta show you a book.
Oral Agencies of the Different Tribes of the Human Family. This is 1843 by James Cowles Pritchard. Now we're going to come over here to page 145, and he is going to talk a lot about Claudius Buchanan. He's going to reference Claudius Buchanan. He's not going to talk about Buchanan, but he does talk.
Kobe might have to pull that up. Leo might have to pull that up right now, and we just go over these sources in real time and look at the footnotes and everything, because it's a little something suspicious going on around here.
About Buchanan, but he's going to reference Claudius Buchanan. Now, for those that don't know, Claudius Buchanan is most well known for his work on the Jews of Koch in India. In his book, I've gone over this before, he separates the white Jews, who he calls the Jerusalem Jews, and says they don't arrive there until after the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. He refers to the black Jews as the ancient Jews and says they arrived centuries, or his exact word was ages, before the white Jews did.
So the white Jew wasn't around when Jesus was around in the first century? And they came way later. The Europa, the royals are right, but it's 100 and change later.
You know, maybe
there were no light-skinned Jews. Is that what this man is saying? We got to pull up the source, because that's very important. The black Jews are ancient to Jerusalem. Let me pull up the video, because they're gonna show you. There's a picture.
But Berean,
go ahead.
We looked up those black Jews. Remember, they were in the back of that IUIC book. They had the curly hair.
Oh, matter of fact, yeah, I got it.
Remember?
We got to pull that up right now. We got to pull that up right now. Oh, Garfield, you wanted to say something?
So what?
There were no white Jews until later on, and he said this is what the source is saying.
All right, so there's no. So all right, let's say Dante is right. Let's look at both sides. Dante, you are right. What's the point? Are these people?
What's the point? That mean the black Jews and the original Jews don't the get out of here. You will get fired. That's what me.
Does African American descend from these Jews he is talking about? That's the bottom line to everything.
No, we're taking it one step at a time. We got to first prove the majority of Jews. If Dante proved the majority of Jews were black like me during Jesus' day, I don't care what y'all say. That's excellent proof, and that's one step. You want to jump all the way to making everybody over here in the plantation fields and in Jamaica, making them all black. None of the, that's, if he can prove that white Jews didn't come around till 100, 200 years after Jesus, that's big in my book.
So check this out, Berean. This is going to get into a little bit of oral tradition, right? But this is Mishnah, not Talmud. This is Mishnah, the original of the oral tradition of the Jews. Now, in one of these sources, I don't know if it was the Pritchard book or in one other, they were saying that it might actually be this one. It was saying that the Jews eventually became darker because of the curse that they were under, according to one of these Sephardic rabbis. Now, when I looked into that, right? When I looked into that, the Sephardic rabbi that said that was still as white as me. They were considered ruddy. I don't know why. I don't know in what sense, but that's what they considered themselves. However, this rabbi was basing that off this story within the Mishnah that says that the Jews started out white, right? Now, the Mishnah was compiled from the time of Jesus. Some of the things that we can see Jesus doing were sayings from the Mishnah, which is why there's a lot of research and study right now on how Jesus and the Mishnah can, you can kind of learn from one another. They were aware of these at the time. So if we're going to deduce ourselves, we can at least understand that some of these Jews would see themselves as white, especially considering the purification laws in order to serve as a particular high priest within the temple. You couldn't be too dark. You couldn't be too white. You know what I mean? So to not be too white assumes that there were some that were maybe too white to even serve. Again, this is all going and again, this is why I like Dante's sources.
And the book,
They
and the
lead me
book
to
of
this
Curse of
stuff.
Ham say the same thing. He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead and finish, or at least if you finish, read for charity, please.
He said in Acts 3, Peter talks about a time of refreshing. Peter specifies that the prophet of the ancients spoke on the matter. Let's go back and see what the prophets say about Christ's return and ask some questions.
Come on. Let's do that because apparently Fervent Charity want to go somewhere. But all right, let me finish playing this right here. Apparently Fervent Charity want to go. So I thought he was jumping on.
We also see the same thing in Spain and Portugal, and he also referenced that the black Jews look like Hindus. So now that gives you a good background because what Pritchard is about to talk about are those things out of Claudius Buchanan's book. So the Jews have assimilated in physical characters to the nations among whom they have long resided. So now, this is one of those theories that they throw out there. They don't talk too much about converts. And when they do talk about converts, it's often in the context of, oh, well, the white Jews must have converted the black Jews because there's no way these Jews were black. Now, that contradicts what we read previously, that it was the norm to believe that Jews were black before it became the norm to believe that they were white. So if you're going to believe that there were converts, likely it's not the original black ones. It's likely the ones that come after, the white ones. It's likely the blacks are the original and the whites are the converts. But now we've entered a period of history where people try to say the whites are the originals and the blacks are the converts. And it just doesn't match up geographically or historically. None of it matches. It says, so let me start over. It says the Jews have assimilated in physical characters to the nations among whom they have long resided, though still to be recognized by some minute peculiarities of physiognomy. In the northern countries of Europe, they are fair and xanthous. Blue eyes and flaxen hair are seen in English Jews, likely converts. And in some parts of Germany, where you're going to get into the Ashkenazi, the red beards of the Jews are very conspicuous, likely converts. The Jews of Portugal are very dark. Jews, as it is well known, have been spread from early times through many countries in the eastern parts of Asia and China. Tartary, which is where you're going to get the sun-black tribe of Manasseh. I've read that before. They become a Tartar horde. And the northern parts of India. Cochin is one of the places going to come up. There are many of them in the towns of Cochin and the interior of Malabar. They hold communication with each other in their eastern colonies, which appear to be of one stock or migration. So now they're saying they're of one stock or one migration of Jews. But at what era they reached these countries is unknown. Now, I'm pointing out before, Nebuchadnezzar, Hannah Adam links it to Nebuchadnezzar. Other sources link the Jews in Spain to Nebuchadnezzar. And then you have the Jews in Cochin, India, who likely came around close to the same time. Their residue in Cochin appears to have been from ancient times, and they are now black. He's saying they're black now. Now, remember, this is public.
We got to pull up that source. He said they're black now. Kobe, you preaching a white Jesus?
No, I would, if I'm preaching any color of Jesus, it's probably like a Ben Laden looking Jesus. Probably like these Cochin, like the black Cochin Jews he's talking about. How he said that they were that they look like Hindus, and how he's about to say that they look black now. If you look up the Cochin Jews now, that's probably what I believe Jesus looked like a Middle Easterner in that sense.
I don't know where that thing is on my phone with all those pictures. You sent me the whole PDF I got on the phone. I'm going to put it on the computer. And I had it on the screen before. I'm trying to. I don't know where to find this thing at. Garfield, get that Virginia, get that Hill thing together in Virginia. Get them slides ready for a second. No, we got. I want to look at those Jews. Yeah, and I want to look at those Jews and all those pictures of Jews because he's saying that's a mic drop right there. Somebody said he said enough. The black Jews, the original. Don't y'all? Yeah. So let me tell y'all something about the original man doctrine. Everywhere white folk went, black folk was already there. Original man doctrine, they're saying before you had the light-skinned Indians, there was already dark-skinned people over here. Japan, China, the same thing. Everywhere you go, dark-skinned people were there first. Karate was invented by the Egyptians. Electricity, the battery, the helicopter, everything. All right, we ain't gonna go too far, but some of them go way down them extremes. So if black is first and he just proved the original Jews were dark, what's the beef? It seemed like from the time the book started to be written, them light-skinned folk was around.
Yeah, I kind of want to correct something because I think Garfield may have pointed this out the other day, but like with Second Exodus, I'm not saying that you're going to find the color Bin Laden in a crayon box. I'm saying whatever color you want to call Bin Laden, that's what I believe Jesus looked like.
And
I'm saying he looked,
most of the church. Absolutely correct. But they're saying the place wasn't called Middle East, so it's either black or white. They couldn't be Middle East. Now, now we've been bringing out all the truth. The devil they wrote and told me, Berean, now y'all gonna make him look like Bin Laden, but we can't stop until you make him the American black man. So they're trying to say the people that look like Bin Laden ain't come about till after invasions with Islam. There was no brown people looking like that in the first century.
So what do Hindus look like?
When the Muslim hordes came down there and raping and carrying on, and then we got a generation of brown people that look like Bin Laden, that look like Saddam Hussein and all of them. But they didn't always exist. They weren't around. I don't know if DNA. I don't. That's the crazy part. You got to bring some pseudo history in line.
He read in this source just now that the black Jews of Cochin, that they looked originally like Hindus. Do Hindus look like American blacks?
No, but they dark with straight hair, so they'll argue from Herodotus. There's some.
But if they're dark with straight hair, they're supposed to have woolly hair.
Hair. Like the Indian man I played in the video, and the guy said, "You recording me?" He said, "You black."
But I thought they were supposed to have woolly hair, not straight hair.
The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. But then you love Eurocentric Christianity, even if you make something sensible like that. That's Eurocentric Christianity. Or because Jesus had woolly hair, don't mean all Israelites had woolly hair. They may say something like that. Fair use. Let's hear them out. Send me this thing right here so I can pull up these pictures. I like picture doctrine. I don't learn that from them.
Published in 1843. He's saying that they're now black. But as we've seen, it was the norm to always believe they were black before this. And so completely like the native inhabitants in their complexion that Dr. Claudius Buchanan says he could not always distinguish them from the Hindus. He has surmised that the blackness of the Jews spread through different parts of India is attributable to intermarriage with Hindus. Now listen, but of this, there is no evidence. It is probable that the preservation of the Jews in these countries as a distinct people is owing, as elsewhere, meaning this is the norm elsewhere, to their avoiding all intermixture with the native inhabitants. So now, So now he's saying that they avoided mixing with the others. That is consistent with what we read about. They avoided mixing with the white Khazars. The black Jews of Cochin avoided mixing with the white Jews in Cochin. We see this all.
Look at Keys. Keys said, y'all got 5 arguments that ain't stick to the wall versus Dante standing on his one.
What's interesting about that is every argument that I'm presenting, I'm using Dante's arguments. So just now, for example, he said that the white Jews didn't mix with the black Jews. If you read in that Hannah Adams book, the white the Jews that he's talking about, the Sephardic Jews that didn't mix with the ones that he's saying, that was them Arobio people. And again, that's in the source that Hannah Adams source that he's talking about. It's actually the entire chapter when it's talking about Sephardic Jews is dealing specifically with that Arobio cat and his people. Now, when it says they didn't mix with the other Jews, they didn't mix with the German Jews, it's talking about them white-looking Orobio people. So I agree. Maybe they didn't mix, but it's not that it was a black and white separation. It was this class of people and that class of people, and they just chose to call them that. I don't know why. I didn't know whenever I started reading that Hannah Adams book, I didn't know Orobio was white. This made it seem, when I saw stuff like this, it made it seem that Orobio was black. But when I looked into him, he wasn't. So much so that the same person that sent me the Dante video had to send me a follow-up saying that, oh, well, Orobio was a convert. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not making sense.
Well, you can't, but the keys, you can't tell him that even from the source. Even from the source. You can't tell him that. Read Ready Brew.
Says, what does the Bible say the origin of Asia and the Middle
Eastern people are? You are blatantly denying that the JE say that the linguists changed them to Shem?
Yeah, he always reverts back to the same thing, right? Because he believes the Levant are Hamites. And he bases his entire argument off of one entry in the Jewish Encyclopedia.
No, that's what I'm saying. Ruddy Brew ain't saying nothing no Israelite is saying.
Yeah, he's totally
Brew
different.
ain't saying nothing that gang is saying. Ruddy Brew ain't saying nothing that no Christian is. He got his own doctrine in his mind on who these people are.
Yeah. It's like that one dude that said the serpent was Adam. You know, it's just some people are just different.
Yeah. Let me finish this, and I'm gonna give Garfield. I'm gonna let Garfield pull up that, because if that Israel Hill is
all over the place. The Portuguese Jews did not want to mix with the German Jews. So why is it that the black Jews will not mix with the white Jews if they are all related?
You see how we
Why
switched
did
from
the
Portuguese and German
Jews
to
go
black
into
and white?
mourning because they're dark.
What is that?
You see how he switched from Portuguese and German Jews to black and white Jews? That's the issue there.
That's how you got to do that. You got to do
let me
that
ask
to
y'all
milk unlimited keys. You got to do it to milk them. They don't know when the finesse, when the switch up come. Come get this Rolex. And bro, I'm telling you, back in the days, people get knocked for it now. Going to Macy's and buying stuff. They're going to Canal Street, going to get the bags, going to buy the real bags on the girl credit card. Don't worry, you in college, get a line of credit. Jason Brown, they going in there swiping cards, taking pocketbooks. We going outside on the bus and we switching up to put the fake Canal Street bag back and put it back on the credit card. Then go sell a real bag in a beauty parlor. It's the switch up. But they don't understand that they ain't from the block. He'll switch on them, and they don't need to know any better. They don't need to know me. Switch it up on them. They're gonna eat this up. Then we're gonna pass the offering plate.
Daughter was gonna marry the son.
Hold on a second. Is he saying that the Sephardic Jews are all black? Does he teach that?
No,
I don't know that he teaches all the.
There were some black ones and some white ones, and the
Because
black
in
ones.
Jamaica, the reason I brought it up.
Only person. The main thing is we got to get them Jews from Spain and Portugal. We got to get them on the slave ships, and we got to get them in Virginia. We got to get them.
Hold on, Marine. Because in Jamaica, remember the Ashkenazi and the Sephardi merged. So if he's teaching that they're not the same, they merged.
Maybe they merged after.
And became one temple.
Maybe they merged after.
Yeah, they merged after.
Black and white, you gonna still have the blind-looking people.
Look at Sean Paul. Sean Paul is from the Henriquez family, slaveholders. He grew up. He's a Jamaican, but he's from the Sephardic. He's a Sephardic. He's from the Sephardic.
Hey, also, Garfield, I show Berean this, but the oldest tombstone in Jamaica is from a Sephardic Jew, right? It's from a Sephardic Jew, and some guy went to go see it because it's his like great grandfather, and he noticed that his grandfather was in there, and he was buried in that cemetery with other Sephardic Jews, but his grandmother wasn't, because his grandmother was a black slave. And they weren't allowing the black slaves or even the black Jewish converts to be married with the actual Jews. So already there is showing a distinction between what the Sephardics would have looked like and the Africans or whatever nation they were. But the blacker slaves that were converted, they made a distinction between them. And his tombstone was dated 1673 or 1678, I believe. It's the oldest tombstone, oldest Jewish tombstone in Jamaica. And I think they said in the Western Hemisphere or something like that. But regardless, it shows already that there was a distinction from the early as the 1600s. And that's when he died. So you can imagine the entirety of the 1600s when he was alive.
Hey, let me add this on to everybody, man. when you look at the color scheme.
Now we said here goes Kobe being raped. I'm scared. Yo, we can't even talk. We can't even talk. Go ahead, Garfield. How is that being racist?
No, some people just want to pick some people just want to pick on Kobe, man. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Instead of trying to get understanding, no need
but
to
it reveals something. It's the
way.
spirit of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It reveals something deep. I know what this is.
I'm ready with Israel Hill when you're ready, by the way.
All right, here, let me just finish Dante because we got a lot to do. We're gonna read the 400 years. So we're gonna put it
son of a white Jew or a white Jewish man. Why did they go into mourning? Why did the Portuguese Jews excommunicate other Portuguese Jews for marrying white Jews if they're all just related and they're all just Jews? Why is it the black ones are refusing to mix with the white ones if the white ones are the original?
Hey, Bereen, are you finished talking about Wida, by the way?
Hold on a minute. I'm sorry.
He says this here, and we see this all over history. They are staying separate, but the major narrative, mostly among Christians and apologists, is that the Jews were scattered everywhere and they mixed into everybody. But this guy in the 1800s is saying there's no evidence of that.
Yeah. You're the king of interference. You run an interference. We're going to go through all of this. Find another channel, Keys. Find another channel doing what we're doing over here. Find another channel. That's all I'm saying. Find another channel.
They seem to stay separate.
Christian or Israelite, that the people may think with their own brain and we go through it. Find another channel.
So I would challenge anybody who's claiming that the Jews mixed into all races and now they look like all people. Show me the history where you're getting that from, because it's starting to sound like a narrative that you're repeating because you heard other people say it and not because it's actual factual history. There's a difference. Just because you heard someone say it does not make it true history. A lot of people think they know more about history than they actually do. All right, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up if you haven't already done so. If you want to support, hit the Cash App, # BHI.
Now, all of that's good right there. All of that is good. But if you're showing something in the sources and the pictures from the same book is showing the different people, to the slow folk, they'll eat that up.
Hey,
I got the slow folk in here. See that? Because y'all got houses and 401s. I think y'all sharp. I've been looking up to y'all too much. Yeah, a lot of y'all ain't that sharp. I don't care if y'all got a job and you've been on one job 25 years. And some of y'all are here slow. Some of y'all, we got to call it for what it is. Y'all just slow. I know I'm slow. But y'all, Dante, there is no, let me just, and I ain't even no hate on Dante. Say what you want. Dante to support more than a bunch of y'all. Dante was on the Patreon $50 a month for over a year, even after we was beefing.
And
I ain't thinking about y'all. But the block is different. Get the pastor condoms out. This cock riding here. We got to use our brains.
Hey, more.
ITB or $BHITB, or you can go to patreon.com/BHITB. PayPal link is also in the description. Shout out to everybody that supports on a regular basis. Make sure you share this video. So now I want to read this right here, and then we're going to move on to another source that's kind of interesting. It says, there at Maticheri, a town of Cochin, a particular colony of Jews who arrived at a later date in that country are called Jerusalem, or white Jews. So that confirms what I was talking about. The black Jews came first. Claudius Buchanan says the same thing, and then the white Jews came second. So now we're going to read.
Could you pause it for a second, bro?
Geography comprising hydrology, geognosy, geology, meteorology, botany, zoology, and anthropology by A. Barrington.
Hey, Bereen, freeze that for a second, Bereen.
Okay,
interesting. When history is true,
my baby
it is often.
What type of church you in there? Because I made a mistake. I was lecturing somewhere, and I was talking about the phallus and the Washington Monument. My wife, and I don't want to start thinking that I said, I don't know what I slipped up in church and said. They asked me to teach, and I got up there and I ran my mouth about Osiris and the penis, and I didn't use penis, and I'm just doing too much. Forgive me, y'all. I'm doing too much. I retract that last statement. Don't go buy no condoms. This is not that. Go ahead, Garfield.
No, brother Sean wanted to say something. He was trying to tell you to pause. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Garfield. Hey, Mo, I don't know if you're still there, if you can hear me. But doesn't the genetics show that these people mixed? If he's not there, I could show y'all real quick.
I'm here.
If y'all
Which
don't
people?
mind me
Which
sharing
people
my
talking
screen.
about? Was good?
No, hold on.
The
I want him to
Portuguese,
finish up. Then I
Portuguese
want
Jew.
Garfield. Then I want Garfield to go. Then you can show that they mix, especially if you got the slides. Now,
Hey, hold on,
Kobe, I
I'm
want
just going to show
Kobe.
you a genetic tree to show. I'm just going to show you a genetic tree of
All right, hold on a
Portuguese
second. I
Jews and
want
show
hold
you
on,
how they
hold
Kobe.
on,
mix.
hold on, 1 second,
What,
Sean.
what channel? Who channel this is right here? I want Kobe to look at what the elder is saying.
Israelites were never white. It's the acculturation of Christianity that allowed for Europeans to practice in the Judeo-Christian faith. That's interesting.
Is that true? The Jews never seen white people, never let white folk convert and come in. The Jews, the original Israelites, were on skin doctrine.
No.
Let me say this. Let me say this real
When
quick.
was the first time the original Israelites had contact with European or Asiatic people? Light skin Asiatic, not Farrakhan Asiatic. We got to see
the
that.
whole entire time.
You know, my thing is this, and this is why I always go back to this. The oral traditions.
Kobe,
Hold
hold
on,
on.
Bishop Garfield, you just got back in the church.
No.
You the bishop already? You
Sean
the
was trying
metropolitan
to say
already?
something, and I think we should just let Sean talk because he's going to kill the whole argument. What he's coming with. Because if you look at the people that migrated from the Zagros Mountain with light skin and blue eyes, they've been in the Levant for 6,000 years. So, of course, light skinned people, this is skin doctrine, Berina. You're falling into that trap.
So they're very acquainted with light-skinned people, blue-eyed people. They're very acquainted with it.
Yes. But go ahead. I said, Sean, once Sean showed you the phylogenetic tree, there's no what else is there to talk about?
All right, go ahead, Kobe, and then Sean, you want to put up your thing? This is gonna get them mad. You said started with Octavian 6,000
Yeah,
years
we
before
can.
that.
I just want to show. It's just going to take real quick. I mean, it's not even going to take long. I just want to show you that these people did mix. And I
Elder's
want to show
saying
you the
that's
genetic
not white,
structure.
Garfield. Come on, pull it up. Then I want Kobe to go based on this right here. Okay, what y'all say? This is skin doctrine. Them other guys, they might be on some other stuff. That Rick Cadwell, and he might be on some other stuff. But bruh, this ain't that. I don't think Jesus looked at a skin doctrine. Jesus was worried about the blue-eyed folk and Esau and all that. And then Esau is the same DNA. How the hell, Father? This ain't. I'm good. Two manner of people. Either DNA don't make no difference. They
Can
just
y'all see
wicked
my
by
screen?
nature. Where your
Can you
screen?
put my screen up for me, bro? Okay. All right. So it says here, we're going to start right here with my cursor. A study by Ines Nagori et al. July 2009 of the Jews of North Eastern Portugal showed that their paternal lines consisted of 35.2% lineages from more typical of European. R, haplogroup R, 31.7%, haplogroup I, 31.5%, and 64.8% lineage more typical of the Near East and Europe. E1B1B, 8.7%, haplogroup G, 3.5%, haplogroup J, 36.8%, and haplogroup T, 15.8%. So if you look down here, the paternal lineages in northeastern Portuguese Jewish communities. All right, that's the sample size. You got 3 1B1Bs. All right, so you got 3.5%, 5.2%, G, 3.5%, I, 3.5%, J, J1 and J2, 12.3% and 24.5%. That's a huge amount of Zagros. And then
But
you have
that
R1B.
ain't no. But this is the thing that don't mean nothing. Look at what Elder said. He said Cheddar Man with blue eyes, black with blue eyes. That don't mean all right. They mix.
How can he say? Hold on. How can he say that white is a social construct when he said that there were no white Jews in the beginning? Is it a social construct or is it an actuality? I mean, those are two contradictory statements, one right after another.
Within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Elder might have to explain that. They folk thinking. People don't like that. You just said they weren't white, and then you turn around and you say 5 minutes later, white's a social construct. Come on, Elder. That's how we got to get together. Thinking people got to get together. Go ahead, Sean, and then Kobe.
Yeah. So we got a lot of Zagros or J1, J2.
Dante got us reaching or y'all reaching? We having conversations. We having conversations that the church folk ain't having. We having some conversations over here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and a lot of haplogroup R. So I want to make this clear. Even, they could have been people of hue. They could have even been dark skinned. We have African Americans running around here right now, very dark skinned with R1B or haplogroup R. We have one of the brothers that visit us quite frequently. Matter of fact, he might be here. Ezra Ben Kazar. He's haplogroup J, dark skinned brother. So these Jews could have been black. They could have been dark skinned. Well, the black, when I say black, I mean in the construct that they're using. All right, they could have been people of dark hue, but that don't mean that they were necessarily of African descent.
Okay, thank you. Come on, Kobe. I want to get to Dante. Because y'all act like somebody's scared to play Dante videos. Y'all funny to me. I can't lie, y'all funny to me. Then when folk go over stuff, you get mad. When ain't nobody talking about urban apologists, when ain't nobody talking about it, we said we're gonna take up the slack and we're gonna talk about it. Y'all say ain't nobody talking about, we bring it up, we start talking about it, then y'all say, y'all just this is a mess. Come on, Kobe. What would you say on all of this? What you just heard?
So when it comes down to who's what color or what, the thing I always revert back to is the oral tradition of the Jews. I find it interesting that they are so prejudiced against dark skin if they're supposed to be a dark skinned people.
I asked Pastor Curry that 8 years ago. Why does the Talmud talk so bad about dark skinned people like they light skinned?
Even if we go with the concept that white is supposed to be pure and black is supposed to be impure, where does that concept come from? But how one looks, it all derives from that type of thing. Now, I'm not saying I believe any of it. And if you ask people within Jewish studies, they don't really hold to the stories of the Talmud as actual history a lot of the times. But it speaks to the mindset of that people. Why would they speak so disparagingly of black people if they were black? And also, why would they make such laws that if you're too black, you can't serve in the temple, or if you're too white, you can't serve in the temple?
I want Keys to explain that. I want Russell Higgins to explain that. I want Timothy Isaac to explain that. That's where they don't want no outside source. Just give me Bible. But the curses.
See, Kobe, I want you to hear how ridiculous you sound.
Don't you start mucking up.
Why you listen to ancient Jews, Kobe? That's just ridiculous, bro. Come on now.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the ancient Jews, right? So even with Josephus, because most people they reference Josephus to prove their point.
Good black man.
Good black man, right?
Yeah,
so
Josephus was black.
He wasn't black. But the thing is, in Josephus's writings, he compares a number of the sects of Judaism, right? And Josephus himself, in his autobiography, he says that he spent 3 years as a Sadducee, 3 years as an Essene, and then he started in Pharisees, and he liked that one, so he stuck with that one. He says the difference between Pharisees and Sadducees is that they don't adhere to the traditions of their forefathers, that him and the Pharisees do. So that means by the time of Josephus, there was already an oral tradition being passed down, and that's the same oral tradition that says these Jews started out white and became black because they were cursed. What's up with that?
Well, that's too much for these folks. They ain't ready for that. They don't want none of that.
What time period was that, Kobe?
Go ahead. Ella wanted to say something. Ella wanted to say something to you, I think, Kobe.
He said the time period, though. He wanted to know the time period, Kobe Garfield.
Of Josephus or the oral tradition?
Oh, the oral tradition.
The oral tradition, it's how do they say it? Anachronistic. We got to look back at it. The earliest writings of the oral tradition would have been about the time of Jesus, as they were adhering to some of the stories within it.
Right.
But it wasn't actually composed though until Judah Hanasi, about 400, 500, right, or 300, something like that.
Hanasi is 280, but
280, right?
I agree with you. Let me see. You want me to deal with this now, or you want?
No.
Yara,
I want Elder. He came on. He said he wanted 2 minutes. He came
Elder
on.
Yara, go ahead, bro. What's poppin'?
Yeah. Peace and blessings to you, brother Berean, to the panel, Garfield, Orthodox, Moore, Kofi, all the other brothers on the panel, man. Some of my favorite people on the panel today. I just want to say this, man. We got to stop with this. These were white Israelites. during the time of Yeshua. There were no white Israelites. Y'all got to stop that. It's wholly false and fallacious, right? We know in the Bible, if you study the biblical era, going through the biblical times all the way back, these people came from melanated areas. The
What do you
Syrians.
mean? Explain. Take your time. Take more than 2 minutes. Explain melanated areas. That means no white folk was there when you say melanated areas like Africa, South Africa.
Yeah, these people came from
when was the first time white folk came on the planet in the Middle East?
Well, when we say here's the thing: when we say white people, we have to put this in an honest perspective. When most people talk about white people, we're looking for European people today, and we're equating them with how European people look today, who we call Caucasian, right? That is a false narrative when we call these people white people based on a social construct that we really see didn't start to take place until about the 1600s.
I'm sorry. I understand that. When I'm asking you, when was the first time we see a Jew that's following that book that looked like Dr. Brown and Professor Henry Abramson? That's my question. Forget when the term white was being used. When was the first appearance of a Jew, convert or original, that looks like Dr. Brown anywhere in the Levant?
That could have been at any point when the Jews coming out of the Babylonian captivity, Assyrian captivity. These people were mixed. Going into Galilee, these people, the physical phenotypes, the traits of these people later became classified as European. Slender noses, the brows, that later became to be classified as a European look. But before then, these people were not what we call white people today, right? We know these people were an admixture coming out of the Exodus. It says they were a mixed multitude. We have there's text in the book of Exodus where you have an Israelite woman who had a son with an Egyptian. This has always occurred. You had Midianites mixing. These were people from different parts of the land, the Levant region, mixed with people from the African region. You have people who we would equate Ethiopians today with long, dark, straight hair, with what we would call European features of slender noses. But those people have never been into Europe. Those people are people from Ethiopia. So the black genetics gives us a very a variance of phenotypes. This is why I brought up Cheddar Man. I have an article today about 2 African people today, 2024, right? Who had what they classify today as a white baby.
Yes.
Y'all got to stop doing that. It's fallacious when you do that.
But go ahead.
And let me say this.
I don't see why you're arguing. I will go ahead, Kobe and Garfield. Y'all go ahead.
But let me say this real quick. We all know. Some of us know right now. We know a young brother today, and I know Orthodox more knows. We know a young brother today who is as dark as both you and I, Berean, who has a haplogroup R.
All right, that's fine. Can I just say this real quick? This is the article from this is from Live Science. The blue-eyed immigrants transformed ancient Israel 6,500 years ago. There was no Israel literally then. They're just talking about the area. But what I want to scroll down to is the part where it talks about the blue eyes and the fair skin. The scientists found that these individuals shared genetic features with people from the north, and those similar genes were absent in farmers who lived in the southern Levant earlier. For example, the allele that is responsible for blue eyes was associated with 49% of the sample remains, suggesting that blue eyes had become common in people living in Upper Galilee. Another allele hinted that fair skin may have been widespread in the local population as well, the authors wrote. Both eye and skin color are traits that are controlled by complex interactions between multiple alleles, many but not all of which have been identified. Now, the problem is we keep using the term white skin, but we actually need to stop saying black and white, which is what Yara ultimately wants to say. But to say that there was no light-skinned people in that region is totally ludicrous.
I agree.
The issue is you have light skin in every culture, you have dark skin in every culture. And even in Jamaica, we call them dundus. You can have people who have genetic issues or have color issues or skin issues. So as many may say, we're fighting. As I said to Bereen 3 days ago, we're falling into Dante's trap of trying to say that people are black. So when I say to y'all, make all the Jews black, now show them coming off the boats or going on the boats. That's my concern.
No, but we're working our way up
because
there. We're taking baby steps. We're working our way up there.
Yeah,
and,
but
and I wouldn't say that it's Dante's trap. This is the awakening. That the white Jew is not the original Jew. There were other Jews. When you think of Jew in America and across the world, why do you think of people that look like Dr. Brown and people that don't look like Dante?
No, but that's a problem, though. We're trying to say that people that look like Dr. Brown couldn't have been around at that
But
time.
you're fake, yeah. That's what I asked them. Can the awakening work without tearing down light-skinned Jews? No, it's a package deal.
I have the Jewish art website where it goes back to, I think, the 2nd century of the Common Era. You have a bunch of people looking light-skinned from way back then. So it doesn't matter. I think the skin color game is what throws us off because, of course, as black people in this era, quote-unquote black people, we want to be the people of the book. So we want to see ourselves. Like I told you yesterday, if we took a picture, the first thing you're going to say, how did my shirt come out or how did I look in the picture? Did I come out too light? Did I come out too dark? You want to see yourself. So people want to see themselves in the book. So if they see themselves in the book, the person has to be black. It has to be black. Jesus has to be black, dark skin. He can't be no yellow looking guy like Farrakhan. He can't be that color.
No, they don't want that at all.
Like he got to look like Bereen or Khalid Abdul Muhammad. He got to be dark, Wesley Snipes black.
And that's the nonsense right there. Go ahead, Kofi. I got your screen up. And then Garth can answer. No matter of fact, I don't want Elder to answer that.
Yes,
real quick.
So this is from.
I wish I could run this channel. I wish I could quarterback for a minute. Go ahead, Kobe.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Sean.
This is from this is from the Tudor Parfit book, right? Black Jews in Africa and the Americas, and this is from the video of that that we were watching, talking about these Black Jews, right? Now in here it shows something. I kind of want to bring this out. If you look in there, and this is this is page 5, right from the.
Can you make that bigger? Because you're light skinned. You could be lying to us.
Oh yeah.
See that Eric said Eric, don't be of the simple mind. We are the people of the book. That statement means nothing over here. We want facts. That statement means nothing over here. That's a statement of faith you make, and you just talking out your mouth. Go ahead.
I don't know if I can make it bigger.
Don't sweat it. I'll screenshot it. I got because we got to verify the light.
Okay,
I have the book if you want me to read it up, bro.
Yeah, just send me screenshots so I can blow it up and verify.
Well, I'm going to show something else right after, Garfield. So let me show this. It says that down here on the last paragraph.
Mute everybody else.
It's page 5, but I'm going to show something else right after. So check this out. It says that Jews had absorbed something of these attitudes and perceived themselves as being significantly darker than their neighbors and accepted the argument that as part of the divine plan and as a kind of retribution for their skin or for their sins, they had been gradually darkened by the intervention of the Almighty until they were black. Now check this out. It says, remember, and we heard from Elder that we didn't see white people in Spain until 1600s. Now this was the position of Isaac ben Judah Abramelin, and he lived from 1437 to 1508. The Portuguese Jew statement, exegete and financier, who observed that once long ago, the Jews had been light-skinned, as the Mishnah maintains. Now, the Mishnah, for those that don't know, that is the original oral Torah, the oral tradition that was passed down. But they had grown dark as part of their punishment of the exile. Now, he's saying Isaac ben Judah Abramelin. Let's just say Isaac ben Judah. This is the position of Isaac ben Judah, that him and his fellow Jews had grown darker because of the curses, and this was the plan of the Almighty. Now, I looked up, because every time you see a name, you should always look up the name. Now, this is Isaac ben Judah. Y'all ready? What do we do with that? He was born in 1437 in Venice, Italy in 1508. And him and his family were Spanish Jews.
WA Business Audio.
They just have the camera that they use had a too bright light, so that's why he looks lighter than what he really is. There you go.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess I could see that. They were lighter or whatever.
The picture. They didn't have enough dark paint at the time because the jewelers were under embargo.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this other part that we were talking about the other day. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it as quick. I'm hoping to be able to show this quickly. Is this one? No, Black Jews in Perspective, Hebrew stuff. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it. But yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick because we were told that there were no quote unquote white looking Jews until the 1600s. When and again, this is not my source. This is what we were told, right? See, Black Jews in Africa. This is me looking at the video, and I had found it interesting because actually what he's talking about there, he says that you can see that he doesn't have that part of the page. It wasn't included. Now, if you have the book, gone a little bit beforehand in page 2, because he starts reading here on Alfonso X of Castile, right? Jews were forbidden to convert slaves to Judaism, even if the slave in question was a Moor. He didn't have page 2. It says it wasn't included. But if you look, it's talking about Bruno, who kind of created this class of white versus black. And it's saying if Bruno had known a little more about Judaism, he might have realized that any black could, in theory, convert to Judaism, thus making a color classification between Jews and black a nonsense. It's nonsense. So everything he's showing says how it's nonsense, how he even thought them to be different. But again, he said Jews were not black, therefore Bruno had nothing to do with blacks. His effort at a classification which made a distinction between Jews and blacks based on color forced him towards the theory of polygenesis, and was one of the first statements of racial theory. This is that same guy. And all I'm saying is the sources he used for that bring about that certain individual. When which way am I going with this? Oh, I'm going way too far. They bring about that certain individual that when they talk about it, look like that guy. This is page 5 again. This was the position of Isaac ben Judah, a Portuguese Jewish statesman, who he says him and his people got darker. And this is darker to them. This isn't my source. I was just watching the video that keep getting sent to me. Stop sending me Dante videos. I don't really care to see them because I keep seeing this and it upsets me. I don't want to see all the time that what's being presented as black is actually white. If you don't want me to look into them, stop sending me Dante videos.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
No, address the second Jack says. Why does Kobe keep seeing white? Is there something wrong with his eyes, maybe?
Everywhere. I'm sick of the white folk everywhere. Everywhere they are. The sources, 90% of the sources that they're using is the light-skinned people there. And that's the main thing in the awakening, that they're fake, even if they're converts.
Can I show getting back to what Elder Yara was saying about light skin with no white people, and I just want to show this particular allele, those alleles.
Good. What you want to add, second exit? Does it fall in line with this? With this along these lines?
It does. It does. And I'll let you expound on that, Sean.
All right. So here we have
that these folk are.
My question is,
people are lying. They're lying, making it sound like light-skinned folk ain't come around till after the temple was destroyed. That's a blatant lie. I want to hear you Israelites say that. Were light-skinned Jews there before the temple was destroyed? Nobody want to confess.
Yes, light-skinned Jews were there. Timothy is a great example. His father was
Unlimited Keys, Russell Higgins. Can y'all say that out your mouth that light-skinned Jews were there before the temple was destroyed? Nobody on no side want to confess the simplest of things. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, just to expound on what Yara was saying about Chataman, and that Europeans were basically brown skin or had darker hue. That is true. And we see this allele coming through SLC 24A5. We got SLC 24A2, All right, so those are light skin genes. So around it start moving into Western Europe around 14,000, about 14,000 years ago or so, right? It's even been found, hold on, let me try to raise this. It's even been found origin of blue eyes, OCA2, right? So we're talking Herc genes, 42,000 years ago. Light skin, SLC24A5, if you can see my cursor, SLC24A5 and SLC24A2. All right, that goes back, I think that under there says 50,000 years. So the blonde hair came out of ancient North Eurasia around 18,000 years ago, origin of blonde hair. All right, this is the proposed movement of where blonde hair came in. So down here you have the Torah mummies. If anybody know about these mummies, these European mummies that were found, they have pictures of them. I think I have some of them too. They have pictures of these mummies. These mummies, I think they're saying they're probably around like 10,000 years old or so, or 8,000 years old, and they have European features and they have blonde hair, so that's why they're pointing out this here. And they had blonde hair, the Torah mummies. So when we get over here, back over into
I'm sorry, Sean. Hold on for a minute. Elder Green calling in. Go ahead, Elder Green.
Shalom, everybody. I ain't gonna be long. I'm on 9 to 5. I gotta go take care of some business, big. Really and truthfully, when I asked this question, I'm just really and truthfully, I'm just tripping. I told Elder Maria to ask the chat, what color am I?
Did people like Elder Green exist in the first century? That's what I wanted, because they trying to argue. What color? Is that a fair question? Doing Elder Green said, what color is he?
He's light skinned.
And y'all know how light skinned was. People like him around in the first century. What about during the Maccabean period?
Yes.
You say, who said yes?
I did. Second Exodus.
So, all right, who else said yes? Oh, the realness said yes too. Who else? Type of one if the people that look like Elder Green didn't exist in the first century. I want to see something.
Now, like that smart young lady say, don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not asking that to make sure I'm gonna include. I don't need none of that, because I believe it's by faith anyway. But I was just wanting to just to play a little.
Jason Brown said you a white man. But that's what we're trying to argue. Was he around from the beginning? Was they around in the first temple? But Elder, her whole argument is the evidence. People not trying to come forth with, there was some right and some wrong on both sides. It seems like nobody wants to admit certain things. That's just, how some of us personally feel. In your opinion, the awakening is not that simple. I'm saying awakening is not of God. It's too much pseudo. It's too much haste, race. It's not of God. Is it not? What are your thoughts on that? Is it not that simple? Kobe said it may not be that simple, because he was already a believer and he came to a knowledge of his culture and he just applied that to his believing life. What say you?
I think it's of God.
Is it echoing in the background?
No, you go ahead. I'm muting them. Second that to the storm. He was doing good. Now he got to get back out of here. He talking about he think it was of God. He think the awakening of God. Go ahead, Ella. What are your thoughts?
The short answer would be this. This would be the short answer. It could be a long but short answer. I would say it would have to be on an individual basis. Let me tell you why. Let's say, for instance, if I meet somebody, and this is the type of person that I am and what I believe and the way I think. I don't mean it's right. Let's say, for instance, I meet somebody that's a 7-day Adventist. Okay, let's say watch the wording. They are a 7-day Adventist, and I talk with that person, and if I believe, as I talk to that person, that they hold to the essentials and don't hold to everything that the 7-day Adventists, hold to the essential, but they call themselves a 7-day Adventist. Then I would have me in my mind. I'll be thinking I'm looking at and talking to a believing 7-day Adventist in front of faith. You see what I'm coming from? The same way with Jehovah's Witness. Let's say a Jehovah's Witness don't believe everything that all Jehovah's Witnesses believe, but they hold to the essentials, but they don't believe all the other stuff, because I believe that stuff can exist. So then now I believe in my mind, I'm talking to a believing Jehovah's Witness because they hold to the essentials and don't believe everything all the other Jehovah's Witnesses as a denomination believe. So now, let's say for instance, if somebody talked to me and then they talking to me as a believing Israelite Jew, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Green, oh, you part of the awakening." In my mind, I'm not calling myself part of the awakening. I believe I know I came alive. Now I believe I came alive according to Ezekiel. That's me personally. But if they sit there talking to me and like interviewing me or something, and as I'm talking to them, they in their mind say, "Okay, well you came awoke." If that's what they think, you know what I'm saying? Then I would ask them, according to them, are they awoke? And if they give me some kind of description that's contrary to sound doctrine or contrary to the essentials, I'm gonna tell them you need to go back to sleep. I'm gonna tell you need to go back to sleep because I don't know what you took. It's all. I'm gonna be careful not to group everybody in the same category because everybody don't believe the same way, even in that denomination. So that'd be my answer. And now somebody may say that's dancing. Somebody may say that's whatever. But that's just how I've been even before I came, part of this community. That's just how I approach people because you can't broad brush, because some people may be in a particular denomination, but they don't believe everything that's in that denomination. You know what I'm saying? And you sit down and talk with them. And matter of fact, I remember talking to a Catholic a long time ago. This is some years ago, and we was in the ministerial program together, and we were sitting there talking. He said, "Oh no, I don't believe them. I don't believe that. I don't believe this." So see, that taught me something right there. I said, "Okay, you can't just group everybody, in the same category. Is a individual base." So that my answer would be, if I talk to somebody that call themselves awoke, and if they don't hold the essentials, they don't hold to sound doctrine, then that person in front of my face, I'm gonna say, "Look, that's not of God. That's not of God. Period. Go back to sleep." But if I talk to another person that say they woke and they hold to the essentials and they hold to a sound doctrine, I'm not going to call that right there according to their understanding of that. I'm not going to do that. It's an individual thing. I don't know if they answer the question.
Okay, hold on a minute. That's good because I'm broad brushing and saying the whole thing is a fake. Then I said I want to hear from Red Letter and people and Sister Sherry and people that's in the community that we know feel different. Even Fervent Charity, I still got them in there. Alton said this can be confusing because the foundation of their faith contradicts the Bible. You just said you believe you awoke and you use Ezekiel, bones coming together. You was saved first or you was woke first? Which one?
See, I don't. For me personally, I heard of the woke word or wake word coming on social media. Now I believe personally, without even holding any kind of woke word or wake word or any kind of thing like that, I believe personally that I came alive. Meaning not because I was already a believer in Jesus Christ. Well, if I had to die right then, way before me coming to being out of the Israelite, if I had to die right then, I was already eternally secured without being Israel, without being a Sabbath, without feast days, without sit seats. I already knew that for a fact. Now, the live part that I believe that happened with me, I can say myself personally, I can't speak for the next man, is that I believe that I am one of the dry bones by faith. I believe this. I can't prove this. I believe that by faith, I'm one of the dry bones that came alive. Now watch, this is my key word right here. I believe that God breathed his spirit in me. Now, the reason why I say that like that is because the only way, now,
wait, you was already saved. Well, let me hear this good. Let me be quiet.
I got to change lane. Hold on.
Oh no, Ella can't change. They ain't talking on the phone. He'll have that truck in the northbound lane going the other direction. So y'all just everybody be quiet. Let him concentrate, and he'll be talking and miss the exit, then blame it on us.
You're right. I've done it many times. But so now when it comes to me,
so he gave you his spirit when you found out you was Israel?
No.
No, did he just make it sound like? No, man, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was already a believer in Jesus Christ before I began to believe that I was an Israelite. My eternal state was already secured by faith in Jesus Christ before I knew anything about myself, possibly being an Israelite. Okay, now, when I did come into trust and faith that I was an Israelite, I believe that I fell in that category of Ezekiel. Why? This is why. I'm going to tell you why. Because the dry bones were dead and completely dried up, and they came alive. But this is the key thing. God breathed his spirit in them. Now, I know that the only way that you can get God's spirit is by receiving his son. So now that's the connection with me. Not only am I a believer, but I believe that I'm one of those bones that came alive. Now the only thing about it, I am not back in the land yet. So I'm waiting for Jesus to come to take me as well as you, Berean, and all believers, Gentile or not, to the land. But now, so for to answer your question, I don't call that
real
woke.
estate doctrine.
I don't call that woke. I don't call that weight. Now somebody may call that woke, weight, or whatever. But then now I got to sit down and ask them, you know, how do they define woke? If they define woke as only Israel can be saved, if they define woke as marijuana virgin and all that kind of stuff, then I'm gonna say, no, you're not woke. You need to go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And if you, especially if you left the church, I'm gonna say you need to go back to sleep and go back to the church, because that's where you was secured at in the church or Christianity. If you came awoke and left Christianity and left the church, now you don't believe Jesus was miraculously born, and now you don't believe salvation for all. You need to go back to the church. You need to go back to Christianity. As a matter of fact, you should never leave anyway, period. I mean, I never agree with that garbage like that.
So why would 99% of the awakening speak against the church? They didn't teach us we was Israel, and man, this is rough here. But he's saying basically it sounds like you telling me don't broad brush the awakening and say the whole thing is satanic on an individual basis.
Here we go. Yeah, the same way I tell people don't broad brush Christianity. Because see, I know that in Christianity there's some things, there's some good and bad. So I would. If you go back and look at every video on your show me up here, you're not going to hear me broad brush. You're not going to hear me broad. I'm not going to church. Even though I know that there's some negative areas in there, some things that need improvement, but at the end of the day, you're not going to I'm not going to broad brush. I know everybody don't fall in that category. I know everybody don't. So if I sit there and talk to somebody that calls themselves a woke or came awake, whatever, and if they sit there and believe, you know, like a regular Christian believe the essentials, and in their mind they call it woke, I can't say that person in front of me is not saved. I can't do that. I won't do that. That's
all right, thank you.
It's individual person, individual patient.
All right, thank you. Come on, Leo. You got any concerns with what you just heard?
I'm just curious what Elder Green means by
That's
more
what I
alive.
feel, Mella. I'm going ahead to get that, but that's all right now. Y'all are heard, because it seemed like you and Alton, all the younger generation, all of them Bible thumpers might be a little scratching your head a little bit. But go ahead. What do you have on the back you?
Yeah, so this is that Reverend Claudius Buchanan source, but when Elder Green was saying when he was more alive, I'm just curious what he means. If he's referencing it to Ezekiel, then you became more alive in nationality, it appears. That's why.
No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that he considers himself one of the dry bones. As he believes he's Israel, but what made him alive was receiving the Spirit through Christ. Is what he was saying. You know,
What is Ezekiel? What
he said into his knowledge, though. He said into the knowledge. Sorry, Brian.
No. I want to know Alton. Oh, I ain't even ask Alton because they don't like Alton interpretation. Call Pastor Mike and ask Pastor Mike and Brad C and them what Ezekiel 37 originally meant. The original we use it. We coming together as a community. I don't preach that we'll take it anywhere. We don't use the civil rights movement. We don't use that thing all type ways. But go ahead, Leo. I'm mute myself. Leo got it right here.
In context of what he said he was already saved, but he said after he learned he was Israel, he became more alive and connected that to Ezekiel 36 or 37. That's what I was saying. What became more alive?
So he's not.
I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm talking about. Go ahead and deal with this black Jew thing here.
Oh, okay. My bad. All right, we'll deal with that another day. More. We
no worries. We'll circle back. No worries.
Yeah, I just was curious because Dante referenced this source, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding because we got the right people on the panel. Because I went and just Googled it real quick and got it. This is Claudius Buchanan. He referenced this source about the black Jews. But I just want to read two parts of this and just make sure I'm not misconstruing it.
I'm sorry. So before, and I don't want nobody to interrupt. This is what my man got me right here. Ryan Harris said people left the church because some of the doctrine in Christianity is off. The hell are you talking about? And you and the awakening. Like there ain't nothing in the awakening that's off. Excuse me, y'all. That's how I get to my ignorance. I get to coming out. That slipped out. Let me read it back in. Go ahead, Leo. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So I'm reading the source. So there's a Black Jews portion here, but I want to scroll up and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. So I went to it. There's the Jerusalem or the white Jews, and he's talking. He referenced this part right here about the resident Jews are divided into two classes called Jerusalem or white Jews and the ancient or Black Jews. But the reason I'm confused on this is because how it was used is like you're saying that the ancient Jews are the Black Jews, but it's just talking about India. But here, when it talks about the Jerusalem or the white Jews, it says like specifically here, they have a narrative, the white Jews, they delivered to me a narrative in the Hebrew language of their arrival in India, which has been handed down to them from their fathers, and then exhibited their ancient brass plate containing their character and freedom of residence given by the king of Malabar. The following is a narrative of the events relating to their first arrival. And it talks about the Second Temple period and all of this. But then when we go to the Black Jews mention, which to me is like, I just thought this was interesting. So he says the Black Jews, it's only necessary to look at the countenance of the Black Jews to be satisfied their ancestors must have arrived in India many ages before the white Jews. I'm like, okay. Their Hindu complexion and their very imperfect resemblance to the European Jews. So they're comparing, there's white Jews mentioned, then there's European Jews mentioned here. I wasn't sure why these two are separated. But indicate that they have been detached from the parent stock in Judea many ages before the Jews in the West. So I'm a little confused. There's one more part I want to ask is, if he's saying that their Hindu complexion and their very imperfect resemblance to the European Jews indicate that they have been detached. So they've been detached from the parent stock in Judea. So I'm trying to understand, why is he connecting, like they're talking about the ancient Jews. I'm thinking they're more ancient because they resided in Asia. But he's saying this is detached from the stock in Judea many ages before the Jews in West Africa, in the West. So he's saying, how I'm understanding, he's saying the Jews in the West were not detached from the parent stock of Judah or Judea before. Like they've still stayed consistent with the parent stock in the West, as opposed to these, they've been detached from the parent stock in Judea. They've been mixing, and that there have been intermarriages with families not Israelite or Israelite-ish. So like, he's saying that these Black Jews were intermixing already before the Jews in the West. So they've already been mixing within different populations. And the last part I want to make sure I'm not confused on. He says the Black Jews communicate to me much interesting intelligence concerning their brethren in the ancient Israelites in the East. Traditional indeed in its nature, but in general illustrative of true history. They recounted the names of many small colonies resident in northern India, Tartary, and China, and gave me a written list of 60 places. I was like, hold on. So he's saying their confirmation is just different cities they resided, as opposed to the other group, the Jerusalem or white Jews, they're going back to the Second Temple period. And that's kind of where I was a little confused. It's like, how is someone using this source to justify Black Jews were older than white Jews, yet the white Jews are saying they didn't detach from the parent stock of Judea, as well as they actually connect their tradition back to the Second Temple period, but this group is only connecting it back to the residents in Asia.
Good job.
I'm just a
And
little
that's
confused
the same, and that's Dante's source.
Yep.
This is Dante's source.
But I can't talk to, but you can't, when you get dedicated people like Bruce and Unlimited Keys, you can't question the source. Hell no. Charles Manson, he started the Church of God. He started the Church of God in Christ, but he had pieces of wood, and it looked like hoodoo. Nobody is above being questioned. Look at your jack, Leo. Go ahead.
Leo. The real thing is, why don't you want Black people to be Israel? Just say it, bro.
Hey, yo, Dunamis. Dunamis, don't do it, bro. Don't.
Why are you trying to stop the awakening, man?
I know why you trying to stop the awakening. That's all. Watch the conversation's gonna come on. Say that pretty soon. Not here. Oh, that's pretty good.
I did this mainly for Keys. I did this mainly for Keys because Keys saying we got all these different thoughts. I'm reading the source y'all say we don't look at, but yet the source is saying that Dante provided. This is Reverend Claudius Buchanan. This is the direct source. If y'all want, there's a link you can find on a web archive. It's free. I went and downloaded it, and it says it directly. These are direct going to the source, the PDF. It's literally saying the white Jews connect back to the Second Temple period, and that's where their tradition comes from. Yet the black Jews only connected back to Asia. Like they're only saying they only have different tribal locations in Asia. And then on top of that, you see where it says the white Jews. And if I go to that part right here, this is another part that I thought was interesting. I'm not trying to be like disrespectful. I'm finding it a little weird is that the white Jews are already saying they had the prejudice against the black Jews. And I think that's the part down here that I think he mentioned before. Where is that part at? I think it's right here where it says the white Jews had a prejudice against the black Jews. And because right here, the white Jews look upon the black Jews as an inferior race. And now this is where I thought it was interesting, and not a pure caste, which plainly demonstrates that they do not spring from a common stock in India. So it's like, if the white Jews are saying, hey, they don't come from a common stock in India, what stock are they talking about? Because the white Jews are already saying they are pure and they claim Jewish ancestry. But yet they're saying, it seems like how it's appearing that the black Jews that mentioned here, they were mixing with folks in Asia with these different tribes. That's saying, like, if y'all can help me understand this more, like I'm reading it directly. It seemed like the white Jews are saying they have a stronger claim than the black Jews themselves, because the black Jews were mixing with those in Asia rather than the white Jews, which they're saying they actually have they're not as detached from the parent stock in Judea as the black Jews are. So making a connection, white Jews have a closer connection to the parent stock in Judah or Judea as opposed to the black Jews, because they came to Asia earlier and they mixed in with the Asian population earlier.
Well, yeah,
and now they're go ahead.
They also call the black Jews slaves too. So perhaps that's what they're talking about. But this was a part of the Roman Empire when they said, oh, if you didn't have this skinny nose and the small lips and the fair skin, if you didn't have these features, you weren't children of the Greek gods. And therefore if you had dark skin, thick lips, big nose, curly hair, then you were part of the slaves. And so that was like a divine birthright. So that philosophy was carried all throughout the Roman Empire. So we're seeing a lot of that in different areas around the world.
Wait. So you're saying the Roman Empire went to China? That's what you believe?
No, the Roman Empire did extend all the way to India. We were talking about India, right?
But this mention is saying that they've made connection to smaller colonies resident in northern India, Tartary, and China. So they're saying the black Jews have a deeper ties to the Asian region than the white Jews do.
We do know that black Jews did go, or at least Portuguese Jews did go to China and establish Shanghai and in certain areas in China.
Wait. So you believe black Jews established Shanghai as a city?
Portuguese Jews as well as Muslims. They did have trade routes all the way that did contribute to the foundation of Shanghai.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting, Ryan Harris. This source is not saying that.
No, not this source, but there's other sources speaking about Marco Polo and his descriptions of Jews go. But I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to let you know that there was context from the Roman Empire that created this white versus black dynamic, which we're still talking about to this very day. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
And I want Leo to read Elder Harris. Okay, you got it. Okay, I see you say you okay, go ahead. Yes, do that for me. No, no, go ahead.
And
I'm
so,
sorry. Second Exodus, you saying
Second
something?
Exodus, finish up. I want to go after second.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish up right now, and then I'm gonna ask a question because I just wanted to ask this question.
And before I walk away, I'm taking the phone with me. Leo, is this the same one here that if you scroll down, it's all the pictures? That
Let's check.
Kobe had his screen, but I see he gone. This is
Let's
the same
check.
book, or that's another work?
That's another work. That's another work.
You could pull that up too whilst, or
Yeah.
after,
Yeah, I
okay,
can pull
go
it up
ahead.
too.
All
I
right,
got
go
it.
ahead.
I
Go
got it.
ahead. After Garfield, go ahead. Second
Yeah,
Exodus.
yeah. So the skin color thing is unique to the Greco-Roman Empire, which we're still using to this very day about skin color and who's free and who's not free, and whether it's a divine right for humanity to be white skinned versus non-humans or slaves, which is to be dark skinned. But my question is this: how can we engage constructively with the beliefs and claims of Hebrew Israelites while maintaining theological integrity and addressing potential theological, historical, and social implications? So that's my
Boy, I'm telling y'all right now, that seminary done changed his life. This Negro talking brand new right now. That's good talk right there.
Thank you, Berea.
Yes, I'm sorry. You know, I'm ignorant, but that's good talk right there. I think that's fair, y'all. And I hope nobody is talking around Dante establishing in Israel that there's black folk in Portugal and Spain. I hope nobody's missing all of that in the midst of this.
Yeah,
That's
that's a very good question by Second Exodus. I think, or whoever that was, I'm not sure because I can't see on the screen.
It was.
But before we do anything, Irene, that comment that you put on the screen is extremely, extremely important. The best comment.
Ryan Harris was
not
one.
this one, not this one, the one before.
Oh, this right here. Elder
Yeah,
Harris.
it seems to me everything we read, every time we read one of Dante's sources, it says something totally different than what he has stated. Is that not suspect? And I implore to Bruce, I implore to Dante supporters, you guys got to go back and say, yo, this is not right. You got to stand on right. You see, this is my problem.
Is the source wrong or just the other people? Like Kobe said, that's wrong because of the light-skinned people, he'll read the words and tell us it's black people in the same book of source light-skinned people. Is that's the bad thing? That's Elder Harris.
I think
that's what it is. Because outside of that, how has he used sources? All I can say is Dante uses sources.
Every source that Dante uses, he uses it with an agenda. And I keep telling everybody, how you kill Dante is just say, yeah, you know what? Everybody's black. Show me them coming off the boats or show me them going on the boats. That ends the conversation. But what happened is the black-white dynamic, 99.9% of the people watching you, Bereen, cares about that. We could say our race is a social construct all day long. We still going to use that same social construct on a daily basis because one, we're in the Americas, which we know racialized terms are used daily, every single day. It's on the census to say you're black or African American. So using the term black can be demonized. So what happened is Dante knows that it's going to rile up you in the spirits. It's going to rile you up. I don't know if you guys have ever read an FBI file in the 60s when they talk about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. They know what's going to rile you up as African Americans. And this racial stuff is going to get you cooking. And if you go against it, Garfield, you're a sellout. You the white man. You work for the white man. But we're using the same thing.
Y'all heard what Garfield just said, right? You church people that don't accept, I don't accept Israel. I'm not Israel. I got Green and my man and them. I got people that I love that's Israel and they believe on the Lord and it's good. But does it make a difference to you? I'm not even Israel, and it make a difference to me. If people came over and they thought they was African and they was really Israelites, I'm gonna feel some type of way. That's just me. And I know once we're in Christ, and trust me, I'm not confused about nothing. But all the Root Cadwells and all of them talking about, it's just the kingdom and all of this stuff. I'm wondering if you spiritual people, if it make a difference if you thought you was African or you're Israel, or it has nothing to do with Christ. I'd love to ask Pastor Mike that. I'd love to ask Leo and the Elder Joe that. Come on, Detroit, stand up. Some people, that may not make a difference.
And by the way, too, Blacks and Jews, Black Enslaved by Goldenberg is one of the best go-to books. It goes to why we use the term black, why it was demonized because of the curse of Ham. It was probably started in the BC era, in the Hellenistic time period, like
sure enough, before the curse said, thank you.
But we know the Cave of Treasures, that Eastern Christian church book, they did talk about attaching blackness to slavery. This was before the Talmud. So when the blackness was attached, the Talmud added on, or even if it did or it didn't, the tradition started adding on that, hey, because you're dark-skinned black, you're cursed because of the Hamitic hypothesis. But at the end of the day, whether you're cursed with big lips, thick nose, big lips, thick noses, and long donkey private parts, as they say in the Talmud, that was the curse. So now when the Arabs, this is the most important part, the Arabs got that information and they started calling black folks Cush. And the reason why they call Cush, they said Cush was a son of Canaan, which is not biblical. We know Cush is a brother. So they changed the tradition and said all black people is Cush. So no matter where in Africa you come from, if you are black in their opinion, you're Cush.
All
so
of that brings in all of that brings in the confusion. All of that stuff right there. And like I said, the curse of Ham, why was dark skin from the very beginning looked at as bad before slavery?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that wrote that other book here, Jewish, he a light-skinned Jew, but he said even in Africa, that color thing, we was on that heavy before John the Baptist and Jesus came on the scene.
Yep.
We gotta wonder, why is that?
You know, the Portuguese also read the Muslim works and say, you see, we're justified in using these.
And they had to, because white Christians said it was man stealing, so they just went and dug it up and said, we're not the only ones to do it. We're not the first ones to invent it. Garfield is talking truth here. Go ahead, Keys, run your interference.
I just got a quick question, because I'm going to stand on the same premise that I've always stood on. Because if you believe that that image of Jesus was whitewashed, I believe you would also have to say that the children of Israel had to be whitewashed first to get that. And if you're going to say that they were white originally, then you need to just go ahead and not say that that image was whitewashed.
I agree with that. And we might have to admit that Jesus was looking what some people in America would call white. We would have to admit that. I told them apologists, once y'all start about Jesus ain't white, y'all think y'all gonna just talk to these people and then just don't answer no more questions? They was quiet from then on. They made 3, 4, 5 videos. I tell you, people that have bosses in that thing, they ain't gonna touch them other folk over there. They're not gonna touch that subject. How many videos they made on Israelites alone? They're not gonna do it. They ain't gonna do it.
I mean, if you're not going to, and the reason why I say that is because it would actually make your argument more valid if you would just go ahead and do that, because we've all heard that the painting of Jesus is whitewashed. And when I asked the question, well, how did you get the whitewashed painting without whitewashing the children of Israel first? People got quiet. So since you want to say that they are the original, then just go ahead and say that the picture of Jesus that is a Caucasian image is the picture of Jesus. Stop saying it's whitewashed.
What would you say to that, Leo? Come on, Smug. Come on, Detroit. Y'all love talking so much. What would you say to that?
I'm trying to understand who's claiming that white Jews are the original, though.
Well, then that negates your whole argument, because that's what Dante is arguing, that the black Jews were the original. And if you're going to promote the white Jews as if they're the original, or are y'all just saying that they were just there?
I'm gonna say it one more time.
No, you can't have it both ways, Moore. I understand you want to give the Moorish hand, Birdman hand rub, but
who made the claim that white Jews were the original? That's all I'm trying.
Yeah, who's claiming that?
I said that you're arguing it in a way that it portrays that you're saying that. And if you're going to hold on, because if they're not original, then Dante's right.
What you just did.
No, if they're not original, then you're going to have to say Dante's right.
Hey, Unlimited.
You can't bring no DNA. This is just logical right now. If you're going to say that.
Hold on one second, brother. Hey, Barry, this is the same argument the conscious community makes when we say that the ancient Egyptians were not black.
Yes.
It's the same argument. You say that they're white? You said nobody's
saying. You hear what
name.
folk ain't saying.
Now,
Different skin tones, different phenotypes. You don't know how anybody in the past knows. You don't know. What you're doing is assuming that they're black because, again, you take a picture with you and your wife gonna be like, let me see how my hair turned up. You want to see yourself in it. So because you are supposedly black, you want everybody else to be black. This is the problem. It's a race, it's a social construct that divides people. People are arguing on YouTube, TikTok, Clubhouse every day about blackness. It does nothing if you are saying you follow the New Testament. So you coming on here now with saying, well, if they did this, listen, if you look at the earliest pictures of Jesus, he don't look black. Let's keep it real.
He don't. Which picture came first, the light one or the dark one? Why Garfield? He said, if you're part of the New Testament, Keys, you say you believe he died and rose again. Why is this consuming your mind? It hurts me that Garfield got to bring this up. Why? What has become of you so-called Bible believers that this blackness is just driving y'all?
Hey, why does Garfield feel that the way it's being handled is still the one years after I asked that question?
Because Berean is the only one that's doing it. Everybody else has a platform. Everybody else has a platform, even can get more numbers than Berean, and they don't do it. So that's why
look, I'm not looking for no platform. I believe you came up in here and gave the Birdman hair rub, and now you gave the church a 1 on how it's been addressed, and it's still a 1. And he just asked the question, why? Now, if you have all of the history and you had the history of having the Bible, I would think that the argument would be a little bit more sounding concrete than throwing 5 different arguments against the wall to attack one, and then the goalposts get moved that y'all don't want to admit. And I'm being upfront, and I'm within the church. And I'm looking at the argument like, what are we doing?
I get you. You know what? I won't even give you no pushback on that.
And I'm looking at us like, I mean, like even within the church, and I'm gonna drop to Israel right now. So what Dante is saying is that he believed that the black Jews were the original Jews.
Okay.
The argument comes off with I understand that y'all say that there were some white Jews. We're not negating that. But it's coming off as you're saying that they're the original Jews and not really wanting to say that, but you're arguing it to a sense. And then yet you look at that picture of white Jesus, and then you'll tell us that it's been whitewashed. And I'm sitting up here like,
hot garbage argument I've ever heard in my life, bro.
This is the argument that's been in the room. More. This has been the argument in the room for years, whether you've been here or not.
Bro, I've been
quiet. This has been the argument. Man, I understand you know DNA, but that ain't the argument right now. But this sentiment has been in the room. Have you been here? Have you been here to see the sentiment in the room?
Seconds, my G, because I've been quiet. This is called a false dichotomy argument, and it's also called a slippery slope fallacy, right? You're saying if you're not arguing that the original Jews are black, you're arguing that they're white. That is a false. That's a slippery slope.
Within this room, that was that middleman was not the middle. That was not the majority. That was not the majority argument. You're lying now. You are lying and trying to sugarcoat it with a Birdman hand rub, bro. That was not the argument in here. The argument at first was the Jews was white. Y'all brought in the middleman. Y'all brought in Olive. It didn't stick. We asked questions on that. Now y'all, what's the next move, bro?
Okay, first and foremost,
what's the next move? Go call a timeout and get a huddle and discuss a play.
You walk me through the goalpost change.
Now you said what you had to say. Now give him a chance to
No. I want to address all the arguments. Show me where the goalpost moved from what to what, and then let me address all your arguments, fam. Because this is nonsense, utter nonsense. Lay it out, Keys. Lay it out.
I'm gonna just say, based off of what I've seen from the entirety time of being here, which was almost 6 years, the goalpost has definitely been moved. The arguments have been thrown against the wall. Some stuck a little bit, some didn't stick at all, and now you out here reaching. So what's the next play? Go ahead and call a timeout and discuss a play on the playboard for the team to get a better play in the game.
Don't just yap.
Because the play in the game is a 1.
What
it's a 1.
Got moved?
According to your unbiased source and opinion, the goalpost is 1.
What goalpost got moved? You're not saying nothing,
bro. At first, look, man, y'all have said that it went, and Berean has called this out. Some have changed from it was none to some. Then you got this, then you got that. Man, you can go ahead and watch all the videos you want to. It's 6 to 7 years, considering if he took some down or some were forced to be taken down. And for you to sit up here and say that that was not the sentiment for years, man, you pulling a Birdman hand rub,
I've
bro.
literally said the opposite, bro. What are you listening to? I came on myself on this very show and said the opposite. What are you saying?
Bro, this goalpost has been so far removed, bro.
Now you're just talking. So now
I'm being specific, Alton. It went from none to some.
Since you're just talking, I'm going to address your arguments now, fam. Because I literally came on myself on this show many times and on this very one here today and stipulated when they first came out, they was talking about none. Now they said none at all.
He said that the urban apologetic community has grown. He said that yesterday. He did, Keys. I say he did.
I said that today and yesterday, fam.
Well, they've been forced to grow because some of the arguments that they were arguing, they were forced to grow because them arguments was garbage for. I mean, they were good for a certain time, but now that time ain't this time no more. Let's grow conveniently. Nah, bro, y'all still arguing it to that point. I understand what's going on. Because when Garfield said, hold on, Garfield, let me show you what you asked the important question, Garfield. You said if Dante is right.
Hold on, more. I want to hear him specifically because I do feel the same way. Folk act brand new. Some folk acting brand new. They ain't confess certain things.
Brand new.
I want to go ahead. You asking Garfield something?
Yeah, and Garfield made a very important kind of not like nonchalant question. He asks, if Dante is right, then what? And I said it before. If Dante is right, then this is probably going to go down as some of the biggest self-hate that you've ever seen. And then people are not going to trust you with the gospel because you don't know nothing about what led to the gospel.
What do you mean by that? What led to the gospel? What do you mean by that?
Because the Old Testament led to the gospel, and because we're linking the Old Testament with historical events. And if Dante is right and y'all are wrong, trust me, ain't nobody gonna listen to y'all.
Hold on a minute.
Nobody. Let's just keep it real.
Hold on a minute, Keys. JT Mack talking to you, Keys. He said, but not all of the urban apologists made the same argument. Way too much broad brushing. Give me a video 6 years ago of an urban apologist saying some slaves came over here with slaves. What Lisa Fields and Bantu saying right now? Said one thing y'all ain't gonna do is that crazy in here. I feel some way about Keys too. Show me. All we got to do is pull up the video. What Lisa Fields is saying, what Vince Bantu is saying, show me that 7 years ago. I'll wait. BereanTeacher@gmail.com.
But here's the point, Berean. Are they changing what they're saying now based upon anything that Dante's saying? No. They're doing it based upon the research that they've done themselves. Bantu
apparently.
Hold on, real quick. Bantu said that he went into sources that the same source that he used to prove West African Christianity prior to colonialism. He was like, you know what? If I'm being honest, these same sources talk about Jews being in West Africa, and came out and told the Christians about it. Came out and told all the Christians about it.
Hey, yo,
they started using his.
I'm eating my pistachios, but still, that means there were urban apologists making claims without doing research.
I agree. I said the same thing.
Y'all can't give me this. Y'all can't give me this.
When I first came on, what did I say, Brent? I said right off rip, I said that they were making historical arguments that were messed up, that they were dealing with a pseudo history. They weren't prepared for the arguments. There was a power vacuum created or whatnot. Now they're trying to be down with doctrine, and they ain't got the history right.
Here with his good Calvinist self. I'm sorry, that slipped out. Why can't Alton what's making Alton mouth not say the words? Why can't Alton say it? Go ahead, Leo. Something's happening here. Something's happening. Now, why more sound suspect? Go ahead, Leo. Go ahead.
I
Go
sound
ahead.
sensitive because I'm hot about this nonsense argument my dude just came in and made. He came in and made this false dichotomy claim that if you're not arguing that the original Jews are black, you got to be saying that they're white. Literally, Kobe came and said, "No, I think they were Bin Laden looking, fam." You had people like you had people like Avery come through and say something very, very similar, fam. I said that they look Afro-Asiatic. I don't think they look like Berean, fam. I said that a bunch of times. I've been said that. Now, if you're gonna tell me that they look like Berean, all right, come with the proof, fam, because that's not what's being brought. And if you think that's what it is, that's why we're trying to slow it down and go through the sources, because it ain't saying what you think it's saying, fam. Period.
What's going on? Mr. Phil Fox said there's bigger fish to fry, but boy, I'm telling you right now, Washington, y'all worried about frying fish, and y'all ain't even caught the fish yet. Y'all down there, I'm telling you, a lot of folk getting into this thing. Rick Cotterwell, he over there, he's a lot of people into this blackness in the Bible that got to find out who we are in the church playing games. A lot of people are talking that out there. Y'all will get up in here and act like, well, the awakening ain't that big off. And so, well, the awakening is on the internet. Boy, I'm telling you right now, people feel some type of way about white folk in this Bible. Period. Not just the awakening. Just feel some type of way about white folk in the Bible. So race and slavery play heavy. I can't even find, like I said, Dr. Bantu and them, but they on some Black Power stuff. I can't even find y'all ministers to admit that Christianity got a criminal record and boldly say it. Y'all not comfortable with it. God is good, and we got to, were they really Christians? And we got to, Dr. Bantu said this stuff happened on our watch, on a Christian watch. Chattel slavery. Can we deny that, Brother Phil Fox? Or in Jesus' holy name, is that the truth? Chattel slavery existed with the growth of Christianity. Spreading to, can we say that we got too much Holy Ghost to say that? I don't know. Alton wants to look. Go ahead, y'all.
It can be said, but that don't mean that Jesus look like a West African.
I agree with that. So that's the nonsense. We've been saying, that Jesus wasn't white. He's those brown people.
But then folks both want to say he black. And when I hear black, I hear West African.
Because that's what it means. Use the term black. That's what it means, bro. It means anybody below North Africa. That's what sub-Saharan African, which is kind of racist nowadays.
Yeah.
So we should have black defined from the gate. I don't understand. What are y'all saying?
No, when you say black, you see, these people are using the term for a specific reason. That's like we call it an Egyptian, like how the what is it called? The Zondervan is trying to separate those black people from
the Negro,
Egypt, Canaan, and all that stuff, and try to separate them from other black people. That's what they're doing. So the Greeks would, if you look at the map that Herodotus has, he has North Africa. He called all of Africa Libya, but he said in Libya, below the Sahara, they are Ethiopians. He didn't say it was Ethiopia. He said they are Ethiopians, referring to those people are darker than the people that are in North Africa. So they've always been trying to separate them anyway. They've always been trying to do that. What do you say more?
Now here's the problem too. Like, so this is what I was trying to bring out the other day, right? Like, so who so-called brownwashed the you know what I'm saying, the African Jesus, right? Because so the Ethiopian version of Jesus doesn't look like Berean, don't look like Wesley Snipes or whatnot, and the Sudanese version of Jesus, like I was talking about, that Dr. Bantu has on the cover of his book, where they have the nativity scene, where they have the family of Jesus, and they also have like what's supposed to be Bombarder people from West Africa with leopard masks or whatnot. Again, those depictions of the family of Jesus and whatnot, and Jesus in Ethiopia and Sudan, they don't look like Berean. They don't look like Wesley Snipes. So who brownwashed them? What's the brownwashing conspiracy on that one, fam? Because those ones came out. Those ones are older than all the, you know what I'm saying, the white depictions of Jesus.
And that's like we in the church say that we believe that that's the truth, that he was brown, Bin Laden type looking. But come on, Alton, because folk got mad. Phil Fox say people aren't thinking though. If they were allowing their emotions to bind them. That's why the camps got the block. We got to admit the camps got the block, because they talking that color thing, the world into that color thing in the Bible, and they feel resentment about Christianity being involved in slavery, and we just come because we've been lying. A lot of y'all, I heard some of y'all trying to make it sound only the Catholics were involved in slavery. I mean, that's a black lie right there. Well, we got to protect Protestantism and all of that stuff. Y'all, If you don't tell the whole truth, I can't trust you. Go ahead, Alton.
Hey, grace and peace. Now, I mean, man, I'm gonna be honest, man. It's right now it's getting to a point to where it's starting to become a waste of time because a lot of these arguments just keep being rehashed. Like they just brought this information out yesterday, and you know
now they making some ground. Now the argument is worthless.
It's like, man, all of this.
You got
all of this.
Chip. What type of chip Russell Simmons? What type Russell Higgins? What type of chip Alton got? He got an advanced chip. Go ahead.
Yeah. I got the advanced coon chip. I'm due for an upgrade.
Me too, Alton.
Yeah. you know they're about to come out with that new upgrade when they get that new iPhone out. So I'm gonna have to upgrade my coon chip. But
he's standing on line for the chip. Go ahead.
But yeah, man, I mean, it's like, you know, these things about, you know, the black people are the true people of Israel. It's like, man, come on, bro. It's like I've been hearing that stuff growing up. I used to listen to a lot of conscious rap back in the day. Even Nas was saying that, you know, that we the lost children of Israel. And man, I used to watch Farrakhan back in the day. You know, like religiously, and these folks is trying to make it seem like that. Oh, we just not being privy to this information. And within the first, I'll probably say between 2016 and 2019 or 2020, you know, man, we done dealt with a lot of these arguments and stuff, and these folks keep regurgitating the same thing and just totally dismissing the evidence that's been coming out. You know, just like the whole DNA thing that came out. What was that, last year, if I'm not mistaken? Where they had some ancient DNA from like some ancient Israelites or something. And I know like Orthodox more and all of those people, they could talk more to that. But I came across that information in passing. But it's just like stuff like that just get totally dismissed. You know, you bring out scriptures to say, no, bro, you're reading that wrong. That's not what that says in the original Hebrew or the original Greek or the original text. You know, you may want to walk that back. They'll turn you'll turn around and hit the live button and they'll come right back on here to say the same exact thing like we didn't already address it. So they keep talking about this goalpost being shifted, and it's just like, what goalpost? The only thing that folks like Dante has done, and which I give him respect for, was to show that there were dark-skinned Jews, dark-skinned ancient Jews. That's it. He has not proven that one person who has been in the transatlantic slave trade was a messianic black Jew believing the same way that they believe today. There's been zero evidence of that.
They got to be messianic? There's not there were Old Testament Jews that came into slavery. They got to be messianic?
During the slave...
That's tied to the claim. In a way, that's tied to the claim. Because they keep this whole notion about... It's tied to the claim with the Iberians and whatnot, why they reject certain Jews and whatnot. They don't tie themselves to the Karaite Jews. And it's this whole thing. It's like there's a messianic group that's always been around since the 1st century all the way to the 9th century that were kicked out. But they were Messiah believers.
Okay.
But
and that's the thing.
Alton, bro, how can you say that, Alton, when you subscribe to Eurocentric Christianity, when the reformers were anti-Semitic? So maybe that's why you don't understand prophecy. That's why you don't understand the language, Alton. Because you have a Greek mindset.
Let me ask Alton a serious question, though, right? So, because people can hear what he's saying and maybe not hear what he's not saying. So, Alton, you're not disagreeing with Dr. Vince Bantu when he says that he believes that a minuscule, negligible amount of people that came across slave trade would have been potentially Jewish based upon the sources that he saw that confirmed West African Christianity.
I Garfield disagree.
Catholic, Brian.
I disagree.
All right, Leo. All right,
I'm
Leo.
asking Alton, Garfield. You're supposed to disagree. I'm asking Alton.
I just wish Bantu and them would have said it before Dante. That's all. I wish Bantu and them would have said it for.
No, but here's the point, Brian. Here's the point, though. Dante
used to say, "Don't let me hear it from the streets. They seeing you coming through on the block, and my friends live over there. Don't let me hear it. Are you messing with such and such in that building in the projects over there where my cousin see you? Don't get your car shot up." She said, "Let me hear it from. I want to hear it from you first. I wish I'd heard it from them first."
So, yeah, I'm with it, though. Please hear what I'm saying, though, because this is extremely important, right? So, Bantu told you the moment he found out, he learned Arabic to go read these sources. And the moment he found out, he's like, here you go. These are the same sources
More,
I've been
more.
talking
Do me a
about.
favor. You
Hold
know
on,
I like you,
real
bro.
quick. These
You're
are the
trying to be a
same sources
lawyer
that,
for
hold on, real
Bantu.
quick.
Did Bantu say it after there were urban apologists already dropping videos or before? You try to act. I'm sick. That's
Let
so
me
like
finish
the
this.
crazy talk.
This is a
Did he
point,
say it
Durant. You got to let
before
me
or did
finish
he
this
say it
point.
after? He
This
had
is,
to go look into it.
it don't
More
matter.
reactive.
This is what I'm
What you mean it
saying.
don't? Oh man, I'm good.
It
I'm
don't
good. I'm
matter.
good.
This is why it don't matter,
What?
right?
Why don't it matter? If somebody, I'm
Because
good.
this
I'm
is
good. I'm good. Never mind. I'm mute
Can I
myself.
finish the sentence, Sabrina? It don't matter because when he found out, he came out and told all the Christians about it, and he was intellectually honest about the thing. But what's more important is the fact that none of the sources that any of these BHI push, from Dante to the Benai to anybody, are the sources that made Bantu come to that conclusion.
All right.
None
Okay.
of them.
I understand
These
what
are the
he's saying,
same
but
sources
the
that they were
hurtful
all
thing is,
rejecting.
the hurtful thing is, after Bantu came to that conclusion, I could show you 6 urban apologists still making videos. There's no
I'm
evidence,
with it.
including my man
I have no
Alton
issue
here.
with
There's
that.
no evidence.
I got no issue with that claim.
Hey yo, I'm showing you.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
I get
I
Alton.
came on and
Go
told.
get another pool
I've been
tip.
saying.
Yes,
I've been
you do.
saying that
Alton, you said it
in
before.
vocab's last debate was Zion Lex. He was
Hey, yo, I'm
wholesale
good.
denying
I'm
West
good. I know
African
what's going
Jewry.
on here. Go ahead, y'all. I'm just listening. I ain't gonna even
I've been saying that vocab in his last debate was
wholesale
wholesale denying West African Jewry, whatnot. I got a whole presentation I'm about to drop this weekend on that, right?
Jesus in heaven.
I got a whole presentation.
Even when I had my discussion with Dante, that was brought up, and I even said to him in front of everybody on the same platform that it's possible that you could have had some Jewish practicing Africans that could have come together on the slave ship.
You said your position changed. You admitted it. The advanced cool chip is supposed to be working. What's the new speed on the new iPhones, baby? Help tell Alton in there. What's the new speed? It's supposed to be clicking, click. You said talking about tell you and them. I gotta admit my thing changed, and that's just from being around us ignorant folk. You left the back chat, but coming around us, I still got urban apologists make a video a year ago. There's nothing that has been. Nothing. The whole Libra. I'm good. I don't even start bringing people name up because I can bring names up and all of that stuff. But they're gonna say I'm just doing this just to. I ain't trying to help the awakening. Go ahead.
But if Alton can say that some came off, right? This is where the Israelites gotta make a concession. They gotta recognize, okay, we have not proven that the original Israelites in any way, shape, or form was out here looking like Berean. We haven't proven a West African phenotype on 11 people yet.
That's beef. Now that's beef. Because Ultimate Key's making it sound like Dante done proved it all. We got them over here and they was Israel with commandments, and Bruce say no, they were younger and they forgot who they were, and Fervor Chatty in there on the organ. Boy, y'all can't even dang the same people under all this time to build a community to try with these folk, and folk gonna sit here lying. Good morning, Sister Davis. Folks sitting here, folk just don't. I ain't saying lying, but folk just can't. Why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just keep it a buck? Go ahead, Leo.
Some adjustments have been made. I agree.
Come on,
some adjustments have been made.
That's thank you.
Like you can see that. Like adjustments have been made. Like if you go back 5 years ago, it was nobody came on the ships. I remember videos.
That's why I love Leo. Thank you. That's all.
I do remember
all
videos.
We want, and that's all Key said. Now
I remember videos.
He's saying it and Leo saying it. That's all. That's all. I put the link.
I do remember.
The realness said they can't. They can't.
I remember videos of people saying nobody came on them slave ships. Like the way that was said, it was like ain't no Jews came on them slave ships. That's how it was kind of pushed out there.
Still say,
and then still say, yeah. There are people that definitely still say it now, and those that do, I think it's more out of pride for staying consistent with their argument. They're not really open to what's been shown. It's more like I've been saying this from the beginning and I'm sticking to it. I don't care what y'all say. And I admit you can see that.
Now, Leo, hold on. Nobody's saying that. Now, Leo, answer Keys. He's talking to you. I want you to come on here, Keys, and talk to Leo one. He's talking to you. So y'all was lying then, or that's not really a lie because they didn't know. And then when more and more people, they said, let's look into it. Were they lying? He's talking to you. I'm being quiet. He's talking to you, Leo.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were lying. I would say for those that have changed, are open to the new information that has come out, acknowledge like, okay, maybe I overstated out of ignorance. I can definitely say that. But those that are still adhering to it, they just being, you could say that, I don't know if they're saying they're lying. I'm just saying they may just be blind to the new information because they may have a pride or ego behind what they said before.
Okay,
but I'm not
Mr.
saying
Phil
nobody's
Fox,
lying.
the spirit is resting on them now. Mr. Phil Fox cleaning it up now. He said information is not static. We are still all learning both sides. We need
That's
to
my
deal
elder.
with the information. Now you see how they clearing up a little bit, y'all?
That's
You
my
see how
elder.
they're
That's
coming
my elder.
around? When the coon chips start wearing off. Go ahead. Now we getting somewhere lyrically outspoken. Go ahead. Now they talking good.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Some pushback have been made by the Israelites, and they showed some sources that I would say has made people reconsider their positions. Definitely say that. Some, not all though, not all, because I definitely still see people out here pushing certain things because it may be a pride or ego thing around it. But also,
Ryan said, but they calling us liars. It's not so much a lie; it's just not looking into it. Listen to Covey now, and he Israel. Berean, why do Christians always got to admit that they lied when Israel never admitted their lies, Professor Katz?
That's the $1 million question.
And it's like pulling teeth, even with Putin and the picture being fake. That's how come I said shout out to you ministries. At least they were bold enough to came out, because Israel, y'all can never talk about Freemasons sticking together. Y'all ain't even want to admit. Y'all ain't even want to think. Well, what's the point? Big deal. The pictures are fake. Yo, I don't know. Repass the mic. Go ahead, y'all. I'm aggravating myself.
Amen. What I've always said is that the transatlantic slave trade was not about Deuteronomy 28, as said by the Black Hebrew Israelites.
And that's what I've always said. I even got videos on that.
But then I think the question, really a serious question. So then how do you explain it, Alton? How do you explain the tragedy that Black folks have gone through?
Everybody don't believe in Deuteronomy 28, Alton.
Right. And I mean, it's man, listen, I've been preaching the cross. I've been preaching sin. I've been preaching Genesis 3. You know, all of this is the result of the fall of man. You know, racism and sexual immorality and homosexuality and demon time in the hood, abortion. I'm like, man, all of that, it flies up under the same banner. So you can't sit back and say that, oh, well, we're only going through this because we're Black. You know, it's just like, man, it's just nonsense, because if you look at some of the stuff that people are going through around the world, you know, especially those who are in Christ, you can't sit back and say that it's only synonymous to a certain group of people based on their skin color and based on what their country is currently going through. I'm just like, that's nonsense. And Deuteronomy 28 has never been about Black folks, you know, especially if you read the whole chapter in its context.
Hey, let me jump in right quick, because y'all know I'm at work. I just wanted to say, it seems like, we talked about have Christians change their positions, and it gets demonized when people change their position in what's light of what they believe to be evidence. It would seem that it should be celebrated that even if a Christian came out and said one thing, and then later on, because of some evidence, because of some sources, they adjusted their position, should be celebrated, because that's what you're supposed to do. We shouldn't have confirmation bias where we just seek to hold on to whatever we believe because we believe what we believe, right? So
like the Israelites, you'll tell them Bin Laden, you'll tell them that Hitler ain't say that, and they'll still be sharing the same videos.
Right. I'm about to go down that road. We've caught people creating professors, right? And it gets ignored. We caught people misusing sources all the time. It gets ignored. We've addressed certain arguments all the time. It gets ignored. We've brought up DNA, and then people just, well, I don't believe that. I don't believe DNA. It's conspiracy. So we've made a bunch of arguments that people just push to the side. But then when it would seem to be more trustworthy if you run into somebody that say, nah, I had that wrong. It would cause me to say, all right, I can respect that, because that person seems to be willing to look at the information from an unbiased perspective. And if they believe that the information supports something that they don't believe, they'll make an adjustment and say, well, maybe we can't say all, maybe we can't say everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we should demonize people for changing their position in light of the evidence. That's when it kind of gets to be a little weird to me, where it's like it's not about truth, it's just about cheerleading for whatever side that you're on. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes,
Because
sir.
it's like oh, we caught the Christian line, yay, who we, you know, that's weird. You know, it's just like, okay, the Christian said one thing, he saw the evidence, he changed his position. Shout out to him for keeping it real, for keeping it 100, for making the adjustment that was necessary. Let's keep it moving. Israel, we should do the same thing. Whenever we come into something and these sources ain't right and exact, we got to admit the same thing. So if we're about honesty and we're about truth, that's what it should be about. But a lot of times it's not apologetics, it's just polemics. Let's just talk about one side, the other side talk about this side. Let's bang out on each other. It don't matter what source, it don't matter who say something. If they not the right people, if they not a person I'm a fan of, I'm not gonna listen to this person because I don't like them. We shouldn't do that, right? It should be about truth. And if it's about truth, then people are going to change in light of the evidence, because we have to hear the information come out. That should be expected. We don't come into the world omniscient. We come learning, right? We got biases, we got our positions that we have. But if it's about truth, then we are going to have to make certain adjustments. Okay, that might not be a good argument that I use that time. I'm gonna have to make a little adjustment to the information and say it this way, you know? So I just wanted to say that, because it seems like if we do change positions, then I don't know. It seems like that's demonized when you kind of actually keep people in the delusion if we demonize them for making the right adjustment.
No. When we say that, all I can agree. All I want is to people to admit it. Some things came out, and it seems like some Christians didn't see no change. Nobody changed their position, and Leo broke and said yes. Mr. Phil Fox turned around and said yes, because more information comes out. All we want is like Elder Green, and they were talking about the feast and how the rabbi came and said it was malleable, and Covey was trying to say that, and other people just did not say it that way. No, the feast always remained the same from the time of Moses, from the time the tabernacle was built to the very end. We've been talking for a few weeks and saying, no, it's different. Nobody said, well, we got a point there. So we have to bring it out. We have to bring it out. Now, does he have a point? Red letter. How many things that we found out that was wrong, we had to get a down low recording of the first lady saying that they knew Professor Kat's thing was a game. We had to get that on the low because y'all wanted to cover it up in Israel. The Orthodox more said, that was a bad look for Israel. Sister E said, I know, but Abu, that we got to be careful with that, Abu. Like it was a planned, staged cover up, and people knew it was a lie. We got to put that on the table.
Get off the internet. Get off the internet.
All in Israel. Shut it down. Oh God. All in Israel, y'all was silent. I want to talk about that right there. So it looked like the people that even went with Kelly against Berean, they're supposedly down with Berean, turned around and knew it was a lie, but couldn't say it. I said, you going for that cat? She said, Berean? But when they started blowing, she was quiet, like, no, I can't lie. We had to get it on a secret recording. Hey, God, I feel the Holy Ghost now. Talk to me, Israel. Talk to me, Israel. Y'all so pure. Don't bear false witness. Go ahead, Alton, and say your favorite line. I no longer support Berean TV.
Yep, I no longer support Berean TV.
That was Kelly's favorite words. And then 2-3 years later, Benaiah getting on TV talking about, and then that whole thing, and then somebody else dropped the video like Dr. Brown, like Brown Boom Church was justified. He wasn't justified. He was never justified. Y'all moved in a Masonic cover-up. Conspiracy, and y'all moved together because you're sworn to this blackness. Had to sneak and catch y'all. God used the Yap gang to record it because y'all would have denied it. They played it in the presence of everybody. And then why the other dudes, he get the cursing, you mother, he got the cursing and everything. Boy, I'm telling you, liars are liars. Liars everywhere. Let's deal with that. Go ahead, y'all. I'm mute myself.
Oh, no, I'm just going to say this.
Correct? I said both sides. Is that correct?
Yeah. You correct. You correct. But I'm gonna say like this, man, and head dog or holler. There's a lot of people in this awakening that's slow. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. It's just some people that's slow. And in the famous words of Garfield, you try to rock Ponny Pig Pin, and the one of my get lick a squeal You know, so that's just from what I see, my observation.
Hey, let me say this clearly to everybody that's listening. My stance of Israelites coming off the slave ships has not changed. I have not wavered. I've heard Orthodox more. I've heard other people. I've actually reviewed what Dr. Vince Bantu. Dr. Vince Bantu, to be honest, that conversation is he's late, like 4 or 5 years late. I mean, as far as finding, if you read an Islamic source and it says there's a Christian kingdom in the middle of Africa at a certain time period, and you believe it as it's written, I don't know what to say about your research skills. And that's not to throw shots at anybody, because most of these guys who are writing, they're writing with an agenda, and sometimes things come out the way it's not supposed to come out. So when somebody said there's a Christian kingdom, just to say there was Christianity before the pre-colonial time period or whatever, we got to be careful, man. We just got to be careful. And that's not a knock on Dr. Vince Bantu, the great Dr. Vince Bantu, or anybody. But these Islamic sources, I've been going back and forth about them for years, and I'm just gonna say, let's be easy. I could prove that Christianity was in West Africa before what you call it. I don't need the Islamic sources for that. I could prove it because there's a whole perspective based on the research from this lady in Harvard that showed and proved the church was there. It didn't need the Islamic sources. They showed and proved with archaeology and other documents. So I know Christianity was there. I don't need Arabic sources for that. But to say there's a kingdom there, nah, that's a whole nother conversation.
But here's the point, though, Garfield. Like, so the sources that he's using aren't the sources that Dante uses. Like, so you said yourself that that I gave you the best argument you've heard so far for like a Hebrew coming off the slave ship, etc. Right? And I'm not like, so me and Dante are using none of the same sources for these arguments, right? And that's the point that I'm trying to make is like, so there's a scholastic argument to be made that even scholars are listening to. Garfield doesn't have to agree. And Garfield can rightly push back by saying, oh, that's only like a couple sources for Christianity in West Africa. Like, no issue with that, right? He can ask for material culture, all kinds of stuff. No issue with that. The point being is that the sources that are being used for a scholastic argument that people are actually looking at are not the ones that the BHIs are bringing. And that needs to be understood. And that needs to, if the Israelites want Christians to acknowledge that they've had to accept, okay, we've gone from none to some, and that's not even everybody, right? And the ones that are saying none, like, I will say flat out that they are lying, the ones I'm talking about, right? Because they know better, and their sources, the books that they hold up on camera say opposite to what they're saying.
Hey, you know what?
I'm sorry, do me a favor, Leo, whilst they doing that, please, we got to pull up the source that Dante and Benign them used and show all the colors. I like picture. This is picture doctrine. I like
I got it.
all the pictures.
Yo, Barry, they hate you. They hate you, Barry. They hate you. They hate you. They used to hate me alone.
Sunday school book, they so obsessed with the white Jesus and the white Noah in the Sunday school book. These is picture people. I'm gonna go through the other book. Go ahead.
Hey, let me add on to a couple of things, and we actually cut off Sean when he was trying to make a good point earlier. As far as when he put it on the screen, he never got to talk about the blonde hair coming in. Sean, I don't know if you still have that slide. We had taken it down. I don't know if
the blue that they were blue-eyed.
No, not the blue eyes. He was talking about. He was showing like different things that they picked up, like the blonde hair.
If he's showing blonde hair.
Yeah, he was showing a slide, but I don't think he got to talk about it.
They've been saying that everybody was black back then. All this nonsense. Back when? Oh, Jesus went to hide in Egypt. Like the Egyptians ain't seen no white folk 300 years before Jesus. Boy, listen, these folks.
Yeah, I still got the slide up.
For the slow.
And by the way, for those who teach that the Edomite is the white man, I know the regular folks don't teach that, the Christian folks. Just remember, people like what's his name? I forgot his name right now. He was speaking earlier in the chat. But when you believe that Edom is the white man, remember the Edomites teamed up with Nebuchadnezzar and defeated the Judeans and kicked them out. And then they took over Hebron, which is where Abraham supposedly is from. So from Hebron all the way to Edom, they control that area and they took over that city as their capital. This is real history. So they must have technically intermingled with Judeans the whole time period. So these folks, if you believe, this is for the people that believe that Edom is the white man. And remember, if you read Josephus and you read the Maccabees account, you see all these Hasmonean accounts talking about the Edomites converting or whatever if they converted. And guess what? Roman Judea included Idumea. So they've always
lying, but y'all want Abraham to be the original man. And I told y'all Abraham ain't done, but y'all want it so bad. They want it so bad. They want to make Abraham black, and it's a good chance. Oh, let me call Elder Green on this.
Man, like that. I tell you, this made my day go by real fast, man. I love when Berean is live. Yesterday, you
getting ready. Go ahead, Sean, and then I want Leo. I want to get on the picture doctrine. Go ahead, I'm muting myself.
Go ahead, Sean.
Oh, you trying to break hearts, OG?
Are you hear him? Do you? Y'all can hear anything?
No, I can't hear him.
Hey, Sean, you muted out.
Yeah, and Leo, you get the slides to get the picture time.
Yeah, I'm pulling them together. Fine.
So what this is, I don't know, like I don't until he gets his mic.
Can you hear me?
So, there you go.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, so this is basically a scale showing the migration pattern of the HERC gene and SL24A5, skin and hair color and eye color. My people carrying the HERC gene migrating into Western Europe. All right, so as we see the ancient North Eurasians, this would be considered around the area. This is like Russia. Then you have the Turin mummies, which is down in China. I have a picture of them as well. They have blonde hair. So you see it says here, origin of blonde hair about 18,000 years ago. These same ancient North Eurasians, you see it goes east, the Native Americans toward the Bering Straits, and then you have the Siberians. So these ancient North Eurasians made their way into Europe. And as you see, these dots here are the color schemes, right? So the Anatolian farmers, all right, about 8,500 years ago, you see it's kind of pinkish. So they're light to intermediate skin. They carried SLC24A5 plus SLC24A2, mostly brown eyes and dark hair. If we go a little north, we see the Yamnaya pastoralists, Eastern hunter-gatherers. These are the people that came out of Russia. And you see the color pattern here in the circle. Light to intermediate skin, SLC24A5 plus SLC24A2. Variable eye color, some with blonde hair. All right.
What time period was that, brother? What time period was that?
This is about 8,300 years ago. Okay. So some of them are different. So in the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, 13,000 years ago, you see that they have light to intermediate skin, SLC24A5 brown eyes. So you got these are a lot of your J carriers. All right. And then if you go further west and you see the arrows pointing coming up, you see 19,000 years ago, and you see it coming out of Portugal, Spain, and, you know, in the Iberian Peninsula area. And you see it says Western hunter-gatherers. This is 14,000 years ago. Dark skin, blue eyes, OCA2, dark hair. So these were dark skinned people with dark hair. Some of them have blue eyes. All right. These are alleles. So you did have when Yara was talking about there being dark-skinned people or Cheddar Man being dark-skinned. Yes, there were dark-skinned people in this area. These people, these alleles or the HERC gene passed through Western Europeans, and they started becoming lighter, and the hair color started changing and things of that nature. But don't let this fool you that they're dark-skinned over here, right here where it says Western hunter-gatherer, and you see it coming 19,000 years ago. These people are still not genetically connected to Africans in the sense of E1B1A. This would be like our carriers. You go further up into Scandinavia area, Scandinavian hunter-gatherers 9,000 years ago, you see they have light intermediate skin, SLC24A5 and SLC24A2, mostly blue eyes, OCA2, light and dark hair. So here's your color variant, going back 10,000 years or more. So you do have dark skinned people, but these people are not necessarily connected to, when you say black, these are not the black people of West Africa or, Central Africa, in those areas. So I just wanted to show that real quick.
This is what I'm talking about. They so happy to disprove blackness. Folks want the truth. My God in heaven, and that's the problem when y'all hold melanin and blackness up as some type of idol.
Yeah. So as you see,
Leo,
the whole
what's the name?
planet.
Hold on. What's the name of that? What's the name of the source? Let me call Alton. What's the name of that other book? All right, thank you.
Because I have it, I just don't know the name of it. I'm trying to find it.
What's the name of that other? I want to pull that up right now. What's the name of the other one with all of the pictures? Dunamis in
the
here.
back
Let
of the
me,
book.
let me go back to Dante's video. We don't want the master to be denied. We're examining this, and we're all talking, grown folk talking. We can talk. We're not blindly following nobody. We ain't following Jakes. We ain't blindly following Pastor Mike Ella Green. We ain't following. We need to Bynum. I ain't putting them all on the same level. We all got to examine that book. That's like I'm with Pastor Mike and I'm preaching in the book. We got to examine the information. Turn my phone up, and I'm not buying another one. Dante, we're gonna pull him up and examine it. Folks get mad when you examine the simple. They talking about what I believe. We're gonna examine it. Mess around with Pastor Mike, and I ain't gonna lie, I feel some type of way about Pentecostalism, but mess around with Pastor Mike specifically and dispensationalism and dispensational Tim. But I feel some type of way about it, but I gotta take it in. I gotta listen. I'd be like, all right, maybe I'm in the tongue talking, but you ain't gonna be running around here telling folk and encouraging that stuff, because some of this stuff is Pentecostal nonsense.
Y'all just want whitewash Eurocentric Christianity. Y'all just need to go ahead and admit it. Hop on this coon train, get that coon chip. Because remember, they was talking about that,
and they
was
know
talking
they
about
had
that
the new chip out. Russell Higgins said they got the new chip out.
It ain't out yet, man. June.
I ain't putting you down with Nita Bynum and them. I knew somebody was gonna take that and run with it. No, Alton, Omar Johnson said that Russell Higgins came in here. First he said Leo. I didn't think Leo, if anybody got the super chip. It's not Leo, it's Alton. But he said both of y'all got it.
Man, listen, I got that clip.
And the thing that hurts me is you proud. Leo was shocked that he got it. He didn't know when they implanted it, like the aliens come in nighttime, and it was a close encounter. They took him and they put it in. You knew you had the chip. You proud about it. It's a whole different thing. Let's go with Dante. Fair use.
Hey, can I get 10 seconds right quick?
What do you
say? Can I speak on some
go
Sean
ahead,
shared
go
on the
ahead,
screen?
like
so this is
the reality. Leo.
This is the reality why a lot of people hate Yap Gang is because we show the scientific aspect of the actual original man doctrine, right? So Avery came on here and broke down the fact one day he went through all the different skin tones that was in the Levant during the time you received the formation of Israel, and we showed that light skin was there, but it wasn't dominant, but it was there, right? But the point is so Brink keeps talking about like y'all want Abraham to be the original man, and that's what it is. And the point is you can't do that. You can do that with Adam though, right? You can't do that with Abraham. You got to go to Adam for the original man doctrine. And the moment you do that, you might as well just stick with the gospel anyway, fam, because you're talking about the whole family Adam and whatnot, right?
And Acts 17, you might as well stick with the whole gospel anyway. It don't make it different. Through one blood, we are all through one blood. Through one blood. Gia talking about she hungry now. We're not talking about chocolate chip cookies. Stick with us, Gia. Sweet Gia.
So up to this point, if anybody is telling you that there were no black Jews, these Portuguese Jews were all white, none of them were black, ask them why are so many people who live closer to the time saying the opposite of them. Because I promise you the people saying that don't know as much about history as they think they know. And you probably shouldn't be listening to people who don't know as much about history as they think they know, because they're going to give you false history. They're going to lead you in a false direction, which is why you will see them often speak without sources. And this is why I often provide, or try to always provide, sources for what I'm saying. So that way you can go read it for yourself. You can say it's true. You can say it's not true. But the thing is, you got to take it up with the author or the publishers of the text that I'm reading from. It's not Dante making this stuff up. It's not Dante creating a doctrine. I'm just reading you what a lot of Europeans wrote. So now, treatise on physical geography. So now, this covers some interesting stuff. And now remember, the people have their opinion mixed in with the historical writing. And so you have to learn to separate historical opinions, because opinions can be wrong. So if my opinion is that you're descended from a family of birds, and I write in the history of people, and I start giving factual history, but also mixing in my opinion of how you descend from a family of birds. And the reason I say birds is people will say, well, Witta means bird, but we know they're not descended from birds. They try to use that to get around the name Judah. So if I say you're descended from a family of birds, and that's my opinion, and then I mix it in with factual history, it makes my opinion incorrect. And so there's people that don't understand that opinions can be incorrect while the history can be factual. My opinion doesn't make it a fact. What actually happened is what makes it a fact. So now we're going to read through this right here. This is a treatise on physical geography,
sorry,
published
I'm gonna stop this.
1851.
I'm gonna stop this for a second. El Green is on the
we'll start here. This is
El
talking
Green
about
is on here. Listen to what El Green say. He pumping gas now. He done got off the highway. Go ahead. Listen to what he's saying.
Shalom, y'all. Trust. I'm gonna say this over and over again for the people in the chat that just think and let their mind run wild. When I ask this question, I don't need neither one of these two gentlemen to answer anything my way, because I don't. At the end of the day, it don't matter. None of this don't matter to me, honestly. That's just straight up. But what I was telling Berean, what does make it interesting and make you scratch your head, because I think the two brothers up here now, Orthodox more, I think, in Garfield, and both of them seem like they don't believe the same thing about, I guess, the slave trade and ownership. So how does that work when both of y'all are sitting there right now and y'all don't have the same view about the same subject? So walk me through that. I mean, at the end of the day,
More believe that some people came over here were Israel, and Garfield said, "Show me, I ain't got good." That's what Elder Green bringing out right there. Sister David said, "Hi." What say y'all on that right there? Now, why does that seem like a? Why does that make you talk about that right there?
Come on, me?
Yes.
Because think about it. I'm honestly, when I say this, I'm at this gas. I got to pump this gas. It don't make no difference to me. That's straight up. So I don't need nobody to tell me who I am or not. That's old news to me. But what makes somebody scratch their head is when you sit back and listen to these conversations. And right now we got two people on the panel that don't hold the same view about this same subject. Walk us through that. How does that work? I mean, how does that? You know what I'm saying? Do they sit there and say, okay, we don't believe the same? Are they supposed to try to, prove the other right, other wrong, or just go on with the conversation? I mean, how does that? Because we keep going on and on. I've been calling this show now going on 4 years. It's been the same conversation for the last 4 years. We done talk more about it, and I think I done talk more about it in ministry.
And since you've been a pastor.
So but now, Dan, you got to ask this question I'm asking now, but it just makes it interesting. I like the word interesting. It makes it interesting to me that, okay, I'm tuning in early now and then I get a chance, and I clearly heard two brothers, or two men, young men, I don't know these faith like that, but, saying they view totally opposite about the subject. So how do that work? How does that work? I'm gonna hang up and listen.
All right. Go ahead.
You want to take that first, Garfield, or you want me to take it?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
So the fact that we disagree,
that makes sense to you, Alton? Know what Elder Green said, that they got different beliefs. How does that work? If them two got different beliefs based on all this evidence, Garfield saying ain't nobody came over here, he still ain't going for it, and more believe that he could show and prove that some people did. And y'all got the nerve to be arguing about Israel. Does that make sense, Garfield? Or that does? I mean, Alton, does that make sense to the chip? Your chip is 5G, right? Your 5G chip. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, a new upgrade coming out this June. But So what is Elder Green asking? Like how does it work between Garfield and somebody like Orthodox?
Yeah, because he said even if there's some differences, I guess he says the differences in Israel. If Garfield on the panel and with the information and Orthodox more on the panel, and one got one position, the others holding the other position, how does that work? He want to make sure that we fair when we dealing with the Israel subject and talking to Israel and other people.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. It's like, so I believe that some came off the slave ship. Garfield believes that he can't see that yet. You know what I'm saying? But we're both sitting here telling you that we agree that Dante's misusing these sources.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And just because these guys could disagree,
on both sides of the fence, so they both agreeing that the source. Did you find it yet, Leo?
let me say this. Let me say this carefully. I think people misunderstood what more put out a proposal and saying this is possible. This is the purpose of scholarship. What I would change is the absolute talk. So if I say none of it came off the slave ship, it's impossible, this garbage, scratch that. I would say if it's possible, I have not seen information to change my mind. But also too, more expands the conversation because some of the folks he's talking about is possibly converts. So that expands the conversation. I'm thinking from that's why during the conversation I said, are you saying from a national perspective or nationalist perspective? And he said kind of like in some instances yes, some instances no. So if converts are included, that expands the conversations. All right. Not saying I still agree, but it expanded and it shows a possibility. He pointed out Arabic sources. He talked about the Bani Israel. He talked about the Gullah Geech. He talked about Billy Simons. He talked about Omar ibn Said. He talked about different things that that possibly could lead to someone coming over. But that differs from every single Israelite I've ever had a conversation with. So people can't use more because they might not even agree with what Moore is saying or even the sources Moore used. Because at the end of the day, what Dante is doing, and pay attention to what Moore said, he's trying to say the Sephardic Jews, that we descend from the Sephardic Jews. That is just so ludicrous on so many levels that the document, you see, the truth of the matter is people need to understand. Go on my channel, Brother Garfield Podcast, and watch Jonathan Short. And I got a video coming out, I think the week after next with Jonathan Short, an interview I did with him in December. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I've asked this man at least 4 or 5 times on different interviews. Do you see anybody coming off the boats? Do you see this do you see African Americans? Do you see he's like the top guy. He's actually better than Tudor Parfit as a source because he's dealing with the inside of what they actually did in Africa as far as what they trading Africans, as far as being middlemen. So you're saying the people who were the middlemen in the slave trade and the people that own some of the slave ships we are descended from them. I don't think people understand what this guy is saying. So whether they're black, brown, or yellow, this is why I said to Berean, forget about color. Let's make all of them black. So when we make them black, those are the people that's putting us on the slave ships. They're the ones that the Sephardics, they're the businessmen. This is why where the slave trade went, you see Jewish communities established because that's
if they're using that identity to say that they're the people and they're the ones that were selling the slaves, that's totally embarrassment. But Key's talking to you. He said Garfield's position is Damon Richardson's position. There were none, yet people here grew.
because well, at the end of the day, I'm holding to my position until I see that. I only go where the evidence leads. So
the Damon Richardson said there were none. In that case, apologists, the Bantu see some.
Yeah, but he's
Damon Richardson don't see none.
Vince Bantu is basing that, but Vince Bantu is basing that off the communities in the Islamic sources, which is much earlier. But that doesn't mean that those people, because they're in certain places like Northwest Africa, ended up over here in the slave ship. When you think about the famines that crept through, killed off all the people in Mali, almost 50% of them from Senegal all the way to Mali. Come on. There's so many arguments out there that could counter that. But I'm not going to argue with Vince Bantu. He's more qualified than I am. But I'll say that that's his assumption. He can't prove it. None of them can prove it. You can't literally prove it. You all could say, well, it's possible this could happen. It's possible. There's no direct evidence.
He's not making the definitive claim that Jews came over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's putting it out there that it's possible.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And if he's saying if they came over, it was a minuscule amount in comparison to everyone else that came over. Right?
And comparing Deuteronomy and what they saying. Covey, please tell us the name of the source. This is why we can't talk, because I know you're a camper. Eric, I know you're a camper. So as long as the Israelites are not black, everything is cool. I know you're a camper. You can't. You're not thinking about the whole conversation we've been discussing. So you'll throw that nonsense out there that we alluding to that they white folk, and it's just like you just can't even grasp what's being said. It's all according to Deuteronomy 28 or nothing, and we can't even discuss it.
Brian, I have a question for Garfield.
This type garbage. So as long as the Israelites are not black, everything is cool.
Brian, I have a question for Garfield. It's
And
just
then Leo, let me call Kobe and see if we get these
Who's
slides.
asking the question?
this is
I'm
second
trying to find it.
Exodus.
Okay, what's up?
You got it?
Cons-
You said Leo?
cons-
Not yet. Not.
Considering
Let me
the
call Kobe.
absence of direct archaeological or textual evidence regarding the racial identity of the ancient Israelites, how do you navigate the question on whether the racial identity could have been Black African or not? And
No,
does the
I
absence
there's no such. Hold on a second. There's noise in the background. Is that your noise?
yeah, this is my
All right, go
noise,
ahead, crank
but
it.
that's why I'm trying to do it really quickly. And does the absence of evidence necessarily imply that such a racial identity did not exist? Or are there alternative ways to explore and interpret this aspect of history or theology?
Yeah, that's a question that people are wrapping their heads around a lot as far as racial identity in the past, because we grew up in a society where Black means Black people in America, African Americans, and basically it's a product of quote unquote white supremacy. What they're doing is they say they're white and then promote white to be a high status, then say you're Black and say, hey, you are nothing. You are below standards of humans. So when we use the term Black, we didn't realize it that using the term Black is really a negative thing to use in the Western world. It's a racialized term by people who are dominant in society to make you lesser than them. So I'll call you Black. And yeah, I'm Black man. That's why Stokely Carmichael in the 60s came out with Black Power, because Black was always looked down upon, whether you look at it from a racialized term or whether in society, period. That's how they looked down on us, as the slave master to the slave. So the usage of the term Black couldn't apply to people back then, and it don't make sense to entertain that conversation, because you never heard the Israelites saying, hey, I am Black. You never said it. They're running around saying, yo, I'm blacker than you, and you're white. And they don't have that racialization that we have. This was invented in the 19th century. So for us to apply back to then, it's being anachronistic. And second Exodus, you should know this better than anybody else because you're actually educated. We are using racialized terms like this one is Black, that one is white. This is incorrect. It's an anachronism. You can't do that. So when the brother Sean came on, that's why I wanted him to speak, because genetically, I knew what he was going to do. He was going to show different aspects of different things happening at different time period. So when somebody says, somebody who is Black have blue eyes, of course it's possible. Of course. When you talk about the white, quote unquote, what we call light brown skin or what we call white skin, as that existing, and when that came into play, he broke it down. I don't know if he went to a definitive time period, but I think between probably 12 and 15,000 years ago that we see the predominance of light skin coming into effect. But the bottom line is, though, we can't use these racialized terms to talk about Israel. Can I say that to somebody in the camp? No, they don't want to hear that. Oh, they were Black. They don't know what the word Black means. If you look at the word Black in Wikipedia right now, you'll see it's a racialized term to basically saying who is higher, who's the higher person on top and who is the lower person at the bottom. And the lower person at the bottom is Black. Why should I use the term? Well, how does it benefit me? Not even in the reparations conversation, you can't use the word Black. You have to identify as something. I'm African American, or I'm Jamaican, or I'm Belizean. You can't even use the word Black in a reparation.
Hey, don't go there. You know, that was a whole thing the other day.
Yeah, but anyway, I'll say this to the brother, second Exodus. I cannot apply racialized terms that's 200 to 300 years on ancient people. That is unfair to them, and that's unfair to us today to try and do that. This is why Berean accepts what I'm saying, but you can't teach that because we grew up, we call each other Black every day. So to tell Black people you can't use Black, that's a whole nother battle. But I'm just saying, scientifically speaking, we know there's no such thing as race in biology. All people are I think what's the number? 99.9% the same, and that 0.01% of your genetic makeup is what separates you from every other human on the planet. I think that's the numbers. I might be incorrect. Y'all could correct me. But let me say this carefully. Race is a social construct. And remember, in biology, there's no race. So when second Exodus, when you talk about DNA and E and all this stuff going back, there's no race. You can't put race in the conversation. This is where Yap Gang come in, where me and them go agree. Because there's no race in biology, yo. We the same people. This white man, hold on one second.
It's some confusion. Excuse me, because Unlimited Keys is still saying, with all that grew, Y'all proved that we weren't lying. I'm sorry, y'all was saying everybody came over here.
Yeah, I think
that don't mean that y'all are right, Keys. And remember, the church already knew. Israel let the whole world know that they airlifted Ethiopian Jews that were ancient.
I found it, Brian.
So stop you. So Keys, don't do that. Oh, we the truth, Dante the truth. The whole church been lying. Don't do that now. You hearing what ain't being said. I want people to tell the truth, but you coming with a whole new thing like this is the truth, the 400 years, and Deuteronomy 28. Nobody done came to that but y'all in your own minds. Dante ain't proved that everybody came over here was a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. And I heard the video where he said white folk believe that. Go ahead, Leo.
I'm about to share my screen. I think I found it, but go ahead.
Did I answer you, Second Exodus?
Yes, thank you, Garfield.
All right, cool.
I don't see it.
Can I ask this though? Yeah, can I ask this though? Because I'm sharing my screen. It's downloading.
Wait for a minute. Put your screen up. I got to step away.
Okay. It's downloading. But again, like I shared this earlier, I'm still trying to get an answer if I'm reading it wrong. Again, but like the other tab is loading, so we'll get to the pictures in a second.
They ain't gonna answer it. They don't want to answer stuff like that. They ain't gonna answer it.
Because I'm confused. Like I said, I'm confused. This is Dante's source. He referenced the brother right here. Was it Reverend Claudius Buchanan? And I'm just trying to understand if my reading is right. And that's the only reason I'm asking, because Dante's using this source to justify black Jews. But then again, this is saying right here that the European Jews are being compared as well as white Jews are here. And they're saying they indicate that they have been detached from the parent stock of Judah many ages before the Jews in the West. Like I said, what is this saying?
Yeah. Unlimited Keys got to explain that. What is that saying? That's Dante's source.
This is Dante's source, and it's saying that these black Jews are detached from the parent stock of Judah. What
does the parent stock mean? Come on, Keys.
And that's why I'm confused.
That's why I want the same energy. Come on, Keys. What does that mean? And this is from your master. This is from a master in Israel. So if his source said there was a parent stock, and that parent stock was light-skinned folk, does that help your argument? Is he using the source wrong, or did he leave out something that Leo went and found? Make your mind up. And we're gonna pull up the book that the same source him and Benaiah and so many of y'all use, including our URC, is light-skinned folk in there. But every time y'all read, y'all don't read that portion, that paragraph.
This is why genetics plays a huge part in this.
Then how you know it's a skin color doctrine, how the whole mob try to move against Blacktastic, how the whole mob try to move against Yap Gang. The whole mob turned on them. Boy, if that ain't the secret society, we murder them. Or we turn around and we take their name and run their name through the mud. Because we got to control the narrative in this community. Boy, I'm good. Y'all don't know what it is. Y'all claim y'all know, but y'all don't know. This is that. And y'all moving just like them. Freemasons, secret order cults, Jim Jones, y'all moving just like them. I'm
a lot of these sources
sure that he lied about Professor Katz, but that's 5%. 5%. You 95% sure that man running up in your 5-year-old daughter, you ain't gonna bust your gun? I'm 95%. Of the first lady said, I'm 95% sure, but it's just that 5%. But because it's Israel, that 5% will keep her from just saying, yo, to be honest, y'all, because you couldn't say it publicly because of booing them blowing. Dealing with truth. Y'all hate, and then y'all come on board, Jesuit, and look at Alton, he living in the Jesuit house, and y'all will go with nonsense and lies. Boy, I'm good. I'm good. All I'm asking for is that every man examine himself. Go ahead,
So
Leo.
this is why, I'm sorry, before you I want to say something real quick. This is where genetics come in, because a lot of these sources, when you read,
go ahead, Sean. I'll go ahead.
A lot of these sources, when you read them, it's just people looking at other people and making judgment of what they are, what they can't be, who they think they are, who they say they are, so there's a lot of ambiguity in that. This is where genetics plays a huge role. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, to that point, I can't wait to jump back on the genetics of Iberia and whatnot when it's time to come around to that, because I'm gonna again the Garfield's 100% right. There's a lot of like Dante and Benaiah and a lot of these cats making this Sephardic argument and whatnot. They're special pleading hard, and they're trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole super hard. And like OG says, like the genetics literally kills that and whatnot. And so, like Garfield says, they're reading these sources with agendas and whatnot. And so you'll be able to see that in a second when I go into one of Benaiah's sources that he brought out, and it shows that literally like the E1B1A sample that he tries to bring out from the Iberian Peninsula, it's literally like it's mitochondrial mitochondrial DNA. It's feet like his mother, right, was haplogroup H. So definitely not a sub-Saharan African woman.
Whose mother?
So there's a sample that you can find from the Iberian Peninsula that's E1B1A from like the 10th century, 11th century, something like that.
No. I'm asking whose mother was H.
No, the sample, like, so
the sample.
His mother. Yeah,
the sample. Oh, okay,
yeah.
My bad.
Wait, go ahead. Go ahead. Cause I was going to ask you about with the Falasha Jews. Genetically, how close
hold on, Dunamis. Don't mean to cut you, but let Moore finish his point, because you're gonna go in a whole different direction. But
go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll even do it like this, because Second Nexus likes to bring up all the haplogroup E from the Moors and whatnot, right? Like, so from Benaiah's sample, and I'll show it when it's time to show it or whatnot, because I got it ready. You know what I'm saying? Literally all the E samples that they have, like, so they have like 20 different samples and whatnot, right? From the Iberian Peninsula from the 3rd century to like the 16th century, whatnot, right? And so all the E samples that they have, none of them are with a sub-Saharan African. None of them have sub-Saharan African mitochondrial DNA. All of them have what you would consider to be Levantine, North African, or European mitochondrial DNA. Every last one of them. So yeah, the evidence says that they were mixing, fam.
That's the point I was making earlier when I showed the Sephardic, the Portuguese, the first time asked me to show the source that I was talking about, not the map, but the genetics, when Dante said, somebody show me when these people were mixing. The genetics shows it. The only way you can have all these people mix, you have to have sex, you have to be around each other, you have to co-mingle with each other. There's no around it. So this ain't no book reading source. This is biology. This is exactly what you're made up of. This is exactly what these people are made up of. So I just showed him, or I showed everybody, the listening audience, and maybe he's listening and somebody to share with him. I showed him that these people were mixing. Alan.
Hey, can I add something before Dunamis? You were about to say something, brother?
No, you can go ahead, Garfield.
I wanted to say something to Russell Higgins. He said, at Garfield, if the white man is not the original Jew, who converted him? I'm trying to stay away from these racialized terms, because again, biologically speaking, we are all the same. We might have a little differences and so forth, certain little things or whatever. I don't look at life the way you do, my brother, but I'll say this. The ancient Israelites were different people, had different phenotypes and different skin tones. Some could be as light as you look at the screen right now, and it could be a dark. I don't think it's one group that does look all the same. They're all black and look black like Marine, or they look just like Orthodox Moor, or they look like me. No. It's the same thing with the Egyptians. We fall into this trap. Were they black? Were they white? Nobody's saying that they're white. We're not chasing the boogeyman. And I don't think anybody's saying the ancient Israelites were white either, because it's in a Mediterranean region. I mean, they may have some with olive skin that have lighter tone, darker tone. But this is the problem. You want them to be looking like you because you want to see yourself in the book. That's all it is. But let's be fair. We don't have, remember, there's a rule in Israel, you can't make graven images. So you won't find a lot of images unless somebody from another culture was drawing them. And you can't really trust those drawings, because if you look at the drawings of Assyrians, almost everybody looked the same way with the same type of nose with the Assyrians. So, and then if I show you the women that they drew, those women don't look like sub-Saharan Africans that you see being traveling in a group with the Assyrians. They don't look like sub-Saharan Africans. So why are we playing this game? You know what I'm saying? This color game is not a good game. But nobody can be right. We don't know what they look like. We don't know. We know they might be this tone, it might be that tone. We don't know.
And
we simply just don't know.
And to make one other point, haplogroup E in sub-Saharan Africa didn't start looking like Nigerians and the people in West Africa until they migrated in there and started procreating with the pygmies. The pygmies, the Aboriginal or the original Africans, the people of the land. Haplogroup E did not look like that. So let's make that clear too.
Burying around. Hold on, I know somebody.
Important. Good point.
That's facts.
Hold on. Say that again.
Yeah, go say it again. Sean, say that again.
What happened?
Yeah, say that point again.
Say it again.
Yeah, because that's such a good point, bro. Say that point again.
Haplogroup E, especially B1A, all right, did not look the way they look now. Nigerian, Cameroonian, West African, the phenotype that everybody, says, West Africans look like, or the Israelites or Shem look like. No, haplogroup E came in there looking different. They were brown people, but they more than likely looked like a Yemenite. And they came into the area. And when they came in, everybody knew about the Bantu expansion and things of that nature. There was other expansions well before that, going all the way back to the Green Sahara. But let's stay with the ones that people in the audience would know about, the Bantu expansion. As these people moving through the area, they're knocking off the men, killing the men, taking the women. They're sleeping with pygmy women. They're sleeping with, haplogroup A and B women, that belong to those people there in Africa, the Paleo Africans or the Basal Africans. And that's how come haplogroup E looks the way it does now.
Facts.
And that's not only restricted to haplogroup E. Haplogroup R is believed to have an Asiatic phenotype as well before it migrated into Western Europe.
Exactly. Yeah. They are Eurasians. They come from a Eurasian stock, haplogroup R, the Chadic people in West Africa. And they are considered Bantus as well.
And that's why I say that like for me, my position has always been, and I said this on Dante's channel on the interview that he took down and whatnot, struck my channel for whatnot. I flat out said, like, I 100% believe that the original stock of Israel looked like they were Afro-Asiatic or whatnot, but that they intermixed with multiple people over time and looked like the four corners of the world that they intermixed with and whatnot. And then if they were to regather, they would look like a mosaic of the world or whatnot. I said that to Dante on his channel, and he ain't had no beef with it.
Can y'all help me out here? So we was reading the book. Oh, go ahead, Dante. Go ahead.
No, that's
so like I said, I'm reading this is the Jews of India. These are the black Jews or the Cochin Jews. And they're saying they are Judaized natives. So I don't know if y'all take Judaize. They're converts, yes. So these are converts.
Facts.
So I don't, and like I said, in comparison, like this is what Dante does. So he goes to other sources. These are still the black Jews. They're talking about India. Earlier in the source, it talks about the Cochin Jews. I'm just trying to understand how, if you apply these different sources together, them folks in this picture, like I said, I don't know if they're saying these are Negroid. I don't know what you want to say, but regardless of that, they're converts anyway.
Yeah.
And in connection to what Dante has showed in this source, the white Jews here are saying these black Jews are inferior race and not a pure caste, which they are plainly demonstrate that they do not spring up from. Like, they're really challenging these black Jewish claims because they were mixing with the natives already here. And then if you want to assume, you could say maybe that mixing is where the conversion happened. These Jews came in and they can mix with these populations, and these are converts that have been noticed or mentioned as black Jews, not necessarily like all the people that came over here. And like I said, I'm not assuming, I'm just dealing with the sources that are provided by Dante and reading them. The white Jews in this same source are saying, or the European Jews are saying that these black Jews are detached from the parent stock. And now we're seeing pictures of so-called black Jews from India, and they're saying they're Judaized natives. So not saying all of them, but these are the pictures that are provided, and there are Judaized natives. So there is some conversion here too. So is that considered? They're not showcasing the difference. They're saying they're black Jews, but the context around the pictures are saying they're Judaized. So how does that play in the narrative? Oh, the black Jews, yet are the black Jews converts themselves? So I don't know how y'all like to take that. But like I said, if you apply the different sources that are being used and referenced by Dante and other people, it's showing that looking at them, it's possible y'all considering black Jews are converts, not necessarily how Bruce will say, oh no, all the black Jews were the original Jews. Well, some of these sources are showcasing when y'all say black Jews, these are including converts as well. So I don't know how you want to take that, but go ahead.
But you know what? You're talking about spreading to the four corners of the earth. So of course, when you see converts, people run away and tell. I've been know that the ones in India primarily were converts. But the fact of the matter is, when they call them black, why do they call these Indians black? Are they from the southern part of India or the northern parts? Because these look like the southern Indians. So in the records for the Greeks, they said that the Ethiopians look more like the southern Indians and the Egyptians look more like the northern Indians. The northern Indians is like the Pakistanis. They are much lighter skin. So they would differentiate them in the ancient time period. So why would they say these specific Jews are black? Are they in the south? I'm not familiar with India and the Kachins, but if somebody could help me out. I'm just curious.
I'm not sure if anybody else has more info on that.
Is Berrien around? Because I wanted to share something real quickly on the screen.
He may have walked off for a second. I think he walked off. If so,
yeah, I think Cole was in the background. And that's how I was going to on, because he brought up something yesterday with the philosophy Jews and DNA, that it might be the philosophy Jews or converts. But I was going to wait to bring that up.
Oh, yeah, Garfield, the culture Jews are from Southern India.
Southern India, right? Okay, so I was actually correct. That makes sense. So they don't look dark like how Berrien looked dark or Dunamis picture. They might be they may be dark skin, don't get me wrong, but they're not as dark as and as a matter of fact, some of them are dark as Berrien. Don't think
but with a completely different phenotype. See, this is the whole point, right? Is they don't look like the whole point of proving, like just saying black and Negro, like we got to walk this one out, because the claim is that they look like Negroes and whatnot, right? That's Berrien, fam.
Yep.
We're talking West African people, whatnot, right? We're talking about West African phenotype and whatnot, right? We having a hard time. So Yap Game, literally, we make the argument that genetically speaking, you can argue that sub-Saharan African DNA is amongst some of the founding population of like the mixed multitude or whatnot, right? Like that concept, right? We make that argument, right? However, making that like the whole of the phenotype, fam, that's hard, fam. Like there's no good evidence for that. There's no good evidence for that. And so acting like talking about these Jews over here prove a West African phenotype, like we gotta understand that don't make any sense. Can we all agree on that or no?
Yeah, and it was crazy too, population wise. And granted, this is Wikipedia. In India right now, there's about 15 Cochin Jews, 7,000 to 8,000 in Israel. So a lot of them, Aliyah went to Israel. So if they don't have an issue with the modern state, and they're probably more aligned with mainstream Judaism. So I don't know. It's even their beliefs. Folks will have an issue with. They'll say their faith. So it's weird.
Hey, I want to share something real quick. Well, I'm gonna load them up first, but somebody here asked in the comment section if am I just talking when I was talking about the phenotype or what these people look like, haplogroup group E would have looked like. There was, I guess, thought I was just talking. So in a minute, I'm gonna load these pictures up and I'm gonna share them with you with the Aborigines, the Natufians would have looked like, the Aborigines, and basically what an East African or an Arabian haplogroup E person would have looked like going back 10,000 years ago or so.
And then Keys, what are you talking about? We haven't grown. Why are we reading everyone's sources, watching videos that are being sent, trying to go through this stuff with the same standard? Anyway, go ahead, Leo.
Y'all see what this says? So this is the Nestorians, an Assyrian Christian family in Kurdish mountains. Assyrian Christians were at first Jewish and still preserve some Jewish customs. The Assyrian Christians followed Judaism into Central Asia. But if we look at the people here, this is black and white, so it will pick up their skin color. You kind of see how they look. So, and these are people that are within Central Asia. That I'm just saying, like, the more you look at these pictures, it's not just dark skinned folks everywhere. But then what's funny is, like, some of the sources that are associating the black Jews have been associated with converts. So I'm just saying, the more you look at the pictures, it's just, I don't know how y'all feel about it. Maybe we misconstruing it, we putting words in people's mouths, but we just looking at the pictures now. Oh, these look a little bit more brown skin. These are a Persian Jewish porter. Now, do these look Negro like us? I mean, y'all can make that
Let's
decision.
keep it a buck right now. If the cop pulled my G's over, you know what I'm saying? What would he call it in as? Would he say I got two Negroes? Or no?
Don't move this picture. Don't move this picture. You gonna keep this on. Now, the Persian
He got
Jewish
a couple of sad Negroes.
Yeah.
That's what white folks. Yeah,
they got genetics. They got genetics over there, though. They got genetics, and them and the Babylonian Jews, I think, came up very similar with them as far as Marcus is concerned. So these people claim they've been there for what, 2,800 years or whatever, and they continue to live here. Some of them went back to Israel, in the ones in Babylon went back in Operation Ezra and Nehemiah. So these people, so you don't want to be these people, and you call them the fake Jews, but they have a tradition where the Assyrians kick them out and send them to the Medes. That's what 2 Kings 17:6 says. It says that they went there, but you want those people to come over based on Arzareth, which is written in the 1st century in 2nd Esdras. You want to believe that, but you don't want to believe people who are actually on the ground. Benjamin Tadella said he went back and saw these people in the same areas that the Assyrians sent them. Same areas. Numbers, much, much more numbers. 100,000, 20 synagogues, yeshivas. What are we going to do now?
And Leo, can you zoom in on the noses?
Yo, you're doing too much, bro.
No, what is that nose hooked?
He looks like Dante.
They both got hooked noses. A cur, the per, how?
I'm just going through the pictures. That's all.
I wonder if the caps they're wearing are their versions of kippas. Hey, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, but that's why I'm just curious. And people are saying folks got forked tongues now. The camera was in the 1800s, so now it's excuses coming now. But these sources are being used. These books are being used to justify the claims. And similar to what was brought up before, is that if you don't think these pictures are used to kind of confirm the findings earlier, then what's the point of the pictures? I think it's really not necessarily associated with each point that is made earlier in the source, but the pictures are more of a reference to these people groups. And now we got issues. Oh, what Ryan Harris, so he said the issue with the pictures is these aren't original Israelite pictures. He said the source said they were converts, but people in here try to make them seem as though they're original. No, we're not necessarily saying they're original, but the sources that are being used in conjunction with each other are saying, oh, look, the black Jews, see the term black Jews. But yet they're the same sources are, you look further, the black Jews being mentioned in India have been associated with Judaizers. So why are we saying these black Jews are Negroes, like how we would associate? When you see black Jews, when they say black, you know Dante uses that a lot. When black is being used, they try to say black don't mean black. But yet we're going through pictures now when black Jews are being seen and now like, oh, they don't really look like Negroes. And even with that, they're deemed converts. So it's like, how do you How do you kind of quantify that when Dante is bashing people for saying that black doesn't mean black? We're going to pictures in the same sources in books he has used to justify his position, and then on top of that, these black Jews mentioned are converts. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Ryan Harris.
And the whole standpoint is folks have been saying black to mean original. And now, so as a whole, we're vetting the sources that were presented to us from Israelites, from Dante. So one thing, if they're saying that they're black, now we're looking at them and see, no, I don't think they're West African. Not the black is how many folks will think. Then two, looking into those sources, they're converts. So in many folks' mind, they just, oh, well, we can just throw them away, which some folks are doing. But Dante's source made it sound like these were original Israelites that were black, not converts. These are bloodline Israelites, and they're black. That's the whole thing. So it's not us. It's going back to the source that presented to us the argument.
Right. So Brian Joe says, so the Negro phenotype is not associated with anything Jewish original. I'm going to emphatically say not that I've ever, like, I don't have any strong, I don't have anything that points me in that direction. I have, like, anything I see has me pointing in the opposite direction of that. Like that the original 12 tribes of Israel do not have the West African Negro phenotype. The best I can argue is that I can find sub-Saharan African, like autosomes, potentially going back, like within like the Jewish population, potentially going back to the founding of like the mixed multitude. That's the best I can do, bro. But in terms of like the tribe Israel, nah, fam, that argument don't look good, fam. There's nothing solid for that, fam. And like even when like so like people like to do stuff like, let me go to the Kish records. Okay, fam, those don't look like they're West Africans. Oh, look at these Elamites and whatnot. Okay, them don't look like they're West Africans, fam. They could be black as all hell, bro, but they don't look like they're West Africans. That's the whole point. If anything, they have that. So, and this is what I'm saying. Like, so when I say Afro-Asiatic, for me, I'm talking about people who look like they're Samoan, or people who look like they're the Ethiopian, or people who look like they're Eritrean or something of that nature, right? The Amhara and people like that or whatnot, right?
Or like Moroccans. Well, I mean, we can't.
I'm trying to get people like or
okay,
like,
it's easier because
some of the old pharaohs that people dig up and whatnot, right? Like to me that's like the Afro-Asiatic phenotype one. It doesn't look like, so some of them got hooked noses. I'm gonna keep it a stack, right?
I'm ready to share my screen.
But yeah, Bram might not be around yet.
Yeah, he walked off for a second.
What are the haplogroups of the Kurdistan and the Persian Jews? Was the predominant?
Primarily J, and I think I forgot the other one. R. I think J and R. I'm not sure. I know J's there though.
Yeah.
Hold on, Godson. How we gas? This is where it's weird. We're going to the source and the images. Go ahead, Sean.
Those Jews would fall into the same category as the rest of the Jews. All the Jews primarily carry haplogroup E, haplogroup J, haplogroup R. You might find some G in there. There'll definitely be some T. Those are what you will find amongst the Jews.
Yep. That's pretty much universal, fam.
It's universal.
I guess that kills the Native American doctrines too, right? Because they predominantly carry O and Q and those haplogroups.
You'll find Q, but Q would probably be the minority. This is where you start, I know I'm bringing this up and it's going to start a whole nother argument, but Q is a small minority. So is G. It's very small minority. And those would probably have came in during the 7th century, with the whole Khazar theory,
but
from
having
the
nothing to do with the Native American Qs or whatnot.
Right.
Okay, those are two distinct.
Like they're two distinct. Right, they're two distinct markers, not necessarily people. They're all Q, but they're two distinct populations. Put it that way.
Now, here's something that we also see though, like amongst the mixed multitude within the like world Jewry and whatnot. We see like amongst the Ethiopian Jews that there's E1B1A. We see that amongst the Lambo Jews that there's E1B1A. We see that in terms of like the small numbers of like it's not always the biggest numbers, but it's there, right? And there's different forms of it, right? Like so, like there's an E1B1A in Ethiopia that's specific to Ethiopia that no one else really has, right? We see that like Igbo claim to have E1B1A, right? We see that even in North Africa, they're like there's people that carry E1B1A. Amongst the Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews, it's single digit percentage, but they carry E1B1A amongst their Jewish populations, right? And so for the argument I make in the Levant or whatnot, or for not Levant, but like for the Western Sahel or whatnot, we see the same overlap of the haplogroups that Sean was talking about, plus the E1B1As and other haplogroups like mine or whatever from West Africa, whatnot, right? So that seems to lend more credence to the fact like the DNA that most West Africans or most West Africans and most of African Americans connect to, that are going to be in Jewish populations, most likely are going to be converts or whatnot, and that's going to be super controversial for these cats. But that's going to be what it most likely comes down to.
Yeah, let's flesh that out. How the E1B1A is mixed multitude.
Where you want to go with it?
Oh no, just kind of what would be some strong, what would be some,
because you can find it in amongst different Jewish populations and whatnot, right? Like so, just like how Sean was talking about, like in most Jewish populations, you're gonna be able to find J1, like J1, J2, E1B1 B, R1B, T, a little bit of G, sometimes some Q. Depending on where you go, you get different haplogroups that are going to sojourn and kick it with them people that are different than the rest of the world or whatnot. So like the ones in India, I can find E1B1B in India, I can find J there, etc. I can find the basics and whatnot. But then I find some extra stuff. I get like some extra R1A, I get some K, I get some all, you know what I'm saying? Some extra stuff from India that I don't do else, right?
And that would be attributed to them being in that area. Those Jews, the original stock of Jews being in that area and maybe Judaizing some of the people that were around them. So you got the same thing with the Lemba. You go to the Lemba, you find J1, J2, E, 1B1B, E1B1A, haplogroup T. You find that's what you find, and you will find that amongst all the Jewish populations, the basic core, and then you'll have some outliers like Q, like depending on where they are. You know what I'm saying? You'll find outliers who probably were Judaized.
So, for instance, like in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Jews have a large proponent of haplogroup A amongst them, where most Jewish groups don't or whatnot, right? There's an argument for A to be found in West African Jewry, right? But you're not going to find it in the majority of world Jewry, right? But you will find in the majority of world Jewry, you're going to, no matter what, you're going to find E1B1B and you're going to find J1 at the very least, right?
And autosomally, you will find 2 to 3% or 2 to 5% sub-Saharan African autosomal DNA amongst them as well. So you won't just find haplogroup E amongst them, where they're living, but you'll find in their autosomes, if they don't have any E's or E1B1A amongst them, you'll find it in their autosomes. So a brother just asked a question. He says, so Native Americans have the same DNA as Khazars? No, not exactly. What they do is they come from the same paternal line, their Y chromosome.
He also says, Matt Rick says too, he says any Native American that had E haplogroup, they would attribute to Africa though.
So how that would happen is probably through co-mingling with African Americans that came here through the slave trade.
Hold on, what does he mean? Hold up, pop time out. What does he mean by that comment though?
I guess that I don't think he's trying to make the comment in a negative way, like like he's trying to add them to the African diaspora in the sense of 12 tribes chart or things of that nature. I think that the question was an honest question, and that the brother was just saying that you would find haplogroup E amongst Native Americans, and that is true because during this during slavery you had Africans and Native Americans co-mingling. So yeah, you would find African DNA amongst
in certain burials or whatnot as well in colonial America and also other parts. But I'll say this too, like the majority of Native Americans that are going to have haplogroup E are going to have haplogroup E1B1B, because the majority of that.
And more. Matt Rick said there are certain tribes of Native Americans that share word for word Hebrew words. You want to respond to that, or you want me to get
that? Yeah, that's kind of that's a stretch.
I'd rather not sidetrack into arguments that Dante's not making.
Yeah.
In this video.
Because that's what happened. He going back to the DNA. He said impossible because happens don't change.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you a basic response. When it comes to language and linguistics, a lot of people forget certain basics about it that's essential in determining a language and its families and all that stuff, right? So one of the things that we know about the Native Americans is that the Bible was translated from like the 16th century into Quechua, Mayan, Algonquin, Muskogean, Arakan, Uto-Aztecan, and Guarani. So what happened is when you have all these languages and these Bibles being translated, that's how you started to get that information about the Bible into the Indian family. Because when the Columbus came, according to Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6, when they came here, Columbus brought a translator that could speak Chaldean, Hebrew, and Arabic. But the Hebrew Israelites always say, yeah, you see, he brought a Hebrew translator. He could speak several languages. They didn't know what they were going to experience. So when they got here, the natives could not understand them. They couldn't understand them. They had to do what's called sign language, and they pointed to Haiti. So what they did was Columbus and them took 8 or 9 of the natives and took them back to Spain, where they learned Spanish or whatever language. And that's how they came back. They became the translators for the Columbus whenever they traveled. So they could speak the native language already. So they learned the European language, and that's how they were able to do that. But as far as language now, I always tell people you got to do what's called a cross-comparative linguistic analysis with a language. So when you see the word father, brother, man, child, and son in the sky, those are universal words that's used by pretty much every culture. So when you want to compare a language and say this language is this, they use Hebrew words. Yes, they can be loan words, like what you find in Africa. There were Jewish merchants. Berbers were trading for 1,000 years in Africa. You don't think they would have learned Hebrew and carry Hebrew words inside of West Africa? No big deal. It happens all the time. In Egypt, in the New Kingdom, they borrowed over 500 Semitic words. Does that mean that the Egyptians are Semitic people? No. It's just that these people interacted so much that if you don't have a word in your language, you're going to take that word. It's called a loan word. But as far as the language, one thing that's very important that everybody needs to know about the language is that there's certain order that the language is written in. Like you have something called SVO, VSO, OSV, whatever. So you have verb, subject, object, which is what Hebrew is normally written in. So you have ancient Hebrew and you have biblical Hebrew. So when you're putting those words together and somebody says, well, the Native Americans spoke the language and the language is this or it comes from this, you got to start looking at it from an academic perspective. So it's called linguistic typology. So you have subject, object, verb, subject, verb, object, verb, subject, object, verb, object, subject, object, verb, subject, and object, subject, verb. So Cherokee and say Uto-Aztecan, where you see most of the claims is made, it's a linguistic typology of subject, object, verb. Biblical Hebrew is verb, subject, object. Hebrew by itself is subject, verb, object. All right. So the word order for subject, object, verb example would be cows, grass, eat. Sounds weird, right? Well, majority of the people speaks with subject, object, verb in the world, 45%. If you were speaking in Hebrew, you would say cows eat grass. 42% speak like that. And if you were speaking in biblical Hebrew, you would say eat cow's grass. So it sounds weird to us because we don't go as deep as this to talk about linguistic typology, which I'm talking about. But again, if you're speaking in a Native American language, you need to find out what is the linguistic typology. How do they write their words and everything? And then you come in and try to figure out, is there a cross-comparative connection between the languages? The truth of the matter is, though, the people who were traveling, like Columbus, they thought, or the people who were into the Bible thought that England was the fourth corner of the world. They thought it was the fourth corner. So when Columbus was traveling and he eventually reached over here. That's when they started saying, hey, maybe these people are the lost tribes, because it had to do with what's called polygenesis compared to monogenesis. Polygenesis means that several people sprung up all over the world at different time periods or come from different areas. Monogenesis said, hey, you know what? You come from Adam in the Bible and you descend from those people. So they had to account for Native Americans if they believe in the Bible straight up. So these had to be children of Israel or children of God based on the fact that Adam is the first man and Noah and the ship had happened and all that stuff. All right. But as far as the linguistic connection, I have not seen any evidence of any words. I've read James Adair. I've looked at it. I've reviewed it. I don't see any connection with Hebrew at all. I hope that wasn't too long-winded.
Yeah, I want to just add something real quick to what I was saying about when the brother made mention that amongst Native Americans, if you find haplogroup E, then that would be considered African. I would say also to that for those detractors that say, nah, they were probably here all the time, if you find a Native American with haplogroup E as a paternal line, and you check and their specific clade of haplogroup E is West African specific, then I would say it from the transatlantic slave trade. Like if EU 290 came up, which we found in the Caribbean, EU 290, Garfield is EU 290, it's in the Caribbean, and it's from the slave trade.
Good point.
I got a question. So people are saying now, a lot of the issues right now is somebody said, Maverick said that the one translator on Columbus ship was busy in reference to, I guess, a Hebrew translator on the ship. I don't know.
His name is Luis Torres. He was a translator. He could translate Chaldees, Hebrew, and Arabic. So he knew several languages. So you don't know what the people speak. Who are you going to bring? You're going to bring a translator. The dude was a translator. He didn't know if the people spoke Hebrew, Chaldees, or Arabic. He don't know. He thought he was going to India, as a matter of fact. He didn't even know he was in the Americas. And to the guy in the audience that said that Columbus said he was looking for the lost tribes of Israel, that is not true. That is absolutely not true. That's another lie that Hebrew Israelites teach. It is not true. We know for a fact that he said he was coming here, but he never said, "Hey, I'm looking for lost tribes of Israel." It's not true.
Yeah, if he said that, he definitely wasn't selling to West Africa saying that.
Yeah, hold on, Leo, scroll back up to that picture.
That's a cold one. Why would y'all make that claim? But that's a cold one, fam.
Yeah, because real quick, again to Mac Rick's comment about why y'all showing us pictures of the camera went to 1800s, right? The logic being used many times is that Hebrews were black at the time of Abraham. They're Negro. We're Negro now. We're the people. Who else but the Negro? So we're showing pictures, just like people want to use groups today. They're showing people groups at these particular times to show what they look like. And many people aren't too far off, haven't migrated far from the places where they are. So at this point in history, we're seeing these scattered people, these scattered Jews, and pictures are being taken of them, not just oral records, but actual physical photograph documentation, and things don't line up like folks are saying. They're a dark-skinned Negro, West African looking. That's all.
Are these Negroes in the picture? Do you call these Negroes in the picture?
Right, yeah, I'm seeing that hook nose.
Of course, there's Negroes in the picture. Guy dark as hell right there. Dark guy. Blackity black.
Yeah, man. And then real quick, someone with the whole oral tradition and DNA, wasn't there a group of Jews, New Guinea or Papo, that had an oral tradition, but when they ran DNA, they said no, that's probably not the case?
Yeah,
Papua New Guineans are usually haplogroup K. I'm sorry, More.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you.
No, you good.
Go ahead, More.
Yeah, two departments tested him, and he said he didn't have the heart to tell him that it was incomplete, like, that they weren't, that it was. So
lied, bro. He lied. Tell it like it is, bro. I laughed. I ain't even funny.
He was say it again, boy. Say it
I
again.
told Marine that the dude be. I don't want to talk bad about him, but the dude be lying. He lied, bro. He knew that it was no connection, and he's like, oh, let me just tell him it is anyway, and he admitted it. Come on, man.
Did he say it is, or did he say it was inconclusive? I thought he said it was inconclusive.
Nah, he told him that they were.
That's
Israelite.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because they tested for they were testing for the CMH or whatever. So they were testing to see if they had a.
Yeah, he tested. He did say they would test it, but we know from just the studies alone, just all the studies that we read, they're mostly haplogroup K. And that is the Eurasian. That is a Eurasian haplogroup.
Let me respond to this gentleman in the chat real quickly. Newmanity LLC. It is true, and it's in his diaries. All right, Newmanity LLC. If you provide that, I will never speak anything. I will never speak about an Israelite again for the rest of my life. You come on this panel and show me that in Columbus diaries. I'm going to show you how deep Garfield gets with this Columbus stuff. In the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? The name of the land, it says, the name of the land beyond the great river far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4th Ezra 13:45. Columbus, it says now, Columbus identified America with this land. Then it says a source. I wish I could share my source. C. Kaiserling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Groves, page 15. So you know Garfield going to look for the source. Because it says, Columbus says he identified America with Arzareth. They're like, wow, they got me. Now, when you go in the source, he don't say nothing about that. He was also very fond of reading the Bible and 4th book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine. According to his own assertion, the incentive that impelled him to plan his discoveries was not the love of a science, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. So when you go on to read further on that page, it has nothing to do with Arzareth or anything. He never says it. So the Jewish Encyclopedia is actually incorrect. The source that they give, they said he compared to Arzareth and go to this book, and no, it's wrong. It's actually incorrect. So there's no records of Columbus saying he's looking for lost tribes of Israel. There's nothing that says that. It's all in the mind. And I bet you have never seen a source. You heard it on an IUIC video. You probably heard it from a camp. You did not see that source yourself. If you have that source, you come on here and bring it up. And I'll never come on. As a matter of fact, let me add this, because Bereen gonna love this part. I'll never come back and Brother Bereen either. I'll never come back and Brother Bereen. I'm banned from here if I'm wrong. That's how much I'm ready to put up on that.
I see.
Dunamis, do me a favor. When Berean comes back, just remind him I want to share my screen because I want to show through the genetics what the geneticists think that the Ibermarusians and the Natufians would have looked like.
Okay. Because now Mac Rick saying, I remember that, Sean. Mac Rick is saying, you're looking 1,800 years into the future, into an era that was known for mixing. Arabs itself means mix. So during the time of Abraham, there was no mixing going on. And by that same argument, wouldn't it be mixing now? So how do we know who's who without DNA? This is where it's weird. To me, I understand what you're saying, Max, with this mixing, but in New York alone, there's a ton of mixing. So you would need DNA to see who's who, not if someone's a Negro.
Can I add something real quick, brother?
Go ahead.
From the book Chaos in the Contact Zone by Stephanie Wodianka. It was rendered such an extraordinary event that Christopher Columbus himself was, as far as we know, convinced until the end of his life that the island of Cuba that he reached during his first journey was the eastern coast of the Asian continent, not Garfield. This is what Columbus is saying. It was only after his third and fourth voyage, during which he explored the Gulf of Paria and the coast of Isthmi, that he suggested the existence of another world. So Columbus the whole time thought he was in damn India. The whole time. And then a lot of people who talk about the Jews and Native Americans are Jews don't realize that the reason why this started, it was because the Jews were banned from England from 1290. So England was one of the four corners of the earth. It was the last corner. Hence, letting back Jews in would signal the beginning of the Messianic age. So that was the purpose of Hope of Israel and claiming all these people are Israelites, because England wanted to get back into, the Jews wanted to get back into England for economic reasons. But the people who believe in the Bible say, hey, it's the beginning of the Messianic age. The Jews is coming to the last corner of the earth. That's where all of this stuff stems from. It ain't even got nothing to do with. So when people start saying the tribes is this and this is the tribes and these people are the 12 tribes, it's just they don't even know where the root of it comes from. This is folks who trying to get back into England in good grace. So they chop this up to bring the people back into the land, into England. Craziness.
And I see Rev C's asking, what's the point in all this? Leo, do dispensations promote or talk about a bloodline?
Yes, as well as national Israel, yes.
As well as nationalism. So Rev C, this should be up your alley, dealing with prophecy and eschatology. With who the people all things of the sort.
Yep, Romans
maybe
11,
Israel isn't
26.
just a blood. There is a bloodline, but in the nation of Israel, there's converts as well that will get the blessings, the land and the inheritance.
Wow.
Go into theology. But some folks just want to deny that. Or some folks talk about Jewish blood by markers, and that raises an issue. So what is Jewish blood? Wouldn't that go to DNA and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, this is where the issue comes in. Dispensationalism is plays a major role because of the focus on prophecy, and this is why a lot of Israelites that come over here emphasize prophecy so much, because as soon as you ask them questions, so did Joel 2 happen? What's going on Joel 2? Then they run to Ezekiel. Then they run to even Revelation. You can go through all through Revelation 20, also 19, if you want to even go to Zechariah 14. Like they're jumping, and 12. So you're going to different prophecies that equate to Israel. But within that, they'll jump to Romans 11 and say, well, all of Israel will be saved. So all of Israel is going to include, for many will say, a remnant of bloodline Israelites that will then convert once the second coming comes. And then they'll be equated. Then that's when all Israel. So understanding this, it does play a role in dispensational theology, does play a factor in all of this.
Even right now, in terms of, I got a call yesterday for some Jewish charity, right? And they say, we have to, as Christians, we have to support God's people, right? So with all that's going on in Israel and the land, there's a lot going on. Would you like to, we're at crunch time, we got to donate. So all that plays into it. What do they mean by God's people? And not to get into theology, but there is there's an intertwining. Now, I see Mac saying, do to me to note, to not take account the Greek, Roman, and English colonization is disservice. Mac, what are you talking about? Was there mixing in the land? What will folks look like? So you're telling me because in these areas in India that there was such a heavy presence of Greeks and Romans and English that these folks were just whited out? That's what happened? Is that what you're trying to say? So in India right now, folks are lighter shade because of Greeks and Romans and all that. And now this kind of, to me, this goes into the conspiracy that when they're looking for slaves in West Africa, all they did was hunt down Jews because the Jews were distinct. So you tell me all those people just look for Jews? And in India right now, you have dark-skinned folk. And the Greeks and Romans didn't go after them and then mix with them? The English didn't mix with them?
Hey, gentlemen, so when I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No, you got it, Sean.
All right. So there's somebody in the chat that said when he said there's no Negro phenotype. This is Brian Jones. When he said there's no Negro phenotype dating back to the original Jew, there's no way any of the prophets or Jesus could look anything like us. That's what they're saying. So I would say this: just because a Semite, and this is for the believers, just because an ancient Semite may not look like you today, doesn't mean that you wouldn't have any connection. You guys are so stuck on this, us historically, or Shemites historically looking like Africans, that y'all are missing the whole point. There are people amongst us today, right? That great grandfather, not all, some people around us, amongst us today, whose great grandfather or great grandmother looks nothing like them, phenotypically. My grandfather on my maternal side is 100% Cantonese. My granddaughter, which would be his fifth granddaughter, looks nothing like him. But that doesn't mean that she is not descended or he's not a part of her genetic makeup. You guys got to stop looking at it from that point of view. It's just like today. You don't look like some African Americans are descended from Western Europeans. It could have happened back in the 1600s, could have happened back in the 1700s. You do not look like him today. Some brothers with haplogroup R1b or haplogroup G, or Naj with haplogroup I, which is Scandinavian. He looks nothing like who he got that Y chromosome from. Stop. This is very elementary thinking. You guys are not using your brain. You guys are not critically thinking about this. All of this evidence is right around you today. Phenotype, what people look like today and what they look like historically. So you get offended when we say these people would have probably, the haplogroup E carriers of millennia ago do not look like haplogroup E carriers or E1B1A carriers of West Africa today. They may have looked Yemenite. You guys get in your feelings. Your great, 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 great grandfather does not have to look like you. You don't have to look like him today, because to disassociate yourself from somebody that looked like something else millennia ago or just a few generations ago till today is asinine. It is. A lot of us don't look like our forefathers, and that's in recent history. So going back anciently, it would be the same thing. If I tell you that the E1B1A carriers would have looked like Yemenites, don't get in your feelings and be like, oh, they trying to say we Arabs, or we look like this and we didn't look like that. No, you were not going to look like who your forefathers looked like. You didn't start looking West African until they went into West Africa and started procreating with what's that? mtDNA L1, basal Africans, pygmies, things of that nature. And then how many millennia have gone by? You're not going to look like that. So why you get offended? You could have had a Puerto Rican great grandfather, and today you jet black, but you carry his last name. Stop it. Stop the nonsense. Y'all think like grown-ups. Think scientifically and not with your emotions. I yield.
Now you say you just said to think scientifically. That's where the Eurocentric mindset they're gonna throw on you. It's like you're gonna cast out, oh, scientifically, you're saying we're dumb, pretty much. So now the result is they're gonna start using
I don't care how
now.
I don't care how they feel at this point, because I didn't say any of that. If that's again working off their emotions. Because I never said nobody's stupid. I never said nothing. I said think scientifically. So you're beneath thinking scientifically. You believe that, or you think that I'm offending you because I think you can't think scientifically. You can't think scientifically. Put all the emotional baggage to the side. I don't care how they feel at this point, because I'm not trying to offend nobody, and I said nothing to offend anybody. So if what I said made somebody turn left to the statement you just made, brother, then I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to correct that. I don't know. I'm not going to apologize for it because I said nothing wrong.
I'm with you. I just I'm sure you already know, but folks are they're emotional about this. So it's the reaction is going to be.
But they're going to have to grow up. Tough love. It's called tough love. You got to grow up.
And real quick, Sean and Moore, if y'all could just speak to this. To talking about the mixing. No, not mixing with current European-looking people. Israelites were mixing with Hamites. Greek didn't start mixing until the 300s. Abraham 4,000 years old. So basically saying that they didn't mix with any. Israelites only mixed with Hamites. They didn't mix. There was no mixing with any Greeks. I'm getting any Japhet people, all that kind of stuff.
We have it in scripture. We have the Israelitish. We had Peter, if I'm not mistaken, who was born. No, Timothy, who was born of an Israelitish woman and a Gentile.
Yes,
like let's stop playing this game.
Yeah. He's gonna say that later on, but early
Bruce,
on.
it doesn't make it. Listen. The Tufians, right? More. Am I right? EM35 or EM34? Natufians, E1B1B, who are found amongst ancient Jews, in the ground. All right? E1B. Do you know who they mixed with 10,000 years ago? They were mixing with Caucasians, Neolithic hunter-gatherers. The same map that I showed you, they was mixing Neolithic hunter-gatherers and Natufians. So this is a game that y'all play. This is what I'm saying, grow up. The facts are the facts.
I was going to mention the study you talked about earlier with the 3 to 5% sub-Saharan DNA. So they were mixing at a certain time period, either coming out, if the tradition is correct, about during the Exodus time period or around the Assyrian time period. There's some sort of DNA interaction, which makes sense if you think it's the 25th dynasty. They would probably carry the E sub-Saharan African mark at that time. So it's possibly it happened at that time.
Yeah, you would have had mixing. You would have had mixing going on. Listen, what happened when men and women get together? I don't care what color you are.
I care.
Y'all amongst each other
long yourself. Enough. I care.
I hear you, but you know the point I'm making. Like, let's be real. You put a man and a woman together, and they, or men and women together, and they in the same area for a long time. What you think gonna happen?
What's a yellow bone though? What we call a yellow bone?
What we call them?
Light skin woman, right? All right.
Yeah, there you go.
So by the way, 30% African Americans got the R marker anyway. So I mean, what y'all ashamed about? Martin Luther King.
And you look nothing like exactly, and none of these people look nothing like the R marker carrier that
originally
that seeded them. Seeded them. They don't look like them. So this is nothing new.
So when people say they didn't mix, and they're just going to say, well, scripture says this, like, how do you kind of delineate that?
Somebody like Bruce, we've already, excuse me, let me slow down. Somebody like Bruce, we've already had this discussion with. Bruce is saying they didn't mix, they only mixed with Hamites, only, exclusively. And then we point out, then they go, oh, well, that's just one or two. No, you said they only, he's debunked right there. And he'll still continue to say, no, they only mixed with Hamites. They only means exclusively, only. And then turn right around and say, well, yeah, that's inscription. Yeah, Timothy was every once in a while you would have an Israelite that strayed away and sinned and this, that, and the third. Regardless of what they did, they procreated. So it's not only.
And then after a while, after so many years, when folks keep bringing it out, they'll say, well, we never said that. We said most Israelites, majority. We never said
the same
all.
Thing they did with the same thing they said with the same thing the Christian apologists did, and then they moved and starting to say, okay, well, yeah, some there had to be some came off the boat. It's the same thing that these people are saying, they only mix with Hamites. They're doing the same thing that the apologists, the Christian apologists saying. They're two sides of the same coin. And so now what's going to happen is I'm going to keep shoving this down their throat. I will. because I hate that they're giving our people bad information. So I'm gonna keep throwing it. I'm gonna keep putting it out there until eventually somebody goes, well, you know what? Yeah, okay, some of them did. There it is.
Now you see what people are saying. They're saying they mix Hebrews, Jews, Black Africans mix with the people in the Levant and Asia as well as Europe. That's why we all have markers in our community. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what he's trying to allude to, but he said we just said that the Jewish population carry a specific amount of Y chromosomes, right? You got your J's, you got your E's, you got your T's. All right, those are the that's what you would, and the R's. Excuse me. That's what you're gonna find in every Jewish group. You're gonna find those amongst them, and then, like I said, you're gonna have outliers. Wherever they went to, whoever they Judaize, maybe a different haplogroup outside of those core haplogroups that made up the nation of Israel. And then as they move, you're going to see, if they're in India, you're going to see H among them, paternal. I'm talking about paternal, not, I'm talking Y chromosome, not X chromosome. You're going to find that amongst them. If they went to Scandinavia, you're going to find I amongst them. If they're around Germany and the Caucasus area, you're going to find Q among them, G among them, outliers. But there's a core. And I don't know how else to put it. They could keep pseudoing this up all they want, but it's very simple.
So what do y'all see like this going, like with people like Bruce and others that hold to this? Here we go. Matt Ricks talking about Israelites who were in the same place until the Babylonian captivity. 10 left, 2 plus some Levi stayed in the same place until the temple fell. Who could they mix with en masse for Greece or from Greece? So I guess he's talking about after the Babylonian captivity. Mixing with Greece.
But I told a story earlier about the Edomites. The Edomites.
Hold on. You don't need a lot of Grecian men to have sex. You know what I'm saying? If you have Grecian men amongst a population of Israelites, all right, and they're no different than, let's say, the slavery that we just went through, transatlantic slavery, and they're raping, or I shouldn't use that word. They're R-ing the women. All right, that means that this one Grecian man could impregnate up to God knows how many women through force. So they don't have to have a lot of numbers. This is more logical fallacy.
You're right.
Yes, ravishing. Second Exodus. That's a better word. Yes, ravishing. All right. If you're a ravishing woman, it's no different than a plantation owner, a slaver, and he has 50 slaves on his plantation, and 3/4 of them are women and girls. He get to touching, and he has his way. Nobody could stop him. How many of them women could he impregnate? Again, logical fallacy.
Go ahead, Garfield. You got something to say?
Look at some of y'all uncles. Look at some of y'all brothers. And think about how many kids they got with different baby mamas. All right.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is, like I said, I'm even looking through some of these pictures still.
But this is good, though. What we're doing is good. You got DNA, you got history, you got genetics, you got all type of different things going on. And what the brother Sean is saying is there's admixture. How do you answer the admixture question? And even if we take the last 500 years, you look at a Martin Luther King, you look at a Muhammad Ali, you look at a Marcus Garvey, you look at a Michael Jackson, they all go back to a R marker. There's literally a white man in their lineage. So they wouldn't be an Israelite according to the BHI doctrine. So Michael Jackson, who you love, is mixed with a white man. Muhammad Ali goes back to a white man. Marcus Garvey, as black as Dunamis's picture, goes back to a European. And Martin Luther King. So what are you going to do? You're going to throw them out? They don't count because they mix with white folks? So
great point.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We have to stop this. And the admixture is actually, I've never really stressed that. But brothers and sisters listening, the admixture argument, if you do a 23andMe, a simple test, I'm not endorsing them 100%, but if you do a 23andMe and you look at your autosomal family, you're going to see so much mix up there, you're going to be like, that ain't me. You probably have a connection to Finland, for all you know. In Jamaica, we full of Scottish names because we connected to Scotland. Trace my mother roots back to 3 white men with the name Allison. One went to Jamaica in Moko. So those who from Jamaica know what Moko is. One to Moko, one to Philly, and one to Cuba. We trace them. We know who they are. That Allison name comes from 3 white men. And then what happens after that? One of them sleep with a woman right there, just like how Bob Marley's father came and slept with Bob Marley's mother and had children, and look at what they produce. So what, you hate Bob Marley because of the white man that's on his father's that white blood? You hate that white blood in him? You probably got more white blood in you than well, not or white blood or European genetics in you than the average person. But you could be as dark as Rick
corrections.
Pickles,
Good catch.
You know what I'm saying?
Garfield.
Go ahead, beloved. Go ahead, beloved.
No, I was saying good correction. No, I was saying good correction. You went from blood to genetic.
Yeah, blood to genetics. Yeah, because blood is a whole other conversation.
Yeah, because during the time of the Bronze Age, they'll have to trade amongst themselves. The Egyptians, was it Hittites, and then the Genevan, the prototypes of the Greeks. They'll trade amongst themselves, amongst the Mediterranean. So there's bound to be mixing. There's bound to be people that are just taking slavery that owe debt. It's just the nature of the world. So it's just, I don't know. Unless you're talking about like a remote people, people just mix. Especially with mercantile people. They're going to mix. They're going to take up slave women. They're going to mix. So it's with the nature of the world, it seems strange to think that folks wouldn't mix at all. You had
you are what your father is.
I know. You had them Chinese merchants who came, I forgot his name, and he went to Africa. He sailed all the way to Africa, and in East Africa, it's like a village where people talk about how they're descendants of those same sailors. And it has certain features, the almond eyes and whatnot, that kind of shows that. It's just the world.
Yeah, the whole race thing is just, it have you fighting on the street corner, man. It have you fighting with your family members. It will have you, and I mean, we use it every day, and that's what's the disadvantage for us. Because now, if Garfield said, "Yo, we should use black," or you don't want you want African Americans to stop saying that they're black. What are you doing, Garfield? I'm just saying race is a social construct. We need to reevaluate how we look at race. In biology, it don't count. That's why they call it pseudo. It's pseudoscience. Because where are you getting it from? Oh, I'm this because the reason why this guy sings better because he's a black man. He dances better because he's black. So what about Bob Marley? Probably one of the most popular singers entertainers in the history of the world. Are we going to say he could sing because of the white man in his family? Or he could have sang better if it was a black man was his father? Some of these conversations is just crazy. Race is a social construct. That's all it is. That's all it is. I remember Razib Khan was joking with me the other day, man. He said, Garfield, you troubling the Jews all the day. You're a damn Jew. Because he saw that my Ashkenazi, my Ashkenazi was more than 5%, I think, or something like that. He's like, that's way high. You're a Jew, man. Be proud of yourself. He's like, oh, Garfield, you coming at the Jews and you're a Jew. Everybody started laughing. Yeah. What am I going to do? Hate the fact that I got almost 5% Ashkenazi Jew in my genetic makeup? Can I cut it out, Sean? Is there a way for me to cut that out? Let's invent that.
Nope.
We could cut out the genetic markers out of our system. Yeah, we could cut it out. Let's make up a whole new doctrine, just like what Dante did. Let's make it up.
CRISPR doctrine.
Yeah.
The CRISPR
Let's make it up.
doctrine.
Let's just make it up as we go.
Yeah, Berean ain't back yet. I want to share these pictures of the Natufians, but I guess he's not back.
Yeah, he's not back yet.
Berean is right.
Unless you want, unless Sean,
is right. He just want us to go in. He doesn't want us to go in.
Unless Sean,
right
you can send to Leo
right now.
What happened?
Unless Sean, if you can send it to Leo, because Leo can share has a screen up.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll put it in a back chat. Let me see if I can put it in a back chat.
Yeah.
And somebody could grab it. Hold on.
Y'all still here?
Yeah, we here. Look at Matrix. Look at Matrix talking about Neanderthal. Oh man.
Yeah, for some
I don't
reason
know.
my file, I can't share
Go
this
ahead.
file. It won't let me share it. I'm trying to grab the link. Every time I grab the link to drop it in a private chat, it won't take. I don't know.
Okay.
Stand by. Let me keep trying.
No, you good. You good.
If not, I'll just
let's-
show it when Marianne come back. But I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to share it with you guys.
Look at this. Let's see what I'm still looking through these pictures. So I had to step away for a second. So, Berean, I know you want to go through these pictures here. So, what are y'all thoughts on the Sumerians? And I know Kobe mentions them a lot in terms of their like the admixture, who the Sumerians are. Is that relevant to who possibly like are the people? Like, what are y'all thoughts on the Sumerians?
The Samaritans.
Sorry, I see you saying Sumerians. Yeah, Samaritans. Sorry about that.
Samaritan. So the Samaritan population is mostly made up of haplogroup J, all right? But their Levitical priesthood, their priesthood is E3B, haplogroup B, exclusively. So the Kohanim amongst the Samaritans are exclusively haplogroup E.
So you think that's a good example to like how would you kind of speak to them in reference to what a lot of folks' claims are around?
There's a study. See,
I
can't even share that study, but maybe I could put it in a back chat. Let me find and try to put it in the chat. There's a study on the Samaritan Jews, their genetic makeup. Their small population now. They did genetic profiling on them. And like I said, they came up mostly haplogroup J and just the Kohanim. It's kind of significant because it shows to how these groups were mixing, right? And when I say that is because, all right, so haplogroup J and haplogroup E are your strongest contenders for a Semitic population. And when I say Semitic, I don't mean linguistically. I'm saying if you're a believer, and most geneticists are not believers, but they say that Semitically, if we're talking a bloodline, these are the top two haplogroups that would more than likely, one of these two, right, would be more than likely the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, even though they don't have the genetics for those patriots. So there is a study on the Samaritan Jews. I'm going to look for it after I finish my spiel, and then I'll share it with you. But basically, I would like to share it so I could walk through it with y'all, but I can't share anything right now because Berean isn't there, like on screen, so I could share with everybody. But anyway, the Samaritan Jews, if you go to, some people, this particular studies points out that the Samaritans was pretty much a displacement population, right? So during the Babylonian captivity, Jews was the Israelites was taken out, the northern tribes were taken out, and another population was put in, right? And then also in Kings 2:17, it states that there were Jews who came back, or not Jews. I think it was not Nebuchadnezzar. I forgot the, this particular king's name, but he sent back priests. He sent back Jewish priests to teach the people how to live on the land because the land was devouring them. So according to this particular study, they were pointing out that this priesthood that they sent back may actually be this E3B Kohanim population of priests that are still there today, and all the J's would be the replacement population from those Israelites being taken out. I'll share the study with y'all. Let me find it.
Ruddy Brew is saying J is a Hamite clade. Would you agree with that?
Where do you find these guys from?
Okay, so hear me out. We've done this with him a few times, and I already told him we're gonna deal with his page soon because his model is really out of control. So
he
we'll
has a
get into it
YouTube
in a minute.
page.
Yeah, he got a lot of content out there. He be trying.
And so I would say this. He's saying that the Bible is saying that these people are Hamites, that the Jays are Hamites, right? Because the Jays were living in the land of Canaan, so it's the land of Canaan. So these people were living there had to be Canaanites, but there were different populations of people living in the land of Canaan. So haplogroup J is known to be like you can find them amongst the Hittites, the Hittites, all the ites. You know what I'm saying? You find them amongst the Canaan in the Canaanite land. All right, you find them there, and they are mostly haplogroup J. So he's associating that they were in the land of Canaan, that they were Hamites, which would be like the same thing they do with the Egyptian argument. But that's the short of it. Like I said, we'll be doing a profile on this page, me more, Avery, and Yeshua. We're probably gonna do, shouldn't take more than 2 videos to flush out his work. It might not even take that much. It might take one video, like a 2-hour video, to flush out his work on his page.
Rodney Brew, you're on the map. You're on the clock, buddy.
Yeah. You can't argue against scripture. That's his primary thing. Is he's saying if you just go with scripture's interpretation of the different groups in the mixing, it challenges like the narrative.
So what do we do? I asked him this before. So what do you do with the other populations? Because you got haplogroup E there as well. They have found A in the region as well. So all of them are Hamites. These are 3 different paternal lines. 2 of them can't be Hamites. Only 1 could be. Because if Ham is a man, then he's only 1 man, and he only carries 1 haplogroup. So, like I said, I'm gonna save that though. But that's just a sneak preview of the foolishness that let me not be disrespectful of what we're going to be dealing with when we deal with his page.
Yeah, so I know, let's see, can I get back to the video? Actually, I can. Since I got this, have we went through some of Dante's video? Because I'll play this too. Because I don't know if y'all seen some of the latest videos of Jews in West Africa. Have y'all watched a few of those? Because he has some recent.
I'm sorry, repeat your question, bro. I'm sorry.
Have y'all seen some of the recent videos Dante has put out around the Jews in West Africa? In the mixing.
Yeah, but
this is
I think
one right here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I
No,
think
so go ahead. It's my
that
fault.
so a lot of his videos have been on West African Jews, also, with the Sephardic Jews, like the displacement of the Sephardic Jews into West Africa. You know, I think that they focus on these people too much because, be honest with you, the majority of Sephardic Jews are haplogroup R, which is Eurasian. All right, they got some G amongst them. They do have E, but the vast majority, the overwhelming percentage is they take up the bulk of the percentage is haplogroup R, and
Okay.
it's kind of problematic. And what they can deal with if they want to deal with West African Jewry, the Western Sahel, a lot of African Americans genetically connect to these people. There's Jewish populations all over there. Maybe that's where they should start looking instead of the Sephardic thing, because these guys are really they're mucking up the Sephardic thing. I'll tell you that now. Because even if they were dark skinned, they could have been haplogroup R, just like we got a bunch of haplogroup R brothers and sisters. I mean, excuse me, brothers around us right now that are dark, and you would never know they have a Western European
Don't need to cut you. I'm
Y
gonna jump
chromosome.
off, family. I'm gonna jump off. All right, it's been 6
Okay.
All right.
hours.
Peace.
Hey, peace and
man.
love to y'all, man. Good stuff, guys. All right, peace.
All
Likewise.
right, peace.
Peace. Y'all
Yeah.
see Ready
So
Bruce again. Ready Bruce just said African populations are Shem.
all right, I'm not even going to deal with him right now. I'll deal with him when we deal with his page. No disrespect, right? You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to get caught up too
Yeah.
much into him because
Yes, sir.
we already had discussions with him, but we're going to have to deal with his page. His YouTube channel,
Gotcha.
and that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to do too much talking back and forth with him, but yeah, there's a lot of in the Western Sahel, Mali, Morocco, there's places in the Western Sahel that have Jewish populations, old Jewish populations around the Timbuktu area. Uh, do your DNA. Go get your DNA done. Maybe if you're West African, if you come from, you're a descendant of the slave trade, you may end up, being able to trace your paternal snip back to them. It's very possible. But
Yeah.
then don't get upset if you take your DNA and you find out you a Western European.
And then
Don't be
also
upset.
too with that, if you do DNA, I know for a while folks are taught in certain people's DNA. I know Dante's DNA has been taught it, but if your DNA doesn't match his, either you got to work out that dilemma. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of us was
Even
solved
the
by
lumber.
are we a homogeneous group?
You
Go ahead,
might,
Sean.
you might do your DNA and end up with a terminal snip, or a downstream of some of those J's over there, or a T that's among them. You might end up lining up with them, and then you have a real claim. You might have a Caucasian, Y chromosome, or a Eurasian, because that's what their DNA shows. That's what their Y chromosome show, mostly. You do have E1B1A amongst them as well, but you have E amongst them as well. But those are like we keep saying, there's a core group that make up the Israelite nation of haplogroups, and you'll see them. They will show up in every population of Jews, along with the outliers. J, R, E, T. You're gonna find those.
So Matt Rick says, if A still exists, Noah had to be A also. The first time we see someone becoming something else was a son of Ham, Nimrod. You agree with that?
Half of that was pseudo. The other half, I wouldn't argue against,
Gotcha.
because it's very possible that Noah was haplogroup A, and because of the flood, and the magnetic, the electromagnetation of of the Earth and the drastic change and the polar, the polar shift and all of that would have caused enough radiation to cause mutations to happen. So, and those mutations are where you get all of these other haplogroups, because we're talking about a global event here, right? We're talking like the last glacial maximum. After the flood, everything froze, the last glacial maximum, and then everything melted again, and then you had new fauna, you had new fauna and flora. So the things that you eat and all of these things cause mutation rates to change, or mutations to happen. So that's very possible. The second part is quite pseudo. I'm not even going to touch that.
I'm with you. Anything else? I can play this video too. I'm missing your thoughts on it because you're gonna say black Jews and white Jews didn't mix with each other. I should see your thoughts on this.
Show me this mass intermixing of Jews with other people, or Israelites with other people, even though all the history books are saying that's not what happened. How is it that we're getting two different narratives? Multiple sources saying they didn't mix, and yet the prevailing narrative is that they mixed in with everybody. It says, now this separate race, all descended from brown ancestors, for Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob must have been as dark as Mar Yohanan, if not darker, exhibit every shade of color from the black Jews of Malabar, of whom we have such an interesting account by Dr. Claudius Buchanan. You will see his name come up many times, especially in that field, to the rose and lily complexion of the Jewesses on the banks of the Elbe. We need go no further than the Jews of southern Spain and compare them with those of Holland and northern Germany to perceive a very striking difference. Now, once again, this stuff is not ambiguous as that first paper claimed. This stuff is very cut and dry, very crystal clear. There's black Jews and there's white Jews. And notice who the black ones are. He said, go to Spain to notice and compare them with Holland and Germany, Ashkenaz, to perceive a very striking difference. The Spanish Jew is always dark complexioned and his hair is uniformly black, while the German Jew is often as fair as any German and has light or red hair with blue eyes. The various shades of color observable among the Negro or African race
Could you pause that for a
tends to
second?
the same conclusion.
So he said, the source said that they were all black and they had black hair. Didn't say they had nappy hair. Didn't say, we're talking about
Correct.
Europeans here that are looking at people that are darker than them. So to them, that's, they without necessarily seeing a whole lot of like West African blacks. These people are black to them. How Europeans will put you in a category quick fast. If you're a little darker than them, if your hair's a little curlier than them, yeah, not white. That's they're looking at you, not white. You're not European. You got a little bit of you got a little bit of that in you. So again, these are people, these sources to me, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong. These are people's firsthand accounts, but these are people judging other people and
That's a
listening to
good
what they
point.
say. Yeah, these are people listening to what other people are saying. They don't have genetics. They don't have a lot of things to go off of outside of looks, uh, folklore, what people say they are, their culture, the cultures that they're practicing, things of that nature. So I mean, that means the dark-skinned Jews and the light-skinned Jews are practicing the same culture, and now we're trying to siphon out which one of the real ones, right? Were they black, were they white? You can't do that because it could be a mix of both. In the white side, there could be, people who descend from Israelites. On the black side, there could have been people descending from Israelites. These people are mixing not because he's saying they don't mix because of color. I, this you're gonna have racial boundaries amongst even the Jews. But for the most part, if you're a Jew and you have a daughter and you need to marry her off, you're gonna marry her off to another Jew, somebody that shares the culture, not You're not going to go by color because you don't want your daughter and your progeny, your grandkids practicing anything outside of Judaism. So you kind of safeguard your history and your culture by marrying them to another Jew, somebody that shares your culture.
I agree with you, and it's interesting too. In the source too is speaking to the Spanish Jew that is always dark complected, but yet in a couple sentences down, it speaks to the Negro and the African race, and it's saying they have like the similar conclusion, but they're still delineated as like a Negro, the Africans as aware as a dark-skinned Spanish Jew. So there's still delineation there, and of course they're gonna say, well, they mix within the population, and that's where that argument comes from. But I just want to make sure it's still consistent that Negro and African are still a delineated group as opposed to the dark-skinned Spanish Jew. I just wanted to make sure I call that out. But let's see what else he says.
So he goes into all of this stuff. Let me see. I'll keep reading down. Yeah. I'll keep reading here because there's one more interesting thing I want to point out. So along the coast of Guinea, which is low, marshy, and hot, we find jet black complexions, and this is the very country from which the American Negroes have been derived. But when we come to the elevated regions of the interior or past Southern Africa, we find the very same race of various shades of brown, from a dark mahogany to a light copper, like that of the followers of the Kong Mountain. So now, the American Negroes come from the coast of Guinea. Go back and watch the last two videos. I talked about that, and we'll come back to that in a second. Short history of the Copts and their church, published in 1873. Here we go. This is talking about the invasion of the Arabs into Egypt. Now, give me a one if you're familiar with the Arab invasion into Egypt, because people will say, well, Jews look like Arabs. And if we look at the Middle East right now in Egypt, they look like Arabs. Everybody looks Arab or Middle Eastern. But what they don't explain to you is how it's possible that in ancient times they look like this if the Arab invasion of Egypt didn't occur until 640 to 641 AD. Over 600 years after Christ is when the Arabs invaded Egypt. So when we talk about ancient Egyptians, we're not talking about Arab people or the stereotypically Arab people, because there are dark black Arabs as well, because Arab refers to being from Arabia, which is a continent. And the Bible tells us that Cushites used to rule Arabia. Most of history tells us that Cushites once ruled Arabia. Cushites got pushed back across the Arabian Peninsula, across the Sinai, back into Africa, across the Red Sea. Yeah, but that's a whole nother history. So Cushites used to rule Arabia. So now the Arab invasion of Egypt occurs over 600 years after the death of Christ. How is it possible that ancient Egypt and
Sorry, y'all.
and the Middle East were Arab looking if the Arabs didn't invade till 600 years after the death of Christ? Make that make sense. Do me one if that makes sense to you, that they would look Arab before the Arabs invaded. Give me a two if that does not make sense. One if you think they look like Arabs before Arabs.
I think that this is where like timelines get screwed up, because he's saying the Arabs didn't come in, right? Well, we know them as Arabs by this time. They're called Arabs later on in history. But the people group that made up these Arab populations were still here. They weren't called Arabs, right? So we know that Arabs are haplogroup J, haplogroup T, haplogroup E, right? So they would have looked basically the same, because they were amongst each other, and their populations was in the same area for a long time in the Middle East. So they basically looked the same throughout. So dark-skinned Arabs, light-skinned Arabs, they would have had a Yemenite look all through history. Not just when the Arabs, he's saying when the Arabs invaded, so now this is why the Egyptians look Arab. But these people would have still, those same people groups that made up the Arab people, or what we would call the Arab people, have specific markers, and we know who they are. And they were already in the area for a long time, way before that. They just wasn't called Arabs. So they would have still looked the same. Another logical fallacy.
Arabs invaded the area. 2, if that does not make any sense to you at all. All right. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up if you haven't done it already. So it says an account of how the Christians from among the Kibbut of Miser, or the Copts of Egypt. The Copts are the pre-Arab Egyptians. This is very important because once again, people will tell you that the Egyptians look like Arabs, but the word Copt, C-O-P-T, is referring to the Egyptian people pre-Arab invasion. It says, came under the yoke of the Mussulmans, or the Muslims, of the tribute they were by them made to pay, and of their being made dependent on them, and of the events which happened in connection with it. So here we go. And I'm only going to read this first part right here, because this once again, when history is true, it is consistent. People want this narrative that they just mix it with everybody. It says, know that the land of Egypt, when the Muslims entered it, was full of Christians, but divided among themselves into 2 sects, both as to race and to religion. The one part was made up of men about the court of public affairs, all Greek. These are the white Europeans, from among the soldiers of Constantinople. Constantinople was originally part of the Roman Empire, and then they broke off, and you had Rome and Constantinople. There was a whole thing there. It says the seat of government of Rum. Rum is actually a word used to describe the Greco-Roman Empire, the Greek Roman Empire, that transition from the Greeks to the Romans. Their views, as well as their religion, were for all of them Melkite, and their number was above 300,000 in all Greeks. So there's another thing. People will often say, well, Egypt was a melting pot. It was made up of all people. Everybody wasn't considered an Egyptian just because they were in Egypt. Just like America, everybody isn't considered American just because they're here in America. You have people who travel here who.
I noticed, and I remember going through this source before, but when he makes that comparison, I understand why he's saying it, but yet there's still a delineation. Yeah, like
if you're American,
I don't
you're
get
American. You call it American. He's saying
Correct.
there are people here that are not Americans. I guess he's trying to say like people that are here that are not Americans, or people that travel here but don't stay here. That is true, but a lot of people, most of the people who travel here usually stay here or try to migrate here. This place is a melting pot, just like
Correct.
Egypt. So you would still eat those populations of people that are visiting. You would have people who come from their nation that already been here, be 2 or 3 generations long. So regardless if they was visiting or if they're here, you would have populations of them visiting and stationary, no matter which population. Here in America, Puerto Rican, Jamaican, African, you're going to have a population that comes and visit, and you're going to have a population that is stationary.
I'm with you on that.
All right, keep going.
Who live here outside of their home country, and then they go back to their home country. They may die here in America, but they weren't here as a citizen or because they were raised and born here. It's here because they traveled here and something happened and they died here. So just because somebody is somewhere doesn't mean that they are native or considered part of that population. And so here we have the Greeks from Constantinople, and they are separated from the rest of the population of Egypt. They're Melkite. And it says they're all Christians, but they're separated by race and religion. It says the other portion was the whole people of Egypt. So you had the Melkites and the Greeks, and now they're describing the whole rest of the people of Egypt, who were called Kibbut and were of mixed descent. So now when we look at that word mixed, we often associate it with a dark person and a lighter person, whether it's Asian, Spanish, white, whatever. We often associate that mix. So it says, among whom The way they're using mixed here is talking about mixed culture, not mixed color. Among whom one could not distinguish Copt, pre-Arab Egyptian, from Abyssinian, Ethiopian, Nubian, we all who know what the Nubians look like, or Israelite. So the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Nubians, and the Israelites all looked alike, and you could not distinguish one from another. So either the Israelites had to be white, along with Nubians and Ethiopians and Egyptians. There's no way around this, or they were all black, because this is going on.
Now you heard what he just said. I'm gonna play that part again. This is the key mention, and I'm sure he's used this source in multiple times.
Or they were all black, white, along with Nubians, and the Israelites all looked alike, and you could not distinguish one from another. So either the Israelites had to be white, along with Nubians and Ethiopians and Egyptians. There's no way around this, or they were all black, because this is going on in Africa. So either they were all black or they were all white. So if you're going to tell me that the original Israelites were white, you have to also convince me that the original Nubians were white. And you have to also convince me that the Ethiopians were white and the Egyptians.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So he leaves. I think the mixed descent portion needs to be brought up more. Is of mixed descent, you're focusing on how they looked rather than who they are. So because they all look
straight from black, he jumped straight from
he
black
did.
to white.
Yep.
Nothing in between, no ambiguity. If they ain't black, they
all.
ain't white. Like, prove to me that they're white. Like, are you serious? Like, there's nothing in between.
Oh, he's serious. This is a big. He will say there's no other. They're either the originals weren't white, they had to be black. That's it. And then we talk about black. There's context around what black means. But yeah, he's saying black. If we say that, black don't mean black. So I'm also pulling the source up for this too. But I'm about to jump in a second. I don't know when Brian jumping back on due to me. Just letting you know too. Let's keep playing, and I got one more after this. He made another one too.
We're white. You're gonna have a hard. You're gonna have a hard case making the case for the Egyptians, Nubians, and Ethiopians to be white. Or you accept the fact that Ethiopians are black, Nubians are black, therefore the Egyptians and Israelites had to be black if you couldn't tell the difference between them all. It's that simple. It says, and they were all Jacobites. Some of them were writers in government offices. This is consistent with what we see. Others were merchants and tradesmen. Others were bishops and presbyters and such like. Others were tillers of the land in the country, while others were of the class of servants and domestics. But between these and the Melkites, or ruling population, between the blacks and the whites, marriages were not allowed. Once again, they're not mixing with each other. This is consistent. So in 640, they're not mixing. All the way up to the 1800s, Hannah Adams said they didn't even start mixing until close to her time. And it wasn't even at a large rate. People were still getting kicked out of the synagogue, and the family went into mourning because the daughter decided to marry a German Jewish man. So
he's saying they weren't mixing because of that mention at the very bottom. Or ruling population, marriages were not allowed from mutual hatred of each other. So he's saying that's the reason that they didn't mix. That's the validation right there. I don't know how y'all feel about it. I don't know who else is on. Do y'all agree with that? Go ahead.
Wait, so I had to step away. What's the reason why?
He said because the marriages were not allowed from mutual hatred of each other, often carried to murders on each other's side. So it's because of hatred for each other between the Melkite and the ruling population.
So how does showing black Jews? So basically, black Jews just kept to themselves. White Jews kept to themselves.
That's how it sounds like he's alluding to. Yes.
So, and it's following the whole thing where they only mix with Hamites, going back to the source, which caused issues with the Jews from Spain mixed with the Anglo women, and how he said Anglo was white, but it really
yes. So I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying I'm confused, but I'm actually pulling up the source now to look at this because I'm trying to figure out. He's saying that because they didn't marry, they didn't mix from the 1600s, at least roughly, to the 1800s. There was no mixing going on. That's what he just said. And like I said, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's what he said. So I'll play it again, play a portion of it again. So let's go back.
I have a hard case making the case for the Egyptians, Nubians, and Ethiopians to be white. Or you accept the fact that Ethiopians are black, Nubians are black, therefore the Egyptians and Israelites had to be black if you couldn't tell the difference between them all. It's that simple. It says, and they were all Jacobites. Some of them were writers in government offices. This is consistent with what we see. Others were merchants and tradesmen. Others were bishops and presbyters and such like. Others were tillers of the land in the country, while others were of the class of servants and domestics. But between these and the Melkites, or ruling population, between the blacks and the whites, marriages were not allowed. Once again, they're not mixing with each other. This is consistent. So in 640, they're not mixing. All the way up to the 1800s, Hannah Adams said they didn't even start mixing until close to her time. And it wasn't even at a large rate. People were still getting kicked out of the synagogue, and the family went into mourning because the daughter decided to marry a German Jewish man. So marriages were not allowed from mutual hatred of each other, often carried to murders on either side. The number of these people rose to a very great many, 20s of thousands, for they were in fact the people of the land of Egypt, upper and lower. And it's going to go into how they make a truce. They hate these white Greek Melkites so much that they make a truce with the invading Muslims and help the Muslims kick out the white Melkites. They didn't want no parts of those white Greek Christian Melkites in there.
I see Godson asks, why is the idea of Jews not mixing far-fetched? They still hold to that tenet. They, for the most part, don't mix outside of jewry. But he's saying black Jews and white Jews. They're both in jewry. That's one thing, right? Two, we have sources where Jews will mix with other people. In Jamaica, the Sephardic Jews will mix with the slaves. And Brian played a video a long time, not even a long time ago, a year ago, to where the children of those slaves weren't accepted in the community unless they converted.
Again, I showed the genetics of the Portuguese Jews. Showed the genetics. I can't show it again. I would love to show it again, but again, Berean's not here. And it showed that there's a mix of people there. So to me, this is conjecture, because the physiology of these Portuguese Jews, their genetics show mixture. So they're mixing. That is a fact. Your genetics, what you're made up of, it's a fact. So I don't know why he's going this far with it.
But he's reading a source. He's reading to your source that said they didn't mix.
Again, this is why I said a lot of times this is people talking about other people. Like, they're going with, this is during a time when there were the only things they had to go off was linguistics, what the people look like, material culture, things of that nature. They did not have genetics. So they had to figure it out from there. Now we have genetics. So this is a very old source. We have genetics now. Genetics shows that these people mixed. The Portuguese Jews. I just showed it. I can't show it again, but I just showed it when Berean was still here. If y'all remember what it said.
Yeah.
Had haplogroup E, had haplogroup E, it had haplogroup R, had haplogroup G. These are the Portuguese. It had haplogroup J, 2 J's. The bulk of the Sephardic Jews was mostly R and J. Right? This is a mixture of people.
I'm with you, and so I pulled the source up too.
And
so
real even doing DNA with mitochondrial DNA, Sean.
Hold on, Jordan. Childish Jordan, fervent,
Fervent charity.
fervent charity. He said, everybody don't trust DNA, just saying, especially the mutations by radiation part. Bro, you don't have to believe it, but it's your genetic makeup. So you'd rather go with what this man was seeing from with his eyes and listening to than what's in your genes. What's in these people's genes, what their genetic makeup is.
Okay.
Because I tell you right now, if your kid, if you if you took your kid to do a DNA test and it came back and it wasn't your DNA, you took your DNA and it wasn't your DNA, I bet you believe it then. I bet you trust it then.
Yeah, and then without saying, if and going with mitochondrial DNA, if you find folks with European mitochondrial DNA, right? To me, I see what you're saying, God's son, and trust me, Astronauts today don't mix with black Ethiopian Jews, even though they're brethren. I I'm gonna leave that alone because I think there's something more there than just on stuff dealing with race and all that kind of stuff. But I can see what your point trying to make. But let's go to the sword. Theo has it up.
Yeah. He also said, where was he at? He said, especially the mutation by radiation part, and he put a laughing emoji. Well, this is how mutations happen through radiation. Like this is, if you believe uh in the flood narrative, if you believe in the flood narrative, then you would have to think that it was a global event and everything would have changed. If you got water coming up from the deep, right? This is what the Bible said, water, coming up from from the deep, you know, so which means that there would be tectonic plates moving. This causes radiation. This causes electromagnetic radiation. All of these things change the environment. It changes the food that you eat. It changes you. So, I hear you if you don't want to, but I'm sure if you was watching a program, on History Channel or something, and they was talking about this, you'd be like, oh yes, look, they're proving that, this that the flood narrative is real. You have glaciation going on. You know, glaciers retreating, moving forward, retreating, moving forward, retreating. Yeah, so I bet you're a believer, so am I.
So I'm reading this right now, and I think it's interesting.
Darwinism,
Oh,
private charity.
yeah. Here we go.
Darwinism Darwinism is macro. It's macro evolution. I don't believe in macro evolution, but things do evolve. People do evolve, and it's micro, right? So and that's a fact. So that's not believing in evolution. I know you want to push this into a realm where it sounds pseudo, but to be honest with you, Darwinism is pseudoism. So
So I'm noticing, and I think so. When it says mixed descent, he's saying it's not like black and white,
yeah,
but
exactly. Second Exodus. I'm sorry. Exactly,
well, second.
exactly.
Oh yeah,
Second Exodus. He
go
said,
ahead.
saying people evolved from monkeys versus people inheriting mutations is two different things. Exactly. One is macro evolution, which didn't happen, and the other one is micro evolution, means in small changes. It's like the sickle cell trait. That's people evolving. That's West Africans picking up this mutation because of the Green Sahara. So you find that carriers of haplogroup E1B1A may have the sickle cell trait, to protect them from malaria, malaria and things of that nature. So that is considered micro evolution. Your body
You see,
evolved to be able to take on and deal with uh, um, and that particular disease with the sickle cell trait. You develop the sickle cell trait. That is a mutation. Fervent charity, pay attention, bro. You're smarter than that, man. I see you up here all the time doing your thing. You're smarter than that.
You see what he's saying now? He said, y'all can say what y'all want to say. It's all evolution, and I don't believe it.
So sickle cell trait wasn't evolved. That's not evolution. Sickle cell trait developing in West Africans. That's not humans evolving to cope with the environment. False science. Okay, I had enough of you, Jordan.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because it says mixed descent. So I'm curious if we're going off appearance. That's what the reason this is all mentioned, because they're equating Abyssinian, Nubian, and Israelite together. But yet mixed descent, I'm curious to what that means, for at least in Dante's reference. How does he equate mixed descent? Because he's saying it don't mean black and white. Yeah, because they are separated in two different groups. The first group being all Greeks, he's associating all Greeks to me as white. That's how it sounds. And then this other portion, the whole of Egypt, is the black ones. And that's where it's a little weird to me. Because I've seen people mention, like I said, I'm not the DNA guy or anything. I've seen people equate there are many Greeks that were brown skinned as well. And not necessarily, I mean, dark, super dark, I don't know. But I'm saying to equate that because it says Greeks here, these are white people. Caucasians.
Hold on, Leo, real quick. Second X, what do you mean when you say that? This is why our people's IQ needs to improve. I believe in culture and education when it comes to science. Break that down. What are you trying to say?
I think that was a retort to fervent charity.
Yeah.
False science, Jordan. Oh man.
Because Jordan, how do you explain these things? And Jordan, you talking about man-made grouping. What are nations? What are people group? What are tribes? Jordan, if DNA supported your claim, would you say DNA is man-made or DNA is right and exact? You know what I'm saying? If DNA supports your claim, would you say DNA is man-made and it doesn't had no issue or what? Go ahead, my man Leo.
No, you good. You good.
And then when
I'm
it
just
says
trying
blacks
to,
in there,
right. Yeah.
And it says blacks, it's talking about blacks to be Sephardic, whites to be Ashkenazi.
I'm not sure, but
Jordan, yes, we all come from Noah, right? But at the end of the day, Jordan, if you do a DNA test, well, you already did one, right? Did your DNA match up with Moore's? Did your DNA match up with someone else's? All right, hold on. Sean, this is something for you in the comment section.
Ask Sean Harris, has he read a book called Signature in the Cell by Stephen Myers or Mays, which demonstrates how DNA is God's signature?
I know I never read the book, but I am familiar with that author. And yeah, I believe is the code that is, that the Most High coded us with DNA. Yeah. It's how you were created. It's his science. It's his. Everything that was created, it was easy for him to do. They said it said that, one day, 7 days, he created everything. But it's us who's slow and trying to, reverse engineer how his creation was made, how he created things. So yeah, I get it.
And hold on, I see. Jimmy, you're an engineer. Are you saying that science can't be skewed? That's not what I'm saying. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm
Fervent
saying
charity. Hold on, I'm sorry. So blame it on mutations. We all change. Who created haplogroup? Why those specific letters? So those specific letters are not in your DNA. What they did was they depended on the mutations the count of mutations in your genome, they put you in certain categories. So we know that, like you, Jordan, you're YAP positive, right? So you're in the E class with YAP positive group. All right, so they just named it haplogroup E because that's just a nomenclature. It's a name that they sub-branch all of those people under that have that particular Y chromosome protein, which is positive, right? So each one of these letters, scientists say, okay, we're going to call this I, but under that I are everyone who falls under that same mutation rate, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it's just like with there's just certain things. Dealing with binomial nomenclature with animals, right? Jordan, is a gorilla a gorilla or was it named a gorilla? What do we do? There's classifications, but the classifications come from the evidence. And I'm saying it's not to go one way or another, but it's just to say that with DNA, there's things we can rule out. With DNA, we can see that certain people don't come from a similar group, right? That we're not related, closely related. And from the time when we don't go back to a certain ancestor, except for Noah or Adam. That's what's going on. So the evidence is there. People just put ways to describe it. That's the whole thing. And there might be further studies of the DNA, decay, and all that kind of stuff. But we're not even talking about that. We're just talking about the whole thing is just bonkers. And that's where it's just strange.
Yeah. So Matt Rick says, I will say this. Seems they're always changing the names to make it more difficult to keep up. That's not true. What happens is that when the mutation rates, or if it's so, let's say like E, haplogroup E, right? Then it went from haplogroup E to E1B1A, E1B1B, right? It's split. That's because the mutations started changing in the different, they didn't share the same mutation on the same allele going down. So all of a sudden there was a shift. They still have the same mutation rates, but one side has mutation markers on certain alleles and the other one doesn't. So they're not changing the name to confuse anybody. It goes by the mutation rate. The more mutations, then they have to. If you're an out branch and you have more mutation in the original branch, and the original branch still survives, then they separate you from it. Not necessarily you're still connected, but they make a new line because there's new mutations on that line. This is like so simple.
That's how the whole standpoint is. It's like we're going to say with music or colors. Why is it called red? It's just red. You know what I'm saying? It could be etymology, but it's just things that fit on a spectrum. And what
You see what Jordan just said?
Where's the ancient
Where's
Israelite DNA?
Israel? Yeah, all a mess. We don't have ancient Israelite DNA, but what we do have is DNA from people that practiced the culture millennia ago. So that's what we go off of. And, to be honest, Jordan, right now, I think you're just very much in your emotions. You sending laughing emojis and stuff to like laugh it off like you're not, but you are, because you're making these are logical fallacy arguments you're making. And it's mostly because we're discussing Dante's sources and it's bothering you. It's just irking. As much as you say you get it when Bruce is up here and he's always, with the blackity black, 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 you're not that far, you're not in that far off spectrum like he is, but you're still in there. It still bothers you. This stuff still bothers you, bro. It does. Race still bothers you. The Israelites having to be African still bothers you. Well, we
Can't you
know
see
that.
Matt Ricks? That's why EP2 is also known as E1B1.
Yeah, that's E1B1. Yeah, that's where EP2 is where E1B1A and E1B1B. That's where they emerge from. That is their forefather, EP2. They split
Okay,
off of that.
he's saying
So that's
that.
their parent.
Okay. Hold on, but
I got to step
Charity,
away, y'all. I got to step away.
and Joy, you say that the curses are a marker, right? So again, this goes back to the whole conversation with the convert and all that kind of stuff. If folks on Israel, if the curse on a Bible model, it's just not. You have folks who went through the slave trade, went through folks who seen the curses that aren't Israelites, bloodline, and folks don't accept the converts like that. So what do we do?
I know you want to dismiss everything I'm saying, Jordan. That's why you just said that next one. Nah, I'm just speaking some truth. Your knowledge is not God knowledge. That's Bible. No, my knowledge is not God knowledge, but you're trying to dismiss me in a small way, and it's not working, bro. Dang, Berean ain't come back yet. I want to show these. I want to
I
show
know,
these
and
images of the Natufians.
and
I sent some. Did I send something in the back chat yet? I think I was trying to
Jordan,
send something. No, I didn't take.
you're talking about where in the Bible that God said He gave us DNA. Jordan, the basic claim is about bloodline.
Creation, the
Bloodline.
creation story, the creation story.
So if I make a claim about being a bloodline descendant, right? Me and everybody in my community, we're bloodline descendants of a certain person.
That's a genetic argument.
And then we all in the community
That's
do
a
our
genetic
DNA. We
argument.
realize, hold on, no, there's no way we all can be related. We don't have a common ancestor. Y'all are R, we're J, they're E. Something's wrong. We got to change our definitions. Jimmy, if they came out and told you that people from Africa are people, then what would you say about DNA? But what do you mean the people in West Africa are the people? What do you mean by that, Mac? Y'all? You talking about genetically? Are you talking about their converse? In what sense? I can't let you share. I don't have access. Centerfolk. Bring reset his account. Something like that. So right now I don't have access.
What reason would they stop testing, and what reason? Where is that? I just lost it. Oh, there it is. What reason would they stop testing, and what reason would they only want? For what reason would they only want to? Where is it? And for what
Sean,
reason would they only want to
you share your
test
screen now?
certain people?
Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm sharing already. I'm sharing.
Okay, yeah. I think you might have somebody come who's at the house to share the screen. Which is evolution. Yeah, but DNA, how do y'all proceed? It can be false. Jordan, the basis of your whole thing deals with bloodline.
That's a genetic argument. Bloodline. That's saying
That's
that
a
your
whole, you
son is
all
your
what your
son.
father is.
Yeah, that's saying your son is your son. That's the argument I was making with him earlier. Like if you took a DNA test with your son, and he came out different, with different DNA, you might have to consider that. Okay, so this here is what Natufians would have looked like. This is off of the genetics, off the alleles. The geneticists, go by the genetics and come up with a theory of what these people would have looked like based on their genetics, their alleles, the hair, the eye color, the skin tone, things of that nature. Hold on, there's more pictures here. Why is it not doing? Hold on for a second. Let me redo this. Okay. So these are this is what the Natufians or Aborigines basically would have looked like. These people don't look sub-Saharan African to me, or like, their hair is straight. These people, but this is who a lot of Jews have, and a lot of Yemenites. Even Dante comes, I think they're EM35 or EM34, E1B1B. He would have descended from these males. Y'all can see it?
Yeah, we can see a screen. And someone's enjoying all these real images.
Y'all can see it? I already explained what they were, Jordan. I already explained. These are composites that they use. All right. These are composites made by, the genetics, from their alleles, telling what color they are, the color hair, the color eyes, whether their hair was straight or curly, things of that nature, So this is how they have them looking based off of genetics.
And then, are there mutations happening today?
Are there mutations happening today?
Yes.
I probably, and we wouldn't know. I'm not going to say yes or no because I don't know, because everybody hasn't done a DNA test, so we haven't seen any spin-offs of like, let's say if you're today you're EFT 4748, and what would happen is there would have to be another mutation on an allele, so the rest of the genome would look the same, and all of a sudden there would be a mutation on the SNP, on an allele, and that would change. You would probably still look the same, but you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't change your morphology, that one mutation, but it would now would have to put you into another sub branch of E1B1A. That would be a new mutation. But are there mutations going? Yeah, mutations go on in cancer, different diseases and stuff. Yeah, mutations happen all the time. Within the human genome, with diseases and things of that nature. But so far as like actual mutations that would have you move from, have to give you a new subclade, I haven't seen any, but that's not to say they're not happening right now.
And hold on, let me see now. Jimmy, you didn't ask my question. I'm speaking genetically. The people of Africa are the true people. It is what it is, right? But I'll say, I don't think you understand. My whole thing with being a Jew is a more ecclesial halakhic understanding. So if they're genetically that, they're genetically that, right? That we're willing to change. We're willing to change and adapt to grow, right? But it seems like folks on the other side, when they see something that goes against the argument, they just throw it away and say, no, that's not Bible. They go back to defaults. How do we synchronize this? What does this mean? How do we go forward? That's how I go with it. But the whole standpoint is, how did they get to West Africa? If they announce Africans as a people, then that DNA of who the people are today would be debunked. But I think make y'all understanding that who's making this genetic claim, this bloodline claim, you are what your father is. That's the whole thing. And it's kind of like sometimes we don't want to project our argument onto another group. Because other folks aren't, well, I can't speak everyone. But so far, we don't see Ashkenazi coming through here saying that they're bloodline descendants. Now, I can correct me if I'm wrong. We don't see so far the Jews saying they're bloodline descendants. Folks saying there's bloodline tend to be Hebrew Israelites. Mac, y'all, are there bloodline descendants of Jacob that were cut off? Are there converts? Okay. Thank you, Boo. Do me a lot, not all, but a lot of mainstream Jews think their lineage go back to Jacob, and that's something that has to be addressed because we see that how do you show and prove? Kobe presented a source that showed most in Spain can prove their lineage. All Jews in Spain can prove their lineage go back to Jacob. So it's just a whole thing. Folks are trying to present a bloodline argument. We'll deal with the DNA. But folks are trying to make it sound like converts are less than or secondary citizens. That's not scripture. That's not written. If we mean paternal descent, we can say Ashkenazi do not descend paternally from Jacob, even without knowing Jacob's haplogroups, based on the haplogroup diversity in the Ashkenazi spectrum. Exactly. In other words, the Church of Israel solved all this. So this is not a whole, and that's the whole thing. That with a lot of this, it's not just attacking one side of black folks, it's a whole standard we're trying to solve all together holistically. Black, white, Asian, whoever.
I think from the Israelite spectrum, I think our frustration of not being able to find the direct answer is causing us issues. Not being able to be able to find the smoking gun that makes African Americans Israel is causing us some real issues, emotionally, because we can't seem to find the smoking gun, and being that we can't find the smoking gun, every time somebody tells us it can't be or it's not, or there's a plausibility there, you know what I mean, or something might be problematic or something might be positive, they're not, there's no smoking guns. So it's causing some real issues for us emotionally, like where we don't want to deal with certain things. We don't want to deal with science. We don't want to deal with, all we want to deal with is, and which is, scripture is not a smoking gun either, because it doesn't, and people might take offense to this, but scripture doesn't tell you that African Americans, it doesn't directly tell you that you are an Israelite or that we are Israelites. It alludes to it, and that's not a smoking gun.
Yeah, I'm with you. Then Ready Bruce. So everyone who claims descent are of Abraham. Ready Bruce, from a Jewish perspective, if you're a convert, no matter your origin, you're the son of Abraham. From a Christian perspective, those in Christ are seed of Abraham. So it's like on both sides, the argument evolved past this whole thing. We're supposed to say bloodline. Not saying that folks who aren't saying it on either side, but I'm just saying it seems that if you want to promote this whole thing with bloodline and DNA, that would have to go into genetics. And it seems like genetics is something that people like to either put down or have their own view. Who said we said Kobe is a
So,
bloodline Jew?
Mac,
Go ahead.
y'all said the problem is there are people daily saying we are not the people, but every day more information comes out pointing we are. I would say more information comes out that alludes, you know what I'm saying, that that points us in a direction, but it's not a smoking gun. Because the same thing that Jews or European Jews with haplogroup J and haplogroup R who've been practicing this for millennia, who actually have a presence in the Levant. E1B1B carriers have a presence in the Levant. Every day, our people are telling them they're not Jews, and there's no smoking gun for them either. So, it's like a stalemate, and nobody wants to give. And the middle ground is honestly that it seems that there's a few populations who have a connection to the Israelite population millennia ago. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with sharing the space, because you're going to find E1B1A carriers amongst Europeans, E1B1B carriers amongst Europeans. You're going to find J markers amongst African Americans, R markers amongst African Americans, uh, you know, and so on and so forth. T markers amongst Spanish and African Americans, and Europeans as well. So there is some ambiguity here. And nobody wants to concede to that notion.
Exactly.
And as far as I'm concerned, none of us are going to find out who is who until he returns. That's just what it is. But we can sit here and guess, but I don't think we should demarcate each other. All of us demarcating black, white, Arabs, men of population, Europeans, Africans, Americans, everybody denying each other and not looking at that, yo, we all might been a part of this thing, this culture, this nation, you know, not necessarily all, but I mean, certain people who have certain haplogroups may have been a part of this nation.
Now,
And it's sad that nobody wants to see it like that.
Exactly. God's son, Kobe said many times, did Kobe say he's a bloodline descendant? Or did Kobe say he can trace back his family to Spain and the Jews of Iberia? That's different. He said he's a ship lost his last name to trace his family all the way back to Spain, but beyond that, he couldn't trace any further. That's what Kobe said. That's his claim. And even so, as Kobe said that no one in Spain can really trace it back all the way back to Jacob. So that's the whole thing. Go ahead, Sean.
So Mac, y'all said they will accept them but reject us. We the rejected people. Then God's son says, nah, it's a double standard. So both of them have the same mindset. And I would say this to y'all. If you grow, you wouldn't care what anybody else thinks. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't care that the powers that be don't look at you. You want them to acknowledge you. And you're not understanding that they're not going to acknowledge any Jew. The people that look at Jews don't accept Karaite Jews. Like, nobody is, the world would not accept who Israel is and the Jews are until the Messiah returns. So I don't think you should put too much stock in, oh, well, it's a double standard. That's emotional. It's a double standard. They doing this and they don't recognize us, but they recognize them. Well, that's their problem. They ain't got to recognize that. For me, that nobody has to recognize me as Israel. Nobody has to recognize it. Like, I don't care. I really don't. I stopped making those arguments because everybody's banging their head against the wall trying to prove their point, and we're not getting any further. We're really not. It's the same arguments. Dante could come up here and make all of them. Dante, Teo, everybody, All of them could come up here and make arguments that we are, and here's the evidence, and you're gonna have people that say you ain't, you ain't, you ain't, you ain't. European Jews are gonna come with the same thing, with all his documents and their lineage and everything. We are, we are. And African Americans are gonna say you ain't, you ain't, you ain't, you ain't. So what gives? I'm not banging my head against the wall no more about this. I'm not. I'm gonna give y'all what I know. I'm gonna give y'all, what I do have evidence for. I'm gonna give you my opinion on certain things, but then when I use science, I'm gonna give you what the science says. I try not to give my opinion or my personal opinion on too many things, but I do at times because we're having a discussion. But outside of that, I really don't. I really don't care. I don't care who thinks about me and like that don't bother me no more. You know how many of the men of population get at the Yap game, man? We don't push their wigs back, going all the way back to the clubhouse days. They still hate us. They still find a way to demarcate us. They still find a way, and they can't. They try to use genetics. If you visit our channels, you'll see it. We got tons of videos on the MENA population. The MENA population is the Middle Eastern, North African population. Man, we be busting them upside the head all day long. Why? Because we read, we study, we go through this. Some of us know a little bit more than others, and there's nothing wrong with that. We learn from each other. We have our think tanks. We don't leave no stone unturned. We don't. We're constantly reading uh, new sources, new genetic papers. Some of them are not peer. They're so new that they're not even peer reviewed yet. They're so new that they're not even peer reviewed yet. But we just wait for them to put the rubber stamp on it. You know what I mean? After it's peer reviewed, the rubber stamp it, then we accept it or we don't. You know what I mean? So it's just people, you keep making this bloodline argument. Well, there's a few people, there's a few different Y chromosomes that were a part of the nation of Israel from its inception. Which one of those are from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? We don't know. So at this point, we might as well just accept each other. You don't have to accept everybody's doctrine, but you have to recognize when somebody comes from a certain culture and they've been a part of that culture for millennia, and they can prove it through paperwork and things of that nature. Family history paperwork and stuff. So, you know. I'm just trying to reason with my people, man. I'm just trying to reason with my people. I ain't trying to make nobody believe anything I say, but if you say something that I know factually, genetically is not true, I'm going to put forth the evidence. That's it.
You see what Bruce saying?
Yeah, he says, but sure, do you believe that just because people believe the narrative they derive from the DNA, they're correct? No. I just told you that there's like 4 or 5 different haplogroups. Well, if we want to be stringent, about 3 to 4 haplogroups that were a part of the nation. Everybody can't be from the line of everybody can't be from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Only one of those haplogroups can be. Only one can be, right? But the rest of them can be a part of the nation, and some of them can prove it. Haplogroup J carriers can prove, regardless to if they were converts 2 or 3 millennia ago, you know, they can prove that they go back. So what am I to do with that? Keep telling them you ain't, you ain't, you ain't. I don't even know if I am. So just accept each other. You know, you got Messianic Jews, you got Messianic Israelites, you got Torah only Jews, you got Torah only Israelites, you got, you know, pick your flavor from there. Ruddy Bruce. So if your daughter has a son with a man who is haplogroup J, is your grandson not part of your lineage? He is a part of, I would be in his autosomes. He would be a direct descendant. He would be a direct male descendant of that haplogroup J father, not me. He would no longer be, well, I would say no longer because he wasn't existing. You would have to exist first to be no longer haplogroup E. He was never haplogroup E. If she was seeded by that man, then that's where his line points to haplogroup J lineage, to the Caucasus. I'm still a part of him, yes. You know, when we use the term direct and indirect, people think that when you say indirect, that you're saying you're excluded from the lineage. No, what we're saying is you don't have a direct line to that person. So if my daughter has a grandson that's haplogroup J, my grandson doesn't have a direct paternal line to me. He has an indirect line. He has to go around, you know, like around a bend, which is his autosomal, albeit his autosomal DNA. But he's still my grandson. Does that make sense? Does kind of make sense to you, Dunamis? I want to make sure that I'm not saying anything. What you think? What I'm saying, or anybody in the chat? So you know, if my daughter happens to marry a brother, you know, a black man with haplogroup J, or a black man with haplogroup R, how are we to know he's a black man? But his direct line goes back to Western Europeans or to the Caucasus if it's haplogroup J. I just nothing I could do about that. That's just the facts. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna not love my grandson anymore. I'm gonna not love his father. You know, my daughter's husband. I'm not gonna love them. Like, come on, you know, let's stop being realistic about things here. Ready, your questions. Your questions are crazy. So if he has a son, that haplogroup J, my grandson, he's haplogroup J, and with the I don't know if you say he. So this is what I'm saying about your questions. This would be two males. So if he would be the J carrier, has a son with another E, that's a male carrier too. That can't happen. E derived female, is he no longer black? I don't understand that terminology. I don't use black. Let's say he would be a man of color, but he would be a direct descendant, even if his mother was haplogroup L, all right, which is African, or L3, which is associated to be the lineage of females that pretty much moved around with haplogroup D and E. So if she's haplogroup L, I'm not, why would I say he's not? I don't see, I don't use those terminologies. You mean about black? Like, you know, your channel, you speak of DNA on your channel and you're using these terms. I don't understand it. I don't understand the question. So try again. My point is that the haplogroup changes, but the lineage doesn't negate him. What haplogroup changes? What are you talking about? But the lineage doesn't. If you're talking about tDNA, I'm not sure what you're talking about, because if you're saying, what's your definition of an Israelite? Paternal or maternal? What are we going with here? You're saying you're using maternal. That's what the people that, you know, the European Jews that you have, the rabbinical people that follow rabbinical Judaism, you seem to have a problem with them. But you're using, this is the line they use. You have to re-ask me the question, bro. Yeah, L2. Matt Rick said L2 and L3. I thought, yeah. So I mean, if you want to call him black, he's black. I call him a man of color. He's still haplogroup J. Even if you're haplogroup E, you're a man of color. I'm not gonna call you black. I don't use those terms. To say they're blacks with J or R or T doesn't mean they're no longer blacks. Likewise, if Shem is black, but some of his grandchildren are a different haplogroup, they are still in the line of Shem. Okay, I'm not understanding what you like. You're fighting. You're beating your head against the wall, arguing with me with this, bro. J, R, or one. We have African Americans. I never used that term black. I said African Americans who are J, R, and T. You keep using blacks. I don't use that term, bro. It's not a biological term. It's a fallacy. I don't know what that is. Saying people of color, or you want to deem African Americans people who come from Africa, or have African lineage. Fine. J, R, or T. Yeah, that's I just said. You have dark skinned brothers and sisters. I mean, excuse me, dark skinned brothers with J, R, or T. We have plenty of them. No, you get past the so let's get past the semantics. You get past the nonsense. This is not semantics what I'm doing here. I'm speaking in terms that everybody should be able to understand. You're the only one holding on to it, and because you're sticking to it, and I don't want to answer you under those terms, because biologically, if I answer under those terms, then I'm pseudo in everything I say, because I don't operate. Biology doesn't operate on those terms. All right, I'm getting ready to go. Ready, bro? Don't worry, we're coming to see you.